laughed so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again, hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done. I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, try shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Always try to find, don't mind my reactions. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth now. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fight my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place, hope we'll end up like it lasts forever. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, why forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done. I've been giving you the worst. Give me a second, I'm at the weapon, I'm no vegan, agreed. I'm off the leash, go down on your knees. But you got PhD, I'm all that you need. Just give me a push. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done, it's done.
Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or Swiss streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna
Welcome back to Polaris, everybody, and you might have joined if you are here today on two of the most important days of the whole season. Sometimes things fizzle out right towards the very end of a season. Not this time, not whatsoever. We have two incredibly important days with four amazing games ready for you. Were you just looking over at me there, Milan? Were you just taking a look? Oh wait, no, I'm going the other way. I've been flipped for the last few weeks, but there's an important segment coming up for which you might need my camera to be the right way around for this one. But either way, I already said his name. He is here with me today, an amazing analyst who has just a wealth of accomplishments across VCT, currently the assistant coach for Giant X. It is Milan. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I mean, personally, like from a, performance perspective, maybe not the best week for me. Very excited to be back on the desk again. Had a lot of fun last time. It was a super cool experience, and yeah, I'm happy to be back.
Great, sounds good. Well, you've joined us at just the right time. I think last time you were here, there was some stuff going on, but everything was very split apart. Not today, not whatsoever. We've got some great games coming up, as I have said. But for now, let me introduce to help you go through last week's things and what we have ahead of us today. Our two casters for the day and for the weekend. In fact, it is our two wonderful casters, Pavlos and Ryan. How are you two doing?
Doing excellent. Thank you, Twiggy. It's been an interesting journey so far throughout Polaris, and you're right. In your intro, you said that things are getting very, very close and competitive, and I think this is one of the most competitive playoffs brackets we've ever had. This is the third season of Polaris, to be fair, the third year of it, which makes it the sixth season. So yeah, no, it's looking pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much when it comes to, like, top 4 could be decided today, who's going down to Eclipse could be decided today, so there's a lot of stuff going on, even coming down to, like, how well you win maps, or how many maps that you end up winning, right? So the fact that it could be an instance where 4th and 7th could all be equal on wins and losses is kind of ridiculous, so it's an important game, an important series of games to be watching today.
Yeah, of course. Well, coming into today, obviously, we had some important games last week which set us up for this absolute smorgasbord of action that we've got going on here, starting off with Hookahs versus NXT. And actually, both the games we're going to be taking a look at from this Saturday have a team that is playing in the first series today. First one, NXT, who are on an absolutely insane streak of victories so far. They've been warming up all through this whole thing. They seem to be just heating up to a fever pitch coming towards the end of the season, and it's just in time. They are now obviously in that battle to stay in this one, and they're doing quite well on it.
It really feels like it's a buff that they got due to being picked up by an org, right? They started off the season with 3 losses and instantly now going into 3 victories, one after the other, and they made simple work of Hookahs, which, let's be fair, RIP Hookahs, it's a bit sad to see them at the bottom of the table so quickly. Some of the veterans in Polaris that we know from every single season so far. But yeah, they seem like a much stronger roster than they did in the previous year, and it's good to see.
The strength of schedule, I think, has been harder for them too. Like, they had such a rough beginning to the whole group stage that it has gradually got easier, and now it's an important series to win, but I think they're expected favorites.
Yeah, it's looking really good for them, and obviously today they're going to be playing up against the other team that was playing last week, or last Saturday specifically, Apino Orchestri versus Metisport on that one. And Apino Orchestri have kind of had the opposite run of form so far, obviously running into a very difficult opponent last week around, but it was not a good run of maps for them. A 2-0 loss on that one. It was a tough week. It couldn't seem to find a way in whatsoever. And you've got to wonder, with the way things are going in terms of momentum, whether they can pick themselves back up right in time for this, because for them specifically, this is such an important game. We'll talk about all the permutations in a bit, but they really do kind of need to win this.
Yeah, I mean, they came from
sad for the
this second division, right, where they had to really beat a bunch of different teams to get to this level. I feel like they've so far proven that they, at their peaks, they definitely belong in this league. But I think it's the consistency maybe that's coming that I'm kind of missing from them a little bit here and there.
Before I send our casters back. Sorry,
It's all right.
talking over each other, my bad. Before I send you guys away, I'll ask you one question about what we think is going to happen today, and specifically as we're looking at these two games here. What are we thinking? NXT, Apeen Orchestra, which team do you think is going to come out on top today? What kind of stakes are we going to be looking at for this one today? I'll start with you, Pavlos.
Well, I've got to go with NXT. The recent run of form that they've gotten seems to be something unbeatable in my eyes. Something that once they get the momentum rolling, they just seem that they can't be stopped. Well, all of the teams seem to have some sort of mistakes that, week in, week out, we keep on seeing them repeated. For NXT, I think it's we see some of the least mistakes being brought out. So, yeah, for that reason, I'd have to say that they've got the biggest chance.
Yeah, it's also like from Apeen Orchestra as well. They got in through close qualifiers playing like a very set style, like playing like Silver on Sunset, like going for like a Rare Atom-esque way. Now it feels like they've just changed so much. Like in a panic, they've changed a lot of their comps, trying to adjust to maybe what they've seen during kickoff or Madrid. And it's like at this time of the season, it's such a risk, and it hasn't really worked out for them. So it's whether they go back to what they're sort of used to, a bit more practiced on, or if they're still like committing to stealing a comp from a different team and trying to make that work, like more Gecko, stuff like that, for example.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for your insight, guys. I'll send you on back so you can prepare for...
No, don't, not yet. I've got a gift for you.
No.
I've got Twiggy.
Thank
wait
you.
a second. This is really important. Here,
the script.
Take it. Here you go. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, thanks.
Here.
Thank you.
Nice.
Okay. I have to go back here for this one. Let's see what this says. Hold on. Let's take a look at... Oh my god. Guys, look at all of this. There's even a sad monkey at the bottom. Hold on. Okay, wait. Let's read through this for a little bit here. Let's break this one down for everybody. Okay, so we've got four different kind of things that can happen with Apeen Orchestra and Formulation Gaming, it seems, and a lot of. Oh man. Okay, so if Apeen Orchestra win, and Formulation Gaming win, then if only Finns win, then there's a three-way tie between Formulation, Apeen Orchestra, and NXT, and Formulation, I think, lose out on the head-to-head on that one, so that's that. But then if the same thing happens, but NXT and only Finns lose, it still happens. Okay, very cool. Apeen Orchestra lose and Formulation Gaming lose. We can follow that down here. Formulation Gaming wins the head-to-head on that one. Okay, very important. Apeen Orchestra lose and Formulation Gaming win. Apeen Orchestra are relegated. And then finally, if Apeen Orchestra win and Formulation Gaming lose, Formulation Gaming is relegated. So to avoid the sad monkey, I think we will say, to avoid the sad monkey, Apeen Orchestra need to win. That's basically it. They need to win their game today.
Yeah.
All of that talking and for what? All of that talking and for what? This is the thing for them right now, is that to avoid, when I say relegation, I mean being put down into the Eclipse relegation promotion tournament.
Yeah, I mean,
it
really comes down to SNS, right? Like SNS, NXT, if they both win their series, they're basically guaranteed in this playoffs, and that's kind of what it comes down to. Apex already guaranteed, met this sport with a good performance against API last week, also guaranteed. So it's the last two spots in playoffs that we're really looking to, hand out to two different teams, and it could already be decided today. I think it was mentioned already.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, for Apeen Orchestra, really the big thing is avoiding, not trying to get into playoffs specifically, just avoiding getting put down into the Eclipse bracket, which pretty much requires a win versus NXT today. It's our first game we're going to have today, and so it's so important that we get going on that one. You saw the standings there; they're right down towards the bottom, just above Who Cars. But yeah, these are the games that we have coming up. First off, Apino Orchestra versus NXT, and then later today we've got OnlyFins versus Sweet and Sour. And I mean, both of these games are incredibly important, but I think the first one is really going to set the stakes for what we can expect for the rest of the weekend.
I mean, it's a massively impactful game for either of these teams, right? Apino needs to win it in order to stay both in the run for and playoffs, I think, as well, and not being relegated. And for NXT, if they win this, they basically have the foot in the door for the playoffs. So that's very good for them.
Well, for sure. Let's take a look at today's first games, or first and second games. We'll start off with Apino Orchestra versus NXT. Let's set those stakes. Let's see what's been going on with all of the players on all of the teams there. For Apino Orchestra, their last game was against Metasport. We took a look at it, obviously, earlier on, but for them, it was a tough one. Once again, I mean, this is just kind of their run of form that they've had, is things aren't coming together. They're now 2-4 in the league, as we saw in the standings, and they're coming into one of their most difficult games. Maybe not a game that they thought was going to be difficult in the first few weeks of the tournament, but now things are looking pretty scary. You've got all of the players from NXT really warming up, and it looks like they are on a streak where they're just bulldozing anyone in their way. Yeah. So for Apino Orchestra, I'm kind of scared for them.
I mean, I think one thing to very quickly mention as well is that this is a super young team, right? A bunch of these guys, they're very young, inexperienced, and they're balancing all of this, like playing Valorant at this high level with school, work, etc., etc. There's guys that are living in like different time zones and everything like that. So it makes sense that at some point, whenever the season stretches longer, tiredness or like it's gonna kick in. And I feel like this might be the moment where it's starting to kick in, and it's up to them to really now give them one final push and show them that they have the potential to even beat these teams that are on hot streaks like NXT.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? They impressed us so much at the start of the season. I think individually, kind of their player performances have been something to behold so far. I mean, you've seen Viti pop off so many times. Chuckle has had some amazing games. Brady has had some amazing games. Everybody on this team has really shone at some point in this series, or in the season, sorry. It's just that things have not quite worked out, and that is not surprising. They are one of the less experienced teams in the league, and it just feels like they're just missing out on what could have been an absolutely groundbreaking season for them. Obviously, you know, you've got teams that have come down from VCT, such as Apex, and it's not surprising that they're first on in the league standings right now. But a team like this coming in the top 4 would have been a marvel to behold. And it could have happened. I think, you know, there was a world in which they had that kind of skill, they had that kind of momentum going, and it just didn't quite work out towards the middle of the season. As you say, I do think there's kind of that tiredness coming in, and they don't seem quite as well prepared as other teams as everybody's got comfortable.
I mean, this being prepared and everything, it kind of like leans into the subject I was discussing earlier, right? Like if you have a team that is already so limited in its resources because you have like young, inexperienced guys, I know they have a very young coach and stuff like that as well. So it makes sense that when it really comes down to the nitty and gritty, when it comes to the finer details, they will not be as experienced, as, you know, fine-tuned as some of these more, you know, versed teams that have stuck around for a long time. And I think it's interesting that you mentioned Apex, right? Because they're basically like polar opposites. We have players on Apex who've played at the highest level, who played on international stages, and then you have teams players such as Viti, who is incredibly young, looking like one of the best controllers arguably in the league right now, but who still needs some of that experience to really, you know, justify himself in that top position.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about the other teams. Speaking of teams that have some kind of, experience at this level, NXT very much do. They've been around for a long time. At least most of the players really have been in this Polaris kind of area for a very long time, and they have been on an insane win streak, obviously losing their first 3 games, as we mentioned earlier. They're now at a 3-3 scoreline in the league, and they are just looking on fire. Everything that they've done so far just seems to be correct. Pitch perfect, you would say. And I do find it very funny. We mentioned this earlier, how, you know, last time you were here, this team was looking like it was going to lose the league, basically. And now they are very much kind of the linchpin in terms of what is going to happen to relegate other teams.
Yeah, the last time I was here was basically between them and Hookars. We're kind of like at this lower end of the table, right? And I must admit that I maybe didn't have like the most amount of faith in them, but honestly, their recovery up until this point has been phenomenal, right? I think you mentioned it. A lot of this core has been in Polaris for such a long time. They were basically like the E-Master squad from last year, and this year they added Maxime, and they've looked great. I think some of the things they've been showing us throughout the whole season, but the way that they're being able to adapt to different compositions, playing with some off-pick meta agents and stuff as well, is really surprising to me. And I think they've done a great job at taking their time, really focus on improving them, like their whole cohesion as a unit, and now it's paying off.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the difference in kind of standings from week 3 to now, because I do think it is worth taking an actual look at those standings there. This was the end of week 3. NXT 0-3, the worst round differential out of all the teams there. Basically, only not at the bottom of the table because of a tiebreaker with Hookars. That is about it for that one. And what they have done since then is they have moved their way all the way up. It's been a slow grind. Obviously, in a league like this where you only get to play one game a week, every one of them is so important. It's so difficult, I think, to stay in that mindset for a long time that we need to make our way back up this table. Now they're in the top 4 for the time being, and if they keep their run of form, they will stay in the top 4, and that's so impressive to me.
I mean, again, massive props to them for like their resilience. I think the fact that Polaris offers like a generally pretty big breaks in between series from time to time, right?
Yeah.
And NXT has been one of the teams to capitalize on those breaks very well. Every time they've taken a break, they've come back, they look better than they did before, right? And this is something that you cannot really say. Even at the highest level, sometimes teams look a little bit stale. They might not be able to experiment or try new things. But again, they've been doing a fantastic job at keeping up with the meta, but also, trying their own little things here and there and just improving their general team play.
Speaking of which, I think you wanted to take a quick look at their agent pool across a few different maps. So why don't you run me through the graphic that we had prepared for you right now?
Yeah, so something I noticed is that on the maps that they played recently a lot, they played basically an identical comp, right? Everyone is playing an agent that feels very comfortable for them. So we'll see Maxime on the Euro, Devo is playing Raze, Rex is playing Gecko, and then Chan is playing Omen. And the only thing they realistically change on this map is that hardcore Sentinel, right? So they move it from Bully's playing Cypher on Sunset, on Bind he's playing Viper, which is the more traditional Sentinel on that map, and on Lotus he's playing Killjoy. So it's super cool that they're sticking to this like double duelist, double entry kind of like meta on every map that we don't really see that often, especially not on Sunset or Lotus, but it's working for them. Lotus has looked like a fantastic map for them, and Sunset and Bind, Bind they haven't really touched for a long time, so we don't really know what they're going to be cooking up on there, but I thought it was so cool that they just stick to what works for them. It reminds me of some of the stuff that PaperX, for example, is doing, right? Where they're just playing agents that feel comfortable for them and owning because of it. And I think that that's something that NXT have done a fantastic job at.
Yeah, I think actually that's a major theme in Polaris compared to a lot of other leagues that I've seen, is that I think a lot of the teams are not afraid to push the boundaries in terms of what is considered the meta. This is what we should be running. These are the agents that are right now in their best state. It's what are we comfortable on and what works for us. We can surprise other teams with the way we play, and we're at that kind of tier where the mechanical skill is so important that sometimes it doesn't really matter what you're running as long as you can get in a position to capitalize on your own skill set. So I do like that from NXT, and I do think it's a big reason, as you say, that they have done so well over the past 3 weeks to be in a position that they are right now. And I do want to take a look at two players. We can have take a quick look at a head-to-head between, I think, who were the two kind of most influential players in their last series, respectively here. Rex and Chuckle, the two initiators for these two teams, and I think you can see the difference here just about, and I think this reflects itself over the course of the whole team dynamics for both of these guys, is that NXT just slightly up ahead and they have that more firepower, I think is the best way I could put it.
Yeah, it also comes down a little bit to your overall win rate, right? If you win more, you're going to have better stats. It's also a little bit more team dependent on what role you fill. Like an initiator can play a little bit more aggressive in one team compared to the other one. But overall, yes, this gives you a pretty good idea on the firepower that both of these initiators possess, who I must add look like absolute chats in both of these pictures, right? I think the most interesting part part for me is that we've seen Rex flex a more, like they both played Sova quite a bit, right? But Rex recently feels like he's shifted a little bit more towards this Gecko, and on the side of Apina, we've actually seen 2 players pick up that agent. So I'm kind of curious to see if they also, you know, might be able to steal a little bit of that concept of, okay, what if we have one player who's extremely comfortable on that one agent, and we just let it run on every map?
Well, okay, that's a good point. Let's take a look, actually. Now that, you know what, the thing is, when we do this kind of thing before, when we're about to go into the map veto, we're kind of like, oh, I don't know what's going to happen. But we're 6 weeks in now. We have all the stats on what the teams are comfortable on, and although a couple of them have kind of changed their map pools over the course of the season, I do think for the most part, things have stayed very similar, and these are 2 teams that have quite similar map pools, I think.
Yeah, I think Lotus feels like a pretty decent map for both of them, right? That's kind of the common ground for these maps. I'm 100% sure we're going to see that Lotus. I'm also fairly certain that we're not going to be seeing Breeze or Ascent. Neither of these teams really like to play that map. I feel like it's a map that doesn't really, you know, allow both of them to do their creative stuff with Gecko and things like that. So I'm curious what they're going to do and what mind games these teams will play with each other in order to get that advantage in the veto, which I think, especially for the side of Apina, is going to be incredibly important.
Yeah, I think a big thing here is if you take a look at, you know, just in terms of how many times each team has played each map, obviously the 3 are they stand out quite a lot to you. It is, the other 2 would be Sunset, and I can't remember what the last one was on there, but I know Icebox it was, that was it. But the win rates are so important on this one, I think, specifically because NXT have had a much better streak of getting wins on the maps that both of these teams like to play, and Apino Orchestra have lost a lot on maps that they've picked. So I think it is going to be incredibly important to change stuff up a little bit. Is there something that we're still comfortable on that might throw things off balance a little bit for NXT? I would hope to see something like that.
I think this first buying ban from NXT shows that they're opening themselves up to the Breeze, right? They kind of count on Apina not having the, I don't know, like, I want to say balls to pick Breeze here, and they'll just float it for the second wave. Apina banning Ascent, so both of these teams so far, this has looked like a veto, kind of what you would maybe expect. NXT, I think, right now they might lean into this Lotus, but if I'm them, I would probably lean into the Icebox map. It's been looking like a fantastic map on their side, and Apina's looked a little bit more struggling on it.
Oh.
But they throw a curveball and decide to go for Split. I think that's a map that Apina hasn't played at all this Split. So I'm kind of curious, or they haven't played it in a while. Kind of curious to see how that's going to go. And then on the side of Apina, are we seeing a Lotus? No, we're not seeing a Lotus. So we're seeing a Sunset. So this is a map that has looked good for both of these teams. And Apina's the one who decides to, you know, okay, we feel comfortable in our plan. We will just face you on it.
Yeah, I think this is interesting from both teams. Neither of them, it seems, want to go into the map that both of them are comfortable on. Because Lotus, obviously, both of them have good wins on it, and neither of them have really had a bad time. I do think this is a lot of counterpicking going on here in that they don't really want to face each other on a map where the other one might be good. They just want to try and get the biggest gap in kind of preparation and skill as they can on this one. And I do think this favors NXT so far. Icebox is going to be the last vetoed, so we will see Lotus if we go to a 3-mapper. But this is going to be an interesting first 2 maps because Split has barely been played by either of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just checking it now. Like, they've both played it one time, NXT's won it, and Apina's lost it, right? So it feels like a map that should lean in the direction of NXT. Personally, I would have much preferred to pick the Icebox, right? But I kind of understand that from their perspective, they might feel comfortable more in their Split because NXT might feel more comfortable in their Split because they haven't lost it as to where their Icebox, where they have taken a map loss so far. So I mean, it can really go either way. I think the Lotus towards the end is the cherry on top, right? It's a map that both teams are strong on. They both feel comfortable. They are playing the mind games with each other. They know they will play it as a third map, and it's kind of what we expected.
Yeah, I do like that we've seen that. I think a lot of the time, generally, especially because we see a lot of variance in agent picks, I think we don't get a lot of variance in map pool. It's usually people will just pick the one that they're best at first, then the other team will pick the one that they're best at, and it's just whoever comes out on top in terms of who's ready on the day. But we haven't seen a lot of counter picking in terms of, okay, what are they bad at? Let's try and pick something that we think that we can actually just outmatch them on straight up. And I think Split is a very good choice in terms of that. NXT know that Apina Orchestra have not won it and probably uncomfortable on it, having only played it once. So maybe they prepared that in advance and threw in a few more scrims on that map to try and get a little extra preparation and close that distance, because yeah, I mean, you want to pick something that the other team isn't going to ban, but also is going to keep floated. They're not comfortable picking, but they're not uncomfortable picking. So I'm interested to see how that will work.
Yeah, for me, the Sunset one is still a little bit weird, right? It's a map that both teams have played, and Alpina currently is 1-3 on that map, right? So they're picking a map that they historically haven't looked that good on, and they're picking it into a team that's currently unbeaten on that map. So it could have something to do with one of these like radical compositional changes that Ryan mentioned before. They brought in some new agents last time, so maybe they feel like, okay, with the amount of tape that we have on NXT, we can make it that. But to me, it feels like the off pick here, honestly.
Yeah, I think it might be kind of a backed into a corner situation. We're so late in the season now that if you do change something up completely, I don't think it's going to help you much. You don't have time to get comfortable on that one. Alpina Orchestra need to win this game. I don't think they can choose, they can afford to choose even anything that is too out of left field like NXT can. So I think they've just gone with kind of what map have we played the most, what do we rate ourselves on the most, even if we haven't won it as many times as NXT have. So it's a worrying one for them, for sure. I mean, there's no other way to put it in terms of storylines. It's going to be an uphill battle for Alpina Orchestra, but let's see what they have picked in terms of agents. For the first map here, nothing surprising whatsoever on either team. It's a mirror matchup. And for Alpina Orchestra, it's definitely going to be a difficult game to get things started. Again, so important that they win this one. And for NXT, feels kind of like they're on their home ground for both maps.
Yeah, both teams running this like Sentinel comp, right? Double controller, Viper usually controlling mid, Cypher and Omen being able to really anchor those sides. So it's not going to be maybe the most exciting matchup because we're going to see a lot of like slow play. That's kind of what I expect anyway. But yeah, the fact that both of these teams play the same comp means that they understand what the weaknesses are and what the strengths are of these compositions. So I'm sure we're going to see like mind games on this map.
I would hope so. I would hope so, because today, obviously, so important in terms of storylines. We want it to be as exciting as possible in-game as well. I think we're about ready to get going. I'll just wait for confirmation on that. But yes, let's just reiterate one more time that Alpina Orchestra need to win this game, and it would do so well to start that off here on the split, where NXT have gone for a bit of a left field pick. I'll throw over to the casters now. Pavlos and Ryan, take it away for us. Get it going.
I don't know if they're really people that like their steaks well done, but the steaks in this matchup have been cooked to the max, right? We've got some really important matches today, and starting things off with this first one, basically determining if NXT has a chance to compete with Sweet and Sour for the final spot, or it's going to be Alpina Orchestra to keep their hopes alive and hope for an all-way tie to maybe get them through based on map differential and etc. So Ryan, what are your thoughts getting into this one? This is going to be an exciting one, so what should we look out for?
I think the main thing on this map in particular is the two Vipers. Brady, Transformer, they're both like the top performing players, like for ACS, for stats. What's even more impressive for NXT, it's their IGL doing all of that work. So you have got this kind of like Sentinels comp that's coming in a lot with the Viper and Cypher. Both teams have been running it a lot and doubling down on the same idea. Right now it's looking like Alpina Orchestra is going to be fighting for mid quite early on and running right into Transformer.
Well, exactly, they are slow and steady, as we do know. It's been the theme of Alpina Orchestra and a lot of their attacks. It's what we know, and they're definitely not going to be switching things up late into the tournament. Of course, NXT had such a good streak of match wins, 6 maps in a row. After what has been a very devastating start for them in the season, 3 loss now turned into 3-3. This is their chance to make in the playoffs. This is their match. But straight out of the bat, there's a lot of presence here in mid, and they look to move into Transformer. There is a backstab coming in from Devo, and it's pretty darn good. Looks away from the flash, and already picking up a double NXT on top.
The Spike's left in a really tricky position. B-main's been watched by the Cypher too, so they have to come through mid to try and get this spike. Poison Cloud in a great position to not only get the spike, but also maybe make their way up to B Heaven. NXT trying to get information elsewhere and not getting caught out by playing mid.
Maxim, Devo, they've got the buddy system going, but so did Brady and Drog, and they've got one to deal with, and it's a bully. Now, will he be able to smash their heads onto the wall on this one? Oh no! He's just giving away his presence, but he's just keeping everyone busy as his team comes in from the skies. Brady's position not yet telegraphed, knowing one's close on the spike plant position.
player
And the
standing.
more time goes by, the worse it is for Apina as they need to get themselves a spike plant. 14 seconds, Jog's in trouble and he's shaking.
10 seconds left.
Well, he knows of it, and all he does is buy time, 30 HP, but it doesn't matter because he's got friends right behind him. It's Devo with a side swing, a full kill to his name as NXT get first blood in map number 1.
Yeah, fantastic pistol. All of that aggression coming in from mid and the response to try and push in from vent. Backstab, like you say, 2 sick shots from Devo. And just having the ability to get out of vents, rotate around, kind of put a lot of restraint onto Bully, who the setup was perfect. It wasn't really broken until the very end of the round. And the Cypher impact on this map is so good if that utility doesn't get taken out, right? So it's Bully kind of gets a lot of that space and information for free.
Yeah, Devo, when he's called upon to do some early shooting, he's been pretty darn consistent with it early on. But this is a spray down from Rox in combination with paint shells to ride up the demise of Apina's fate. At least for now, it's a 3v5, and it's a long way to go. Their only hope is the Vandal on Brady, and he's been able to avoid the Trailblazer and get a double instead. No way they get the win like this.
Yeah, Brady's only 20 HP though, even though he does have the rifle. Bully needs to be careful with how he takes this fight because he just has a ghost. He's been one of those players to not really buy up in this round.
Spike planted.
And he's completely separated. Transformer as well. Only has the
Snuck
Marshall.
by.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll expect someone to be in that position, but the fact that Kalkina has moved all the way towards main doesn't make any difference to the play. Bully holding back in case a wrap comes in from Apina Orchestra. It's for good reason, because there's one right there. Drug updated his weapon up until Bulldog. Transform out in the open, try to get it at least to halfway, but I feel this is already lost. Bully, there's nothing you can do. Ghost in hand, maybe to find an upgrade, maybe to find some spoils of war, but that's going to be Apina Orchestra on the board right off the rip.
Yeah, trying to avoid going into Brady. Deny the ace for one. Don't let that ego get too out of hand, but also just don't let them get much closer to a Viper's Pit, because by round 3, they have that full biter up against the eco, and they're 4 orbs away from having probably one of the most impactful ultimates you can have on an attack side of Split, right? With the Viper's Pit. So just Apina finding that space, finding an opening, and you don't want to be hoping on too many miracle rounds like this. You want to be winning dominantly. Even winning the series narrowly might cost you from not only making playoffs, but getting relegated if they're not careful. It's that close right now in this stage of Polaris.
Now, Ryan, this setup looks very similar to what we've seen before from both of these teams. So obviously anti-stratting coming into play. How do we expect even NXT to come be the beneficiary out of this, given Apina Orchestra can just look back onto the VODs?
I think one of the main things is that even though, you're right, nothing's been changed like compositionally for either side, this has been like the least played map I think that we've had in Polaris, like out of all of them.
Yeah.
Like, we did see both these teams play, but they were either a couple of weeks ago, like 2-3 weeks ago for NXT, I'm pretty sure. And then for Apina, I think it was only last week, maybe a bit longer. I think it was weeks ago before kickoff that they last played this map. So ultimately, Apina could, same comp, but there's a lot of different ways to approach it, especially with how we've seen teams in Madrid play this, because this is like the go-to strategy now on this map.
Somewhat of a statement then, I guess, if the fact that NXT picked this up as their first pick in the series and didn't leave it floating.
Yeah.
For now, NXT are looking for a miracle that Apina Orchestra were able to perform the round prior to this. There's a triple player setup here, and I don't think Rex will want to be walking into it, especially with a tripwire nearby spotted. But the rest of the team isn't quite in position to capitalize off of his presence. Smoked off again, the delay is just going to keep on coming. Not much utility left for Apina Orchestra, but the overwhelming difference in firepower is going to be the difference maker. Maxim does find one, and Shuckle is low in health. But doesn't seem like nothing else will be picked up. Maxim will be dropping to the spike to not give off any orbs to the opposing team, and that's a second for Apina Orchestra.
Yeah, I don't think Apina need to worry too much about, like, you might worry about trying to bring as many guns into a bonus, for example, but because they won round 2, they won their eco, it means that this is still effectively a full buy for them. Like, they can have this, if Apina lose this next round, they still have a full buy to boot, and now they've got ultimates consistently building up. Nobody's quite there yet. In fact, it looks like Devo's going to be the first to get that showstopper online. But Apina have so much that is building up for the next couple of rounds to keep this attack inside moving. And again, it's similar default, I think, to the pistol, where they're going to try and fight for mid and put that pressure there. And hopefully it goes better, because NXT are pushing B main.
They are. And Pinel Kashuri sort of have a setup to deal with it. So 2 players looking in the direction. With Yor being touched, they know there's presence nearby. Although, after it being 3 players stacked, it's just Maxim by himself that thinks better of it and slowly starts to drop back.
Really, for Apina, there's not too much pressure to work with. You're on the lower buy. NXT managed to scrape stuff together, albeit with some half-armor weaponry. It's more of a case of seeing what NXT tried to do to get information, because outside of a Skydog and a couple of flashes, they don't really have too much. All Apina need to do is try and break this Cypher utility as much as they possibly can, and just pull this rotation from NXT all around the map, because they have 3 players in mid, clearing it, nobody's there.
So what does this trigger NXT to do? Cam broken on the right-hand side, mid-clear. What does this mean? It has to be an A hit. And there's one player there, Bully, spotting it all out, not really willing to give him an inch here. At least the site is being taken over. There's a long rotation coming from Brady until he becomes impactful in this round.
Paranoia has actually pushed these players back, so Screens has been given up a little bit from NXT. They're all going to try and go through tower, make their way into ramp, but a good position for Drog to be in. It has a bulldog too, yeah, like, so it's a close quarters weapon. If he loses it, it's not a big deal.
And no one's checked it. He will be smoked off, but if Maxim turns his back and the peak comes through, it could be really difficult for them to get pushed. Devo is not able to do a thing with a showstopper. Chanformer trying to turn it all back himself, but it's still a 2 versus 2, and the defenders have it. Because Chuckle is no more. And Brady is all the way behind. Maybe he can interrupt the spike from being diffused, but cannot assess for the right reading from Transformer. And that's going to be NXT on the defuse and equalization on the score.
Yeah, very close in the end. Like, it seemed that Apina was very happy to be aggressive in the face, and even though the round goes NXT's way, you've got the showstopper out of them, and also you brought it down to just 1 player surviving. So the money is still incredibly tight for NXT. And Apina seemed to just treat that more as a bonus still. Like, they had a Bulldog, they had an Outlaw still to work with. But they know that they could just pace themselves. Now it's starting to get to the important rounds where if they lose this, that could be a way for NXT to start to springboard their defense to come online. But they have a lot of ultimates still on the fence about to come online for both sides.
Oh, that's an elbow. And that's Devo no more. Rex nearby though wants to keep him busy, but he actually goes even aggressive himself. Not only is there a bird in his face, there's hot lead as well, which rips his head apart. And now it's NXT on the major back foot.
Had 4 people on defense fighting towards this spot. The showstopper's going to get the kill onto Maxim. Chanformer's still in a good spot to at least get Brady. The site is pretty much open now to go for this plant, but NXT put enough pressure that maybe API can't really plant for an open bit.
It will be available off the rip. Vitty, good paranoia. I think it's delayed a little bit, but Devo's aggressive so far forward, denies the Viper Spit, kills a Spike Planter, and kills another person as well. Back of the site cleared out by Rex, and Jog is on the back line trying to do it by himself, but his position is telegraphed. They know exactly where he is, they know exactly where he swings, and NXT are right back in the fight.
I mean, Devo just seizing that opportunity with both hands, knew that the Viper's Pit was likely to go up with the plant, and just jumps right on them to stop it from blooming too far out. Like, he knows that if he doesn't push out at that time, the Viper's Pit is going to be really hard to clear, so just nipping it in the bud early was massive. But also, maybe a bit of a mistake from Apina. It was Chuckle that had the spike in hand, throw it over to Brady. Maybe that's something that if it was sorted beforehand, Brady had the spike already, get it planted earlier, might have been able to avoid that whole situation. So a little bit of hesitancy that might have cost him.
But it's also NXT switching things up, right? Because they played the retake game, but they haven't really been up in their face as quickly as the spike goes down. So it's a matter of being able to read that.
Yeah.
And definitely puts a little bit of question marks in Apina's head. How do they play it onwards?
It's just making sure that your pieces are in the right place. You know, whilst the spike, the orb, sorry, has been picked up in B main. Tried to clear some of the side utility, but it's all up. Camera is a little bit closer, and they're actually going to fight for top mid here.
Poison's off. Poison's
Cross,
off.
let's come out for Brady. Got broken. Position revealed. Snakebite to the feet, and his feet are being burnt up, and a bullet to the chest will be Browdy's end. So early numbers here for NXT.
Meanwhile, the rest of the team is trying to reset and go towards B main. You've got a late lurk still from Drog, but there's 3 players that are keeping an eye on it. The Cypher utility can find so much.
Guiding Light didn't find anyone on the back of the site, so the Seekers are drawn out to see if they can lure any of the defenders.
30 seconds
But the Seekers got Drog, so it did give NXT a moment of like, wait, is this a fake towards A? But no, they found their way in. All of the utilities gone down from Bully, including Bully himself, but this is another fast retake.
But this time Apina are ready for it. They've moved back together and grouped up their players to try and find the trades, and no luck in the making this time. Drog is trying to help out Kalkina right on time. Showstopper comes through, and now there's a crossfire setup. It's a 2v2 and very possible for Apina.
Oh, that smoke is perfect to separate this crossfire up, though.
Kalkina is trying to play the patience game, gets one before he drops. There's a smoke separating both of these players, and there's just Shorty in the hands of Maxime, and doesn't want to take any chance. Throws down the mural theft, defuse halfway, but it's Drog's Vandal shot. Get Maxim in the grave and locking the round for Apina Orchesteri.
I wonder how close he got to sticking the defuse there. There was maybe a chance that he could have done it, but it would have been incredibly tight. But a great smoke that came in from Maxim to just make sure that Apina Orchesteri couldn't play together in that situation. And also a really nice ult from Kalkona. Didn't use it instantly, still got a kill with the showstopper. But it's the fact that he held on to it for just enough time that forced NXT to stop what they were doing. They froze, and it also allowed Drog to actually rotate and get into a better position for the post plan. So just the game sense, I suppose, to not instantly blow the ultimate, even if it results in getting a kill, but just we need to use the time as much as possible. So I'm gonna bias a little bit more by just pulling out my ultimate.
And it worked. That's the thing, it worked. And for NXT though, back into their thinking chambers. They've struggled a bit on the buy rounds. They really have. There have been a couple of retakes that did catch Apina Orchesteri off guard, but not consistent. And this talk maybe can help them be better aligned coming into the rest of this half.
Yeah, it seems that Bully's utility, despite him being 0 and 5, the camera and the trips have been getting a lot. But it might be worth trying to spread it around, putting some of that utility over towards A, even putting trips in stuff like B Heaven, Invents, try to play the zonal space of getting information as opposed to kill trips. Because Kalkona's just going to go aggressive here, and there's very little to stop him and slow him down now.
It slowed down his teammates, so the follow-up isn't quick. Transformer drops back right in time after being blinded, but still Bully on site. Does drop back in the meantime as Devo gets a swing off in A, so the Lurk is killed out as Apina Orchestra regain B site control.
Yeah, look at the buy as well. It's a full buy outside of Transformer, who just is a sheriff.
All players of Apina Orchestra regrouped to the back of the site, no one up close. Trying to link up as Rex looks to read Kalkina's reposition.
Spread out
This
as
is
well.
a tough one. Smoke on Vitti's position. They're trying to isolate these players one by one. Kalkina, that is quick! That is so quick! And he keeps doubling up, tripling up even! And Kalkina's done it all by himself. Vitti comes in as well as a guarantee, but goodness me, that looks spectacular from Kalkina.
Yeah, the timing was really tricky for NXT to get a moment in there. Apina, they had to spread out a little bit more. They had Vitti watching behind them in B main just because they didn't have a Cypher trip to protect their flank anymore. There was so many little things like that that you feel at NXT, if they just dart through to get the timing right on these retakes, they'll be able to cut through Apina Orchesteri like they've been able to do on the other 2 rounds that they've got. But just there, completely shut down from Kalkona. He's 14 and 6 in 9 rounds.
It's just incredible. It's just incredible. When Devo steps up at the start of the game, says, I'm going to have a pop-off game. Kalkina's like, yeah, wait a second. Let me show you what a pop-off game looks like. Early presence this time around from NXT to his right-hand side. 3 players stacked up and very aggressively placed. But it's a sheriff round, so they're trying to see if they can find any spoils this round. Break the economy of their opponents. Maybe play it for the next.
A lot of noise being made, though. Gets the paranoia out early. And for the setup for NXT, they do have a trip now in mid, one that seems to just catch a lot, and having that information that nobody's like pushed or lurked up there means that they're funneling the Pina into sites like this, so this is something that NXT are going to be comfortable with. It's just a shame they don't have to buy. Just sheriffs.
A couple of high impact ultimates that if a couple of picks do go their way unchallenged, there may be a chance. I don't want to count them out just yet. Showstopper, straight off the bat. Rex moves in and chops into paint shells, finds a pick, but can he double it up? Bully makes a sheriff work, but the rest of them are falling like flies. Bully doubles up. Wait a minute, if guns are collected with a dual theft, it will reveal them as well. That's a double from Chuckle. A spray down was required, and a spray down was delivered. Apina Orchestra keep on winning rounds on this attack.
Bit of a shame to use two big ultimates on an eco, but I think at this point NXT just need to get these rounds on board. Like, they don't need to like try and hold on to their showstopper and neural theft for better situations. They just got to make the most out of what they have now. Falcon is on his way to getting another showstopper ready to go. And right now it seems that like NXT had Apina where they wanted it, but Apina's post plants, the way that they've been playing attack has been really solid. You wouldn't have guessed that this is like the most like inexperienced, greenest team in this region.
Looks like they're just come in determined that they're not going to give up just yet. They know they've got a chance in making playoffs. They want to do their part, get a 2-0 here, and potentially make their way in playoffs. But it's a long way to go, right? It's a 3-map series, and it's other teams' fate that is also dependent on their fate. Kalkner, first pick, just sneaky as ever, keeps his streak going. And now it's just a thorn to the back of NXT, hiding within the back lines. It's guerrilla warfare, and it's Kalkner that's on top of this world. Showstopper out, damage onto Devo, as he just in time gets back, but the A site is fully under control of Apina Orchestra.
Yeah, Seekers was used by Chuckle as well to get some more information to work with, and Kalkun has just been an absolute brat to get out of there. He's just got full control of this. Devo, a 25 HP raise left alone, saving for the last round of this half from the Lux.
And he's finding these opportunities where NXT aren't ready for him. Like, it doesn't feel like he's getting a fair trade any of the times, but that's the beauty of it. He's catching them off guard in positions that they never expect him to be in. And in timings that no one would have thought possible. And for that reason, 8-3 is a score currently for Apina Orchestra. They're starting to run away with this attack. 1 round remaining in this half, and NXT are trailing behind them their own map pick.
We've highlighted so much of the fact that like Apina Orchestra, you're going to feel so much pressure in this series. Like if they lose, they're done. They're gone into Eclipse, playing for re-promotion back in for stage 2. But you got to look at it the other way. Like NXT, they're playing for playoffs, which now that they're part of an org, there might be an expectation of the org. Like we want you to make playoffs. So there is a lot of pressure on NXT to get this right. So Apina, they don't have that org behind them that's like you're going to get dropped if you get relegated. They don't have a team anyway. So like, what is there to worry about realistically? So it feels like Apina are playing with a lot more freedom, a lot less pressure on their shoulders. And NXT, with playoffs on the line, they could absolutely blunder this if they're not careful.
It's like you said earlier, Ryan. They need to take it step by step, round after round. Can't let the pressure get to them or look at the outcome before they get the results.
Yeah, you got to be incredibly careful with stuff like this. Especially on a map like Split that can give you very one-sided halves.
Oh yeah, good one-ways, but Bully can't capitalize off the back of them. And it's a quick wrap from Apina towards this A side.
Right now, Drog trying to dodge as many of the bullet sprays as he possibly can from Maxim. And the camera up on ramp is really good for the post plant if they can get there. Maxim with the paranoia, hoping to slow this down. Is there anybody to peek off of it too?
Yeah, it's Devo. And of course you want Devo to be on the case. Judge in the sky, but shut down instantly. And all of a sudden it's 3 versus 3. Rex at the back of it already collected a triple. And we're down to 2 versus 2 with Chanformer up against Strog on this Ram side, regrouping with Bully, knowing there's one on site. They're trying to isolate these fights, but this is buying time for Drog to get himself the backstab, which means it puts NXT in a pincer position all to themselves. Transformer wins the first one. Bulldog to his hand is inferior to the Vandal of Drog, and Apino Orchestra gets a near perfect attack side on this first map.
Especially when you consider that NXT won the pistol too. It's been super few and far between. No timeout needed from them at all either. So for now, NXT, this was their map choice. I imagine this is probably the side that they wanted to play first. And really, a lot of pressure goes onto this pistol for them too. Apina are going to be sitting pretty comfortable, but it won't take long if NXT strings some rounds together for Apina Orchestra to be feeling the pressure as those scorelines get a bit closer and closer.
I mean, for NXT, this has been the streak of their lives, right? 3 victories, one after the other, after having a really terrible start to the season with a chance of making it to playoffs. And they don't want to mess it up. That's what's in their heads right now. They need to get themselves out of this. Early contact towards B. There's a difficulty here because there's so many players present from both of the sides that it seems NXT are just getting the better end of it. Vinci runs out of bullets, has to reload. And for this reason, NXT finally have a chance in this round unless Kalkin has got something to say about it. All 3 players of NXT are low. Very doable for Apina.
Oh, Drog trying to find a really good timing there, but the players are too split up, but Kalkun is chipping him off one by one.
They're buying space for each other. And they're playing the timings right. Devo is so low to death, and Drog takes care of him. Kalkin has Pate. It puts Maxim to bed. And that's 10 for Apina Orchestra, keeping the streak going.
And that was a 4 versus 2 for NXT, I think. Like, they had the site open, the wall goes down, and unfortunately run right into Drog and Kalkuna, who is having the game of their life. Sort of highlighted that it's the 2 Vipers that I'm looking towards as being the main difference makers, because that's what it's been so far this season. But Brady's not really been needed to be used, especially when Kalkuna's just farming as much as he is.
He's running rampant. And it seems like NXT don't have the answer. And talk about morale and mental fortitude, that round, that pistol, 4v2, losing it like that has got to hurt, surely.
Yeah. I don't want NXT to be fake comeback the team. You know, like, we have so many, like, fake comebacks and a hatred of fake comebacks in Valorant. I don't want NXT to be that story of, like, they finally get signed after however long. They go on a really nice run of results, including beating some big teams in the region. Yeah. For them to just mess up against a potential, most likely relegated team of Apina Orchestra. Not like that.
Well, Paranoia is good. Early pick onto Devo. And Brady nearby, which Bully accounts for. And Drog's now on the case. Do they read it? NXT could well walk away with this one if they're able to just navigate their way through all of these defenders. It looks like they've made the best decision because they've now made their way into mid. There's only one holding out on this B side, but they've got to be quick with it because rotations are in order.
Yeah, this setup is something I wanted to see a bit more from NXT, to be honest. Like, being able to sort of play centrally and chuckle, just not afraid to go for the fight.
Oh, come on! Well, he wasn't even a target of his bullets.
Maxim had a Bulldog in hand, but Kalkuna takes it straight back out. Give the gun upgrades over to the teammates, so the bonus is looking very happy for Apina Orchestra. Now, we've seen scorelines like this come back for teams, like Fnatic, lock-in finals, 11-3 down.
Sure.
So we've seen teams.
But there's a reason why that was a spectacular moment, because these things don't happen often.
No. Maybe in Polaris, but it's fair to say, like, for Apina Orchestra, use this pressure against NXT. Like, you have, like, the freeze buy, literally the biggest bonus that you could have. So NXT have all that pressure. Even just losing one person, yet still winning around for NXT, could be costly, literally, with the money that they have, because they're really running on fumes.
And NXT put their foot on the brakes a bit. Ryan, would you say one of the biggest threats of each team are themselves?
Oh, at this stage, yeah. Especially, like, UK teams as well. Like, I just feel like we have so many, like, personalities and stuff that these kind of games can just absolutely tear you apart.
Yeah.
You got to be from like the school of Zelsis of just what score is it 0-0. Just almost feel like you're starting again, and that's what it should be at the half too.
There's a decent bonus from Apina Orchesteri. 2 maxed out rifles, a judge on close combat, which is being approached on. And Brady knows exactly what to do once he sees players in front of him.
Left.
Just spotted out a foot,
How did you
an
miss?
elbow, a shoulder, but it's Devo that gets the first blood. Maybe there's a chance here for NXT, but there's 2 defenders here. Transformer needs to find the right timing to get himself the extra angle. Chuckles placed himself well, and he spots out the weapon of Transformer, but can't win out on the trade. Vidi is on a stinger, but still gets 2. Classic turned up. Devo is there. Not much time. They've got to interrupt the plot from happening. NXT stay in the game by winning this round.
And tempo was super fast too. Like Apina was hoping to cause as much chaos, have the judge maybe get a couple of kills, the stinger with Viti on site. Even so, Calcutta just absolutely tried to rush in right at the end just to see if he could keep that tempo up and maybe throw NXT off from planning. But at this point, it's just NXT, 1 foot in front of the other. Try to ignore the eco rounds that you've lost, the 4 versus 2, the clutches. Treat every round as a separate thing. Don't look at the scoreboard, whatever you do.
Go. It's an exchange of position of moments, but Viti didn't pull the trigger, crucially enough, which means he's hidden for the second time
And there's
around.
Spike.
That's so big brain by Viti. And he
Even gets
secured
out.
an extra pick off the back of it.
So many other teams have just tried to hold their ground as long as possible, but it's good that Apino just backed out. Again, like the player advantage is very much theirs. But NXT tried to make the next move now. You've got so much information, you've got great positions to fight from. And it's just Devo, Transformer, and Bully. Just that Viper Wall to realistically work with to get into places on the map.
Apina Orchesteri realised holding on sometimes hurts more than letting go.
It's a great call.
But what happens here, NXT, they need good mid-round calling because losing this would put Apina on match point on NXT's map pick. Transformer snuck past. Viti anticipating it, but Calcutta is there. And this is the best case scenario for Apina Orchestra because they've got 4 defenders to this B site. Yes, there's a trade coming through for NXT, but this is Bully trying to defend off 3 defenders. He's good for 1. And will reveal the rest, but he's barely got any time to work with. He knows where his chances lie, but he's also got to deal with a Cypher setup here, and he's got to get the spike down as well, while killing Jog in the meantime. All he's got to do is kill off Jog, knows he's nearby, 7 seconds, he's got to run after him, and he's bought enough time, Jog's done it. And a bit of BM in the end, because it's absolutely necessary in matches like this. Apina Orchesteri are on match point.
Yeah, just mental warfare, right? See if you can continue this on into Sunset or Lotus if it goes that far. But this has been a very topsy-turvy day. And like a lot of series, I think in Polaris, it does come down to like how you're feeling on the day. There's been a lot of series where predictions have gone horribly wrong. I think even for all of the talent as well, trying to decide who's going to win. I'd imagine like in comparison to like pickups from like other regions, we're probably the most wrong when it comes to like what teams we're predicting, because it is, outside of Apex, pretty like touch and go with who can win series.
For sure. I mean, realistically, Ryan, start of the season, who did you think would be making playoffs other than Apex? You wouldn't be able to answer that question, right?
No,
It wasn't possible.
I think you'd probably look at somebody like Medisport with the players that they have on that team, but I wouldn't
Which
say
they
that
have
they're
locked in their spot, but
yeah,
let's be fair, not
rocky.
easily.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a turbulent time. You'd expect maybe a bit better out of them. But like for NXT and Apina Orchestra, certainly towards the start of the group stage, expectations were low. Like, Human Tripwires are pretty much on the same run of form as like Hookahs at the moment. But like since they have signed to NXT, they've lost 1 series only, and that was against Medisport in the first week. Since then, it's been dominant 2-0s against like only Finn's Formulation Gaming and Hookahs. Like it's been crazy how different this NXT team has looked since they've donned a new banner. But this, I feel like we've gone back to like the struggling Human Tripwires at the start of the stage.
It's like honeymoon's over. But it's only map number 1. And this is a series we're fighting for. And Apina wouldn't have it any other way. They need 2 maps to nothing to keep their hopes alive in this tournament. Devo, Showstopper, short off the mark. And Vitty capitalizes off the back of it. He's making field work of the attackers of NXT. Maximum Bully called up to do everything for their team.
Oh my God.
But Drog will not give them an inch. He knows exactly where Bully is coming from. And will deal with him as such. 13-4. Apina Orchestra keeping the hopes alive for the playoffs run of Polaris. And NXT have got to be scratching their heads after that one because it's not what they wanted on their own map pick.
Yeah, that last round, it was effectively a 2 versus 5, like Apina, just the 2 players on site, and they just pretty much get everybody. Like, they absolutely knuckle down and hold out against the likes of a Showstopper. Shouldn't have been that straightforward, but you could say that about the whole of the map. Like, Apina Orchestra, like, before they qualified for Polaris, they 13-0'd Formulation Gaming in the qualifiers, so it's nice to see them back onto that kind of form. For NXT, it's just, all right, forget about that map, forget about playoffs, forget about everything that's in our heads, just play it like it's a scrim now, because these are the big games.
Well, I don't know if anybody has gone into Twitter recently and saw the Hazza Polaris guarantee that today is going to be a banger of a day. Well, it is. It's turning to be just exactly that. So see you right off the break because there's more Valorant action coming.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. Never give up.
Welcome on back to Polaris, and look, not the result I was expecting. I'm gonna put my hands up here. I'm gonna don't kill me with hammers. I didn't think Apina Orchestra were gonna get a map this series. That was kind of wild. I don't know about you, but that was very confusing.
Yeah, it was honestly, I think both of us were, I mean, we knew this was possible, right? Like, they have some very strong individual players, Kakuna, VT, players who have looked good throughout the entire split, but to win a map this dominantly with a record and with the pre-phase that we had set, I mean, honestly, I'm so impressed by this map from Apina.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's not that NXT completely dropped the ball and looked horrible. It's that Apina Orchestra just looked really, really, really solid. Like, a side of them that we have rarely seen this season whatsoever. Maybe it is just backs up against the wall, rabbit dog mode, let's go, get it done. Because it looked brilliant. I mean, on a map that we have only seen them on once, and they lost that map. You can see Kalkuna here. I mean, 411 ACS, you can't overlook that whatsoever.
What are you gonna do when someone drops over 400 ACS against you, right? It's super hard to do anything, but that doesn't really take away the fact that everyone on this Apina side performed incredibly well, right?
Yeah.
It was honestly it was a knuckle dragging from them. It was insane. They were so good. Their retakes, preset plans, everything looked fantastically. They completely outclassed NXT here on the same composition, and that's something we talked a little bit about before during the pre-show, right?
Yeah.
We're going into the map having the same composition, maybe having the same rounds, having watched the same demos, stealing or copying it from the same team, but the amount of control that Apina has over this comp and the ideas that they did and the executes of them were fantastic.
Yeah, and I think now that has happened, I think we do also need to take a look at, we were very much focusing on Apina Orchestra and Formulation Gaming, going down into Eclipse before this one in terms of the storylines that are happening. We do need to talk about NXT here. They are on the cusp of playoffs, and we were like, they're doing really well. It seems like they're going to get it. Tiebreakers are still a thing between 4th and 5th place, and if they lose this game, they're going to be on the similar map scoreline to a lot of other teams, and we'll see how that materializes later on today as well with OnlyFins, but This is really not a good look for NXT. Their map pick, and they have dropped the ball completely in terms of being able to win out this series in good fashion. They need to really pick themselves up. I'm a little scared for them. While the map pool definitely favors them in terms of things that Apino Orchestri could have picked as well, and we're heading to a map where Apino Orchestri do have a worse win rate than them, they really do need to have a serious chat about what happened there, I think.
I mean, it's like you said, right? They're back against the wall, and there's two reactions that you can have. One is you recline yourself even more, you get scared, or you just start playing with your chest. And I feel like Apina on this particular map, they looked like they didn't have a care in the world. They were just playing, they were doing everything properly. I'm sure the vibes were up, everything was working for them. And if they keep that up, and they take it to a second map where we have a similar idea, right? A map that looked, on paper, looks stronger for NXT. They have a better record on this map. Apina's only won this map one time out of the 4 times that they've played it. If we get a similar showing on this map like that we had on this map, who knows? Maybe it might be a 2-0 the other way around.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at win conditions here, because I think we were talking during that one a lot about post plants in terms of, you know, what NXT were letting happen there in the first half. So let's take a look at the round timeline here, and you can explain to me what you think was going on here.
I mean, one thing we immediately noticed is that the bomb went down 11 out of 12 rounds on the attacking side of Apina. That's a ridiculously high number. In general, Split is notoriously known for being one of the maps that is hardest to retake on, and they were, you know, playing around with NXT so well that they would just get these bomb plants virtually for free. I think the amount of times where either team had 4 or 5 players, or both teams, had 4 or 5 players alive and were going into these post plants, I think we're talking about 10 out of 11 post plants that we've seen here, right? And Apina did such a great job at keeping these post plants going towards them, winning 11 out of 9 post plants. It's unfathomable. To me, it's completely ridiculous.
I do see where kind of NXT are coming from in terms of soaking up that pressure and going back. Obviously, with the sky changes, it's a lot more difficult to stop a team from getting on site. You want to save those flashes for retakes and stuff. But man, if you can't get the retakes done, a different game plan has to kind of be created during the middle of the game. It didn't really seem like there was any adaptation from NXT. We can take a look at what happened at the start of the first half, towards the end of the first half, although they are only one round apart. So here is round 7. This was a round that went well for NXT. Still letting the spike get planted, but this was a good retake.
I think we're talking here about, you know, properly setting up utility, making sure that we, you know, do things as a team, as a cohesive unit, and they just perfectly execute the side here, right? Apina basically has no chance. They're even aware of the flank through mid. They do a fantastic job dumping all of their utility and running into sites together. But even in other rounds that we've seen, Apina was doing like similar things, and it didn't work so well for them. So I don't know what it was with NXT where in this particular round it worked so well, but there were so many rounds where I feel like they should have played a little bit more aggressively, you know, trying to get another advantage before even trying to commit to this retake. Because the amount of times that we see where we see Bully playing in CT the moment the bomb gets down, to me is a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think, you know, you could see there that one kind of turned into a 5v2, and then it was kind of over in NXT's favor. We can take a look at what happened when that didn't happen, when trades actually went in no team's favor specifically. Round 8, the round straight after, where it was going back and forth, we were left in a 2v2, and Apino Orchestri closed it out. And I don't think Drog even played this optimally, and it still worked out for them because they just seemed to have the upper hand pretty much all the time. No matter what happened, if the numbers were even, it was perfect for them.
I mean, they maybe it's something that they practiced a lot during this like week off that they had, right? How do we effectively play close plans?
Yeah.
Because in this game, their protocols that they had, the spacing, the positioning, being able to set up and also be ready to fight these flood retakes, which is one of the hardest things to do, they looked incredibly drilled at it. I think we highlighted it already. It's not, for me, it's not so much NXT looking maybe suboptimal, but it's mostly Apina looking incredibly coordinated.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, we're moving on to Sunset next, and I do think Sunset, in a lot of ways, is a similar map to Split in terms of the difficulty to kind of retake after the plant has been gained, and then obviously the difficulty in keeping attacking teams far back on their rounds and trying to burn down the timer like NXT were not trying to do there whatsoever. So I do think NXT really need to change something up here, because not only have Apina Orchestra taken over their map pick, one that was very kind of, NXT have gone, okay, we think we can win this one, but neither of us have played it much, but they've lost it. Obviously they've been scrimming it a little bit since then, because I looked well drilled on it. I think, it's possible that something similar could happen here on Sunset, and NXT really need to be careful now.
I mean, we're going to see fairly different compositions from both of these teams, right? On this map, they both played like this double controller, pseudo sentinel, viper, whatever you want to call it, right? And now we're going towards this more aggressive territory for both of these teams. So the map will be played fairly differently. I agree that some parts of the map, for example, playing defense on mid is incredibly difficult on this map. On both on Split and on Sunset, and the main fights, they're slightly different, right? We see a lot of teams more defaulting towards this A main side on the defense. I'm kind of curious how we're going to see that go down, because that's where a lot of the early action is going to take place probably on this map. I think that if we see a similar performance from both of these teams, I'm not expecting anything close to this, to be completely honest, because I feel like it's a map that leans much more in NXT's favor with the compositional stuff that I mentioned previously, right? Being able to really play people on their comfort role. It's something that I highlighted during the pre-show as well, right? Maxime playing on this Yoru, I checked his stats. I think on average it's the only agent on which he has a positive KD and on which is well over 200 ACS on average, right? So it feels like a composition that is much more comfortable for them, and I think that might be able to give them an edge into at least making it closer than his first map.
Yeah, I just took a look, and last time they came out on Sunset, it was a 13-11 to NXT against Formulation Gaming. Maxime did drop the highest kill rate on his team on that map with 20 and 15 on Euro there, 244 ACS. So I do think that is going to be a big kind of part of what happens here. For NXT, they need to play into that as much as possible and be as aggressive, I think, as is possible, because obviously if they're going to play something similar there where they let the plant happen and then try and retake, this is going to favor them more in that way, with the double duelist, with the Gecko running as well. I don't think soaking up pressure is really going to be the name of the game. The Cypher is going to be there much more for, info gathering, more than trying to slow down the attacking team and get things done. They want to really push that Raze and that Yoru into sight at the same time, get flashes, get satchels going in. That's what worked for them, I think, on Split, on the few rounds that they did win on the retakes. I think it's what will work for them here on Sunset too.
Yeah, I'm curious what Apina's gonna do, right? Last time Ryan mentioned it during the pre-show, they kind of like changed up compositions.
Yeah.
This was the one map where they suddenly brought in a Phoenix, and it really doesn't align with the rest of their identity as a team, I think.
Yeah.
They also got, they made it relatively close against Sweet and Sour, but I do think that it's kind of for them an indicator of, okay, maybe we should go back to something that we're a little bit more comfortable with. Or are they going to double down on it and really show that if they control a map, if they practice a composition long enough, they can show very good things like we've just seen?
For sure. It was back at the start of February when they last played their kind of pre-double duelist comp. It was a Viper Omen on that one that they did play, which is kind of was standard for Sunset for sure. And instead of to be fair, we've seen everything, I think, on Sunset in terms of we've seen double controller, we've seen double initiator, we've seen double duelist. Everything under the sunset has been brought out on that map. So I wouldn't be surprised if they keep what they've done from the last few times they've played it. But yeah, I think coming up against another team that plays double duelist there, it will be more difficult to get kind of good results out of it. And to be honest, they haven't really had great results with that composition either. So it's a scary one for them. But the fact that they chose it over any of the other maps that they are, well drilled on, namely Lotus, which they left to float to the end, is a good sign. I think obviously they seem to have at the very least kind of changed their headspace when it comes to Split. I wonder if they've done something similar here with Sunset and they've really drilled something completely new, or just been able to kind of get better results out of what they've been doing so far. Their confidence is, I think, the main thing for me that is making this a really competitive series.
Yeah, I think confidence is a very important keyword here, right? Also, we're comparing it now, I think you were talking about Apina there, right? But if we're looking at the other side, the side of NXT, you've just got, I'm sorry to say, obliterated a little bit on your own map pick, and now you have a second map to pick where you feel maybe beforehand you had similar circumstances, like, okay, this is a map that, whoa, guys, they opened 2 maps that look good for us and look bad for them. What are they doing? And now you get the opportunity to play a kind of like, I don't know, get a second shot at playing a map where you have the same preface, right? It's a map that looks good for us, it's a map that hasn't looked strong for them. But how do you handle it? How do you deal with that pressure? Are they in their own heads thinking, now, okay, guys, we win this one, right? Or are they, no, we're back against the goal. Well, we can't make any mistakes, you know? And this is going to have a big impact on the way that they're going to play.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the thing is, even the positives that they did have, you know, Devo did look great, got 13 and 13 on that one, which in a 13-4 scoreline is a good kind of KD to have there. But even that compared to Calcuna is still a negative. You know, you're looking at that through the lens of, I got destroyed by the other duelists. Now I've got to face them again on the map that they picked, and I've got to try and show them that you know, I can do the same thing but better. And nobody on the side of NXT particularly had, you know, like a standout performance there. There were no rounds where, you know, one of them got like a 3K, a 4K, anything like that, and really just kind of was able to wrest back any kind of confidence from the few rounds that they won there. So it is a scary one, because a lot of the time, sometimes when you do lose a map, you have something that you can fall back on. You can go like, okay, well, you know, our retakes were good, and we just kind of didn't have as many opportunities to bring out strats that we think work well, you know, or the combo between our initiator and our duelist was good. There wasn't really anything there that they can go, yeah, okay, this is fine, you know, we can bring this one back. It was just kind of a stomp. It was over really quickly. I'm just looking at some more of the stats here. Calcuna had a 94% cast on a duelist. Viti had a 100% cast. You're coming up against a immovable object, I think is the thing, through that lens. And despite the fact that Apina or Orchestri have not got a great win rate overall, it's going to be difficult. But we do have a quick break, I think, is what I heard before we get into the next game. I think some technical issues going on. So we will be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. This is really heating up.
Only wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead? Or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting.
Welcome on back, everybody. Sorry for the short delay. We are back with your regularly scheduled programming where we are one map into the series between Apino Orchestre and NXT. Obviously, the stakes incredibly high, as we've said so many times across this one, but it bears repeating because Apino Orchestre have won the first map in the series. We are heading to Sunset next. We have our team comps here, and things have changed for Apino Orchestre once again. No, not a mirror.
We're one agent off here, right? We're looking for
Yeah.
a KO versus a Yoru. It's a significant change on the side of Apina, right? We're
Yeah.
getting rid of this Phoenix, we're getting rid of this Breach, and we're bringing in two completely different agents in that sense. So I'm kind of curious to see how it's going to fare for them. What was the reason they picked this? This is kind of another composition that Sentinel's been known to run, right? And they do incredibly well with it. I've recently had the pleasure of experiencing at first hand how strong this composition can be when it's played
Yeah.
against you. So I'm curious to see how they do.
Alright, let's not waste any more time getting into things you guys have been waiting for long enough, so I'll send it straight back over to our casters. Pavlos and Ryan, take it away.
Seems that some people on the analyst desk may have some trauma from compositions like this, but Apino Orchestre have the chance to inflict trauma onto NXT, given that with one map, it might implicate their chances of making playoffs, and Apino Orchestre will also keep their chances alive with a 2-0 start if they can win off Sunset. What do we need to have our eyes out on here, Ryan, for this map in particular?
I think just a double Gecko, really. Like, Chuckle has been privy to playing the Gecko on like other maps, but it's the first time that we've properly seen it here. We saw like double duelist and stuff with the Phoenix beforehand, but now going to something a little bit more like coherent, something we've seen. They're going to be defending first. Already Kilkunna's just going to shut the door, and they have 4 players already leaning over towards B main, expecting maybe a fast execute in that direction.
Yeah, NXT haven't quite been able to make Sunset work for them so far. Well, actually, that's a lie. They've managed to make it work every single time so far with 2 victories out of the 2 times they've played it. And they look to continue their streak as Devo hits off first. There are 3 players remaining to the defense of the side. Vitty not quite aware of the flank being made up. It's Brady there to try and fend off the attackers. But Maxim will clean up with his frenzy, leaving Chuckle to himself.
Yeah, the crunch has just done so much work. Now Trickle hoping to find the timing on the fight, but it's a fake plant. Pulling Trickle out towards this fight, right into Maxim, who is pretty low health too.
Yeah, the longer he waits though, the more influential Bully's position will be, because he could wrap around or even hold an extra line in market. So Chuckle's aware of it. But it's all a matter of timing, given that Bully is walked all the way over. Quick little dink, and NXT first blood goes to them. Let not this fool you, everyone. We had NXT winning off for the first pistol round of last game as well, but the fate of NXT, that map, was a little bit different.
It's true. Like, it's looked the start of it was good on split, but it quickly started to fall apart, and before you even realized what was happening, Apina were able to take that first map. Here though, like NXT, their attacking side is very much favored for them. So winning the pistol is a good way to try and make sure that they can get that string of rounds together. Now they're just leaning over towards B main a lot more, and Drog only got the camera to play off and a bit of help from Vitty.
Smoke out, denying any further presence from NXT, or at least for them to move in. Like we said, Apina Orchestra need a 2-0 win to even have a chance to make playoffs, so the hopes aren't over, but they lose this and they're in danger of being relegated. NXT, on the other hand, they just have to win it, plain and simple, because they're playing for a tiebreaker with Sweet and Sour, hoping that they lose their game. Right after this, it's a close endeavor, this fight for playoffs, as we are in the final weekend of Polaris, leading up to it. But Apina Orchestra trailing really far behind on this one, just with pistols. NXT looking to make clean work of the first 2 rounds, something that, like we said earlier, didn't quite happen in the previous map. Kalkina doing damage, and I'm sure Apina Orchestra would love Kalkina to do some more damage, get him warmed up for the second map as well, why not? Because that star performance the first map was something to see. Vinci gets 3 kills, what happened? Blinking, you miss it! I have no idea what is going on! Apina Orchestra formed the Topsy Turvy for a second map running!
Look at Vitty's reaction. I don't think he realizes what's just happened. Just in the blink of an eye, yet again, NXT looked like they were just setting up camp. That B retake is so hard to do for any defenders. And NXT just for a second switch off. It allows some crazy shots from Vitty with the Sheriff. And it seems like it might be split happening all over again. The Apina now have their full buy in NXT on an eco.
Ryan, you said NXT switched off. We all switched off. What do you mean? That should have been NXT's round any day of the week.
It's a real interesting case now of how NXT like bounce back from this when it happens twice. Like, can you make your ecos do as much damage? At the very least, don't let the mental get to you. Because that's exactly how Apina took that first map in such dominant fashion from rounds like that.
Fake teleport.
Oh, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes, Ryan, right now. I wouldn't want to be in NXT's shoes at all.
Right now, it's just seeing if Apina are going to like overstep. And realistically, Apina have been really good on these anti-ecos. It's been a pretty basic, standard stuff, not overextending, knowing where they can fight for, and here, they're not afraid to go and try and fight for market off the back of the one-way. But they know where they can get these advantages and play for them.
Transformer thought they were really simple drive peeking to B, but every single one of these corners I covered, not a hint of damage was taken by Apina Orchestrary that round.
Really didn't think that this series was going to be like this.
No, no, no.
Like, I sort of expected Apina to have, like, a lot of fight back. Like, it just seems that kind of team that isn't going to ever go down easy. Even against, like, bigger, more experienced teams. Apina go into it with the right kind of mindset. But here, like, NXT, is it just all NXT, like, crumbling under the pressure? Because they have that fall by now and they need to make it work. They just need to.
It could be.
Tripwire destroyed.
Have a Euro Ultimate at least to work with on attack. Maybe if they can get Devo up with a Showstopper and combine those two, but it seems that NXT are going for the same sort of default, just playing for mid, seeing if anybody's going to overextend. And if there's no trip towards like top mid, can we just push it and fight for it? And they are.
They are. No dimensional drift used. Trying to deal with Brady off the back of the spawn. Drog picks up Devo. And Maxim has been able to infiltrate, but not quite onto site, and Brady's being the gatekeeper. Oh, come on. Drog trying to be the nuisance as well, but
There's the Thrash.
the Thrash is just going to complicate the endeavor a little bit further. Spike at least
The cat
won't
plan.
go down.
It's going to be here all day. Just all this stall from Apina, forcing Rex to push back site.
It's great util.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
And finally, Wingman tries to go for another plant attempt. Paranoia is forcing Rex out into the open a little bit and tries to close up the corner once again. Transformer on a smoke, a different front. And Apina Orchestrary are going to try and play their time with this one. It's 4 versus 2. They know that they've got a good advantage if they play out the numbers. So far, Rex good with 1, but Transformer can't replicate that success. So slowly but surely, Apina Orchestrary take over the site and take over the round.
Yeah, they had the player advantage, like you said, and I feel like we've seen so many rounds of 4 versus 2 retakes just going completely wrong, even at the highest level, even at the likes of Madrid. But the fact that like Apina there just take their time, go off of the wingman, play together so closely that if a player goes down, it can be traded very quickly. Like, I feel like I'm just watching a very different Apina at this point. Like, it's like Apex are in the server at this rate, just with like the team coordination, like the way that this team is working from the ground up is better than some like actual signed tier 2 teams, right? So like Apina just doing that well at this stage of the tournament is like, incredibly impressive.
Camera taken out. Shadows traveling.
I think everyone's just a starstruck at this point. NXT falls back to a very shaky buy. A Shiko, if you will. Showstopper brought out. The best strength that they do have is their ultimates, and they might as well use them to their exposure. It's a B-site here, and it's actually a successful one. They haven't dropped a player up until this point. So a 4v4, Thrash available. NXT, it's doable, especially with the Vandal collected in the hands of Devo.
Transformer just gets one as he's watching the flank. Brady separating from the rest of the team, which is kind of risky to do against an eco like this. Just as I said, how clean it's been. The 3 versus 3 with a Showstopper, trying to clear some of his space up and at least gets one before Devo takes him down.
Not over just yet. Thrash is going to be super clinical on this one. Spray down coming out from Chuckle, running out of bullets now, has to reload 2 bullets to the chamber, can't find the head. It's a shorty coming out, but Vinny on the back line doing everything that is needed and having just enough time to get the defuse down as well. Apina Orchestrary are just styling on NXT right now.
I thought Viti was like taken off of the spike. I thought he got killed. But he just gets off of it as he gets half, takes the fight, able to hold on just a little bit longer. And so many of these rounds we saw Rapina just absolutely farm on their like attacking side, it felt like. Now it's their defense with some really good retakes on probably the site that's the hardest to retake on in the game currently.
And all of a sudden, Apina Orchestrary have the ultimate advantage.
Who's next?
instant, Euro will it's going to make its way into market and actually be able to see the trip there, see where they can find the cipher.
Oh, they found him all right. Maxim finds himself to the back end. And it's an early pick for NXT. Can they capitalize upon it?
He was in his camera the whole time there, he just didn't care.
Well, no command expended. Tearing further utility from the attackers. One-way smoke, not allowing NXT to peek it, and there's one more smoke where that came from. Spike touched once. Maxim is the first to get a shot in, but the defuse is being stuck with, and no one's being able to find the diffuser because it's Wingman that was on the case of that one. And NXT just can't find any success at this point, and I feel their pain.
Another eco is possibly needed because they did save 2 guns into this round because of the defuse. So they might be able to have a buy here. Maybe even a timeout's worth it as well. Like at this point, it's like, what even as a coach could you say? It's like you're getting the plants in, you're just losing like post plants. And it's just like a B hit simulator because they've all been over there. The A site has just got cobwebs all over it. It hasn't been touched by either side really.
Cover going out.
Entering round 7. Mid-pressure from NXT, we've seen it. But it's what they do with the plants that seem to be what stops them in their tracks. We haven't seen much of an A hit from them so far. This might be the time we do.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about like all of the mid-pressure from NXT because it's not finding anything to like manipulate the map at all.
Yeah,
like you want to be fighting for A main and like you want to go for plays like this. It's forced out the thrash and this should be a fight for a peanut to clear up where they're all lining up.
Ooh. Actually, NXT don't get a bad trade off of this one because Bully's done marvelous work to keep his team at equal standing. And both sides having neural theft here, but NXT being the first one to tick it off gives them the early advantage in this round to get the spike down.
Immediately, Calcuna's going to try and get on an angle and fight.
Whoa.
Last player standing.
Big fight for Bully to win too because Spike wasn't even planted. He peeked that alone, I think, at that point. So that could have backfired massively. Droga's a neural theft though, so he could certainly get that info he needs.
Maybe a mistake on Calcuna's end as well because of the spray onto the box and being out into the open at the same time. I wonder if that matters though. Cam revealing.
Cage triggered.
Jog gets into the spike. Paranoid. TP on top. Yeah, that's its target. And NXT find themselves a second round. Maybe they can start to square things together now.
Yeah, maybe they can just get it going. Different feeling of a default. Because I was saying, like, the fight for mid, it doesn't really give you anything for a peanut to worry about. If you default towards A main, try and fight it, have the Cypher lurk over in that direction, you are going to keep a peanut over in those positions. Like, you're not forcing a peanut to rotate away from anything, really, because you fight for mid, they're still able to, like, rotate around and play for market. They're just going to bunker onto the sites, kind of like they did on Split. Just, you can have mid, we're just going to play on the sites, because ultimately that's where you need to take the spike to plan. Like, you won't see a peanut push out into mid to try and take it, because it's pointless for the defenders. So NXT posturing there early, a peanut's like, that's cool. Come to the B site then.
Yeah, and it's often amounted to early picks from the Peanut Orchestra as well. But NXT, instead of being early on the mid-crunch, they're a bit late to it this time around. And they might have been able to find a gap to market because no one is checking. The smoke goes down and Bradley spots 3. That means the Peanut Orchestra are definitely going to start looking in this direction now.
It's also trying to work out where this Cypher utility is. Like, is there a trip towards top mid? Is it in market? Is it in B main? Right now, you've got Transformer like posturing towards B.
Cover going.
I'm quite aware that there's a trip right in front, but if he can just keep the attention over there. In fact, it's looking like they're going to go for some form of B split.
From the shadows used early for information. Jog trying to hold back the attackers, but isn't able to do so. Devo stepping up. That's what you want from your duelist. And from your one of the most experienced players in the league currently.
planted.
Spike does go down, NXT clear advantage. Rex wants to solidify the deal, and that's exactly what he does. Hand in hand with Bully, and Chuckle stands alone to do it up against 5, but it shall not be permitted. NXT keep their streak of rounds going.
Yeah, much better from them. Feels like they have enough like firepower, and when you're running a double duelist, you need to feel like you've got some element of tempo to your play, right? To be aggressive, to sort of catch out the opponents in places where they don't want to fight. I think it's Apina taking their first time out of today, because everything up until now has been smooth sailing for them. It's only now that NXT has been able to get 2 rounds in succession, because everything else was 1 round and then instantly losing the next. So Apina need to be a bit more concerned about this. You have a really good lead. The defense is a good half to have 5-7, especially with losing the pistol. But realistically, you want this map to look as dominant as the split one, because having it be a 2-0 series with a good like round differential, you never know how far that'll actually get you.
No, you really don't. I mean, looking at the tournament as a whole, I feel like for a couple of weeks now, we always knew that there would be a couple of spots up for grabs where Apex and Sweet and Sour were already theoretically locked in, but Sweet and Sour weren't never really theoretically locked in. It was just a very close percentage of them making it. But then because they lost 2 matches in a row, things changed, and it was Metasport, the second team to lock in their space. Ever since, it's always been a little bit uneasy. I mean, it's always been uneasy at the middle of the pack, but matches like this where NXT, you know, all of a sudden lose the tempo that they had, and Apina Orchestra are here out of nowhere, we have no idea what the outcome of today and who will be making it into playoffs. And matches like this just become instantly a lot more important.
We've seen a lot of teams against Apina Orchestra have leads and just let them absolutely falter. Even thinking back to week 1 with Ukaz had the lead on this map, and Apina Orchestra just had this comeback and nicked it away towards the end.
Oh yeah!
There's just a lot of stuff like that that Apina have been able to punish from more experienced teams, just getting under their skin. So NXT are in good form to try and make the scoreline a closer one. Thrash has been used, it's landed backside, so it's going to be hard to pick up again. Now Showstopper's going in onto an empty site.
So the 2 high-impact ultimates that NXT did have already expended, and it's going to be traded 1 for 1. Site taking up. Paranoia so darn good. Gives the numbers advantage to NXT, but they're looking to keep the pace up. Brady instead moves into this site. It's the opportune moment to do so because NXT have cleared it out completely. Can he find any picks though? Because Apina Orchestra are trailing with numbers, and that Paranoia has kept them back in time. Drogon and Brady moving into market, demanding that space. And Transformers and Bully's positions being located. Apina sees a chance to get onto the spike, at least touching it once. Bully out of the equation, and Transformer follows suit. That was a perfect retake by the Apina side.
It was crazy well done. It looked like it was going to be hard to break in, but like, look at where the spike is planted, and look how many players were fighting in market from NXT. Like, you had 3 players sort of over towards the side of the site. Say an API player gets into, like, from Boba gets in onto site, starts defusing, you can't stop them. You only had 1 player to Cypher playing from B main to actually spray the plan. So it was a bit of a moment where NXT went to try and take aggressive space, but it really could have caused so many more issues. I guess they're lucky that, like, Apina just came in with a clean retake and just flushed him out anyway. So if Apina just go onto the side and start defusing, there's very little that you could do.
I mean, they lost the other way. It's just that one way they'd be more humiliated than the other. And momentum of NXT stopped in its tracks. And Apina Orchestra looking at turn it right back in their favor. Triple stack up towards B main. Not going to really allow control of that for NXT. That's where the spike is sort of lingering, even though there's some temptation towards the right-hand side as well. But this time, not so much emphasis in mid for NXT.
Yeah. It's the right approach, and look how much, like, space they've had to give up towards A. Because even with the trips market and top mid, because of that conditioning, NXT have been fighting for mid so often. They have 3 players over in that spot. Hailnav's going to go in onto Ali. I think it does connect onto... Looks like none of the players, actually. But they hear the orb, they hear the people around there, and your ultimate's going to get all of the information for NXT on this site.
Yeah, they clear out elbow and realise nobody will be there, but Apina Orchestra were always going to go for the retake on this one.
You even see the operator watching towards CT as well. They can't really push beyond it.
And the Null Commander's statement, don't push past the sites. Don't stop us from setting up for this take. Maxim up close and personal with the smoke. And he doubles up. Not quite able to find the third, which is crucial for Apina Orchestra as they do close in. Two different angles for the attackers. Bully finds himself the back line, Spike in sight, so he can interrupt the defuse from happening. But he needs to find the right moment. Nobody's covering Brad's position. And with the spray down and with the smoke, it's not going to work out for Apina here. NXT had that all under lock and key, and that allows them to pick up a fourth and keep the score differential close.
Yeah, finally going A, having that post-plant work out a little bit more. And just when there's a little bit of runway, I suppose, for NXT to actually ramp up the speed, get in onto site, see that it's open, then it feels that they get comfortable. They have really nice crossfires. They have really good, like, attacking setups that make it really difficult for Apina to retake on. Because actually NXT, despite winning 3 out of the last 4 rounds, calling the timeout, something that they feel that they want to, like, spot out and try and fix to make sure that they can go even at the half, potentially.
I wonder what's prompting the call here from NXT with a timeout. Usually you'd see it off of a loss. What, you know, in what circumstances, after a win, after a switch of pace, you want to get back into your thinking chamber?
Yeah, it's such a strange time to be calling a timeout. Like, because all you do is you give Apina a chance to have another timeout in this half too. So I think there's more for them to gain as defenders not calling the timeout to have this conversation in NXT. Like, if Apina end up winning this round for whatever reason, I feel like you're going to be kicking yourself a little bit for NXT.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Only 2 rounds left in the half, though. And this lead is anyone's for the taking. At least the Apina Orchestra have guaranteed they'll be equal at halftime. But this time, Apina are challenging for mid. And it's Kalkina that goes ultra-aggressive. Early pick and tries to drop back. But he's got to deal with other positions. Moves out of the smoke, doubles up before his death. And Apina Orchestra will take that start any day of the week.
Apina know that NXT love to try and take mid early, so they meet them there. And this is on the lower buy for them. Like I said, it's just giving Apina a chance to cook up a nice little strategy, knowing what NXT like to do, and find themselves the player advantage.
The tough part is that Kalkina had the Phantom. The next best gun in the arsenal of Apina is Guardians. And it's only a couple of them. That annual theft reveals the position of every single one of these players. Jog tries to close up the distance to try and find cover towards spawn, and that's a good reason for it, but it seems that NXT are going to be pushing right after him. Blast Pack causing him into the corner. Vitty is there to help out as well. NXT are overcooking this one, and they're paying the price because the spike is within the arms of the defenders, trying to save the day. Bully, but he knows there's so many players right after him. The wingman flashes him up as well, and Apina Orchestra turn it right back around on a thrifty round.
Yeah, that's just going to tilt you off the face of the earth if it's NXT. Like, you just lose one of your players super early, 2 of them in fact, and you have to try and claw back something there. It felt like NXT were in the front seat to be able to continue this on, but it means that Apina Orchestra going into the attacking side with the lead, and with how well they've been performing on pistols, that might just keep adding to it, because they've won everyone up until this series so far with this map.
Oh, okay. Kalkina wants to do another Kalkina round. Early pick, but this time no trade.
Trip's not broken, so it's going to actually pull Devo's attention away from backside and give Strong an easy kill.
Paranoid, sorry.
Yeah, that's the back of the little.
Within the smoke and forces the close angle, therefore the paranoia has no effect. So smart on his feet. Maxim tries to switch up the pace, but this was Apina Orchestra's half, and they knew it. NXT got given some false sense of hope at some point, and Apina Orchestra took it all away.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Really is like a strange one. Just this whole series has been a little bit peculiar, to say the very least. Mostly because Apina Orchestrator are just playing it so well.
Yeah.
Like NXT, we see elements of the team that's brought them into playoffs contention despite a really rocky start. But mostly it's been the Apina Orchestrator team that made it through the close qualifiers that I feel like we've seen very little of. Just the confidence, but also the composure to make these comps work. And everybody having such an understanding of why they're playing these agents, why this comp cooks so much.
It's strong. It's just very adaptable and overwhelming, especially on flood retakes. And I think that's what they were really strong on the previous map as well. And I think they just found what they're good at.
KO Nerf was used on A, and I think it got information that there's like 3 or 4 of them there, potentially. Maybe not 4, otherwise these guys would be bucking it so much faster towards B main. But I guess they have to be careful of where the Cypher is. But they've had such an open site to plant on. And all of NXT are just seemingly flanking. So Brady needs to be careful.
That's a lot of damage, though. Yes, he gets 1 kill, but look at the HP bars of NXT. They should be very easy pickings now on. Dizzy comes through, but broken by Kalkuna. Flash out as well, but this is where Kalkuna can start shooting heads. Rex is the only one left on the menu. And that's all she wrote that round. Kalkuna just wants to be the player on the server today.
Good lord. Apina are setting themselves up like they had, I think, the smallest chance. When it comes to permutations, their chances of making playoffs was the bleakest. Their chances of being relegated, the highest out of the teams that weren't new cars. And they are somehow making their small chance work. There's still so much to do with other teams, how like OnlyFins perform and Metasport. But right now it's really all about like Apina making their chances in their own hands as good as possible.
Yeah, to keep those hopes alive, they need 2 maps here and the victory. That's all that's required. But yeah, like you said, it doesn't depend on them. They've left it a little bit too late, and the score is a bit too rough to make sure they can guarantee this. Rex with a double kill. That is going to be Apina Orchestrator coming under a little bit of firepower here from the Classics, but it's Shuckle to save the day for a little longer. Yes, there's 3 casualties, but the win is in the bag. And it's double digits already for the Monkeys.
Yeah, good eco. Lots of damage done, but similar to before, like NXT, they need rounds. They don't need damage. They don't need ult economy. They just need numbers on the board that are higher than 4 at least. So now you have that full buy, the bonus for Apina, similar to Split. They can just sort of like sit back, do as much damage as you can. If you can make it a really close clutch 1 versus 1 round and still lose, even better. Planting the spike, even better to get some of these ultimates online, because Chuckle not too far away from having the first thrash and a half.
That's true.
That all cost needs upping. That's one thing I've realized from like this year already. You get this ultimate way too often on the Gecko.
It's been super influential because you could use it twice in a round, potentially as well. Dizzy, really strong. Apina, good on the bounce, but it's NXT's superior firepower that seems to have the better end of this round. Devo picks up the final kill. Devo had such a great start to this series, but seems to not be able to deal with what Apina Orchestra has been throwing at them so far.
He even picked up the Sheriff because that might be the difference for some of these players with like the guns that they have. 3 players going down against the bonus means half armor pretty much across the board. And a Bulldog in the hands of Chanformer, who's happy to, like, as the IGL, give those bigger weapons up to the aimers. He could just hold the line and make the calls as needed. But Devo being fairly close to a showstopper and having the thrash on the defense is really nice going into this full buy, because Lord knows NXT need this round.
Very aggressive from the Apina Orchestra here, and it's catched and it's caught. Right, NXT off guard. Already only 1 player to this elbow side. Chanformer there to help out. Oh dear, frag grenade towards Devo's feet. Thrash coming out as well, and Apina. I mean, yes, they're stuck in place, but they've got players to defend the stunned up players. And Brady is there to save the day. Bully, there's no way you bring off a 1v4 home, is there?
I saw a 1v5 earlier. Good old VCT trying to nick the IGL, but Yeah, it's going to be a hell of an ask. He is in a great position, though. Are they going to expect him to be in safe?
Oh, he's a little bit out into the open. His gun could be visible. That North
just gotta
isn't
be.
caught in. He'll reveal all 3 players, but that's a great call from Apina to just move into this B site instead.
Probably like Batman, just picking them off one by one. Actually does see the camera too, so he's able to clear that up. The other trick, just making sure that people can't push up towards like headshot.
Ooh.
They know where the Cypher's coming from with that knife.
Crucial dagger. Alright. We're on the bully cam. NXT's hope, really. If he clutches this, then NXT can win the game. It's as truly a mental game as that. But knowing how Apina have been playing so far, it's not going to be an easy task. They're not going to let it happen anytime soon. Not sticking the defuse, and that's 2 out of the 3. He's got time.
Oh no!
Oh, but Brady peeks out, and who would have expected that? No chance handed over to Bully, but God, he made that one close.
Was he just expecting, because like Brady just held his composure for so long, NXT just started panicking, like, is he flanking, is he pushing for market, is he going all the way around? And just for that second in time, Bully gets bullied off. So a big round for Apina to win, and look at all of these ultimates coming online. This is something that they did so well on Split, it's just, they have everything they need, and they're not the kind of team that's going to blow all 4 of ultimates here. They're going to pace themselves.
Showstopper potential. That's exactly what happens. But Demo can't use his in time. Oh no. It's getting from bad to worse for this NXT side.
I know exactly where you are.
Previously known human tripwires, sweethearts of EMEA for the longest of time. Of Northern Europe, rather.
I don't know how you say sit in Finnish, but I think that's just what Apina just did to Devo.
Yeah, all I know in Finnish is kiitos and moi.
And Kalkuna.
And Kalgana. Means turkey, apparently.
Yeah.
Right. Difficult spot. With a less than optimal weapon in his hands. And Apina Orchestrate use the power of numbers, just like we know the EMEA representative and Masters have been good to do.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Some of these players have definitely been watching Carmen Court play. It's evident in the game plan of Apina Orchestrate that following this plan, Eng's plan, if you will. And it seems to be working out. Apina Orchestrate, we're very late into giving any sort of performance in the league so far, but better late than never is what I say. Better late than never.
We got it.
Yeah, this timeout for NXT, just last-ditch attempt for the map and the series. Maybe even for playoffs, depending on how the rest of this goes. But one thing from, like, Apina is, you said it yourself, like, oh, they've been watching KC. Like, Apina as a team just seemed to be, like, watching everybody. That's why I really liked watching this team in, like, close qualifiers, because it was a squad that wasn't afraid to cherry pick things from various regions. Like, their Sova single initiator, like, Viper Cypher comp on this map came from teams like Rare Atom in China. Like, Kissigo, the coach, or Kikigo, just seems to be very good at, like, oh, I like this idea. It's not like, oh, we're just going to take what Sentinels do because Sentinels are the best team. It's like, what fits my players? Well, I have a really good, like, Gecko player with Chuckle. Brady can also effectively be a secondary duelist. So running Gecko KO as that combo makes a lot of sense for us. And that, for us part, is the most important thing that keeps almost getting missed, I think. Like, NXT's comp, not optimal, but if it suits the players, it suits the players. It's the fact that Apina have taken this comp and they've just instantly understood it. Like, every lineup, every setup, they have got such a playbook in such a short amount of time. Same with Split too, just building off of it.
And I wouldn't be surprised if NXT never would have expected this map to be in the pool. Never would have expected Apina Orchestra to pick this one up, given that how good NXT have been on this so far. And
how bad it's been for Apina, honestly.
Exactly. Kalkuna. Of course it's going to be Kalkuna on the final round of this game to just come off with a double kill and move away with his life.
What an MVP performance of today, and what a time to have it happen too. Like, whatever the mental side of it was, He's just spamming the camera just to sort of create noise, and even Vitty's like, what the hell is going on?
Vizzy looked at it, it was like, stop it, mate, cut it out. It's not over yet.
He's just reading this little museum thing of like, yes, what are these buildings?
But it's a 5-player stack up for the Sapina side.
Fire in the hole!
NXT have no idea where they are. They're like flanking around A to see if there's anybody maybe lurking up. But it's just another V-execute.
Showstopper expended, so that won't be available for them. Actually, for Apina Orchestrary, there is not much utility they can use, barely any at that. So NXT might have a chance if they get a couple of kills here. Brady blind as a bat, Rex deals with him. Dizzy drawn out by Chuckle. It's good for a 1, and the rest of the Apina Orchestrary side just follow suit. And Bully is left to do it again. It was a 1-on-4 last time that got drawn out to a 1-on-1, which causes inevitable demise. But it will not be done this time. There is no world. This round is for Bully. It's for Calcunut, and it's for Apina Orchestrary as they keep their hopes alive for the playoffs run of Polaris this split 1.
I mean, it's
Wow.
crazy how this is. It's probably the most dominant result that Apina Orchestrary have had, right? This
By
whole
far.
like stage. So I think there's so much on the line, right? For NXT, it's not necessarily done for playoffs yet. It is totally dependent on how well OnlyFins do in the next series against Sweet and Sour, right? So you guys will want to be watching, but I imagine NXT are also going to be watching this next series with bated breath because it's so important for their chances of qualifying for playoffs. For Apina, I think they're also still waiting in the wings to see whether they've been relegated or not yet.
Yeah, it's a matter of rounds, a matter of maps, it's a matter of matchups between the teams. It couldn't get any closer, and there's still action to be had today and tomorrow. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back with an interview as well from one of the Apina Orchestrary players, but also with the following match as well. Stay tuned, we'll be right there.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. We're forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no hunger beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. I like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy to find, don't mind my reactions. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church, but tell where to end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? No, I don't like no hunger beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me the weapon. I know we can agree. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. Just give me those. I've been giving you the worst.
Welcome back to Polaris. A lot of things have changed since a couple of hours ago when we started the broadcast here. A lot of things indeed. We've got Only Fins versus Sweet and Sour coming up next, but first off I want to talk you through the permutations that can happen now that Apina Orchesteri have won that series, and more importantly, won that series 2-0. Not only have they saved themselves from the promo relegation tournament, but they have also given themselves a chance of getting into the playoffs, no matter how slim that might be, and we'll get into how they can do that later on. Obviously it's out of their hands, but this is a massive one for them. Not only have they just looked incredible this series as a whole, but they've also achieved exactly what they needed to.
Yeah, I think you sum it up very well, right? We're going from basically having a very high chance of being relegated to moving on and actually having a slim but existing chance to make it through the playoffs of everything. And with the way that they're playing today, if they can keep that up for a longer time, I can see them make some dents into some other teams for sure. They played incredibly well together. Like, we're talking about these post plans, the way we're approaching attack, doing slow rounds, picking off players individually one by one. I am incredibly impressed by the play of this team.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way of putting it. This was a ridiculously good series. You know, by the standard that we've seen Apina Orchesteri play, which has been good, this is just head and shoulders above. They did not give NXT anything in either of these games. You know, the scorelines are kind of, well, I mean, their taglines in game are APE, and they played like APE players in that game. It looked like an Apex series, which was so wild to me that they just gave absolutely nothing to NXT there. That was really, really impressive. We're going to have a chat with one of the players in just a little bit, but I mean, let's. What are your overall thoughts? What changed there for Apina Orchesteri?
I mean, I haven't seen enough of them to really get an idea of how they were before as a team, right? But like I said, the way that they played in this series, everything looked completely in their control, right? We're talking about both post plans, but on defense and attack, the way that they're approaching these, taking really isolated fights, great utility usage, good scaling, everything was going right for them, right? I think that if they can, like again, if they can keep that up, I don't see them not making a far run into playoffs, right? Like there's obviously some serious raid bosses in their way, but we've seen them having close series against some of these teams that have already qualified to playoffs, right? And that they will meet again. So it honestly, like I don't know what else to say. I'm just incredibly impressed.
As am I. Let's take a second to talk about the, way in which they can now get to playoffs. There is one, from what I understand, there is one situation in which they can do this, and it involves Hookah's winning, from what I understand. Or I think that's the way it's looking at the moment. They just need now only Finns to lose against Sweet and Sour. That's the main part. I'm not, okay, I'm going to be completely honest with you here. I'm not 100% sure on the permutations because I've been sent so many documents about this and I'm trying to wrap my head around it, but I am a very dumb person. So you're going to have to take it with a pinch of salt what I say. But either way, it looks like the way we're going to look at things. We do have an interview ready with Brady, I think. How are you doing? There we are.
I'm doing good.
Good to hear. I mean, hold on, let me move over. What a ridiculous series. What kind of changed? What lit a fire for you guys there? Because, things were looking a bit scary for you. There was a possibility of getting relegated, and you were a completely different team there. Was something, different in the voice chat? Was something different in terms of strats?
I think the tactic to this is losing a week worth of packs. So that's one thing. And then I think today just everything felt good and everything worked.
Yeah.
To the game plans, to everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, that's also your second comp change on Sunset now, after the Phoenix one didn't quite work out for you. Was that, kind of a conscious choice? Did you go into that game thinking, okay, we're much more confident on that map now? Or was it still a case of kind of, this is a little scary, we've just had a comp change, we're going into it versus a team that we know is good on this map?
I don't think it was just like a feeling that we wanna change the comp. Yeah. I think it's not big of a change, to be honest.
Okay.
To the Phoenix.
I have a question about that because I spoke with your coach previously, very briefly, and he said as well that you basically had a pretty rough week leading up to this in scrims, right?
Yes.
How do you feel that affects you? Is that something that, because we talked about this on the desk, right? Like, to be completely honest with you, we didn't really know what to expect from you guys. You're kind of like with your back against the wall. How do you feel that situation in combination with you having a maybe tougher week in practice leads up to a match? What does it make you feel?
I don't know. I woke up today and I was like, I'm gonna put everything today. I guess everyone else woke up like this. And I guess we are just saying before match, never stop the madness. And we are singing and having fun. It's like, it's different when you play official. It just feels different a lot.
Yeah, well, I think, it obviously worked. Whatever happened, whatever stars aligned for you guys, it obviously worked. Congratulations on winning, because not only have you, avoided relegation, you now have a chance of making it into playoffs as well. I assume you guys are going to be watching the rest of the games intently, or are you just, my job's done, we can just sit back now and whatever happens, happens?
I will find my banana sweet and cheer for Sweet and Sour, because if they win, I guess we make playoffs or something.
Okay, great. You'll have to send a picture of that. That sounds great.
No, it's for private only.
Okay. Can I bribe you a little bit? PayPal?
Maybe.
No?
Maybe.
Okay. I'll have a chat with you later. Thank you so much for having a talk with us there. Congratulations so much on that.
Thank you.
Both amazing game and the win.
Thank you.
What a series. What a series. 13-4, 13-5. They have done exactly what they needed to do, just in the nick of time, and you can't congratulate them enough on how well that went. It's ridiculous.
Utter domination, honestly. Like, I think that even if they don't make the playoffs, they will still be, one, extremely satisfied that they, avoid relegation, but also they can take this momentum with them into the rest of the season, right?
Sure.
They still have a second split to play. They've shown what they are capable of with this last game, and no matter what, I would be incredibly proud if I'm them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no other way of looking at that. It is, no matter, the thing is, we're looking at all of these kind of, can they make this, can they make that, who gets relegated, all of this, but on a game-by-game kind of thing there, that was just a brilliant series overall. That would be a series that any team would be proud of, so that is great for them. We're going to take a look at some more of this now. We can go back over what happened, because it happened so quickly, which neither of us were expecting, but we have some highlights to go through. I think you wanted to highlight Viti first.
Yeah, I think Viti, young player, we talked about it before, right? Stepping up in this controller role, having a fantastic game on the second map, right? A 3.5 KDA, which is absolutely bonkers, right? I think he's the kind of it looks like one of those dragons where you chop off one head and 3 grow back. They had one guy pop off the first game, 3 guys had a monster performance on that second map, and this guy was one of them, right? Yeah. Incredibly performance from him. Very, consistent, good smokes, good spacing, setting up his team with his flash. There's not that much you can do. If a team is performing like this, if they have synergy like this, the IGL was talking about it, right? They're singing, they're dancing, they're having fun. It's so incredibly hard to beat a team that is having fun. And this is like a sincere way of having fun. And that, nothing you can do.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? There are kind of 2 ways you can really be in a good headspace, and that is positivity and kind of flow state, right? Flow state being, when you're fully focused on something, there's nothing even else going on in your head, you're just playing, and what it's not obviously just to do with esports, but that, and the other time I see teams do incredibly well is when they're just not, worrying about anything going on, they're having fun, they're just doing what they do best, and I think that is the crux of Alpine Orchestra for me, is that they are not a team with a massive amount of experience and not a team with the deepest strat book in the world. They're a team that have impressive players, and when they're in the right headspace, they play incredibly well. Let's take a look at some of these rounds here. We can start off with round 5, and we have several to go through, so we'll try and do it as quick as possible. So, all of this is basically just us looking at this and going, this went so well.
This is just, it's chaotic, right? The ability of them to be able to fully take their time. The bomb's already been down here for a good while, right? So they feel the pressure to speed up, and then especially in this situation, going double market, Viti playing very slow from CT. We're seeing them, kind of hesitant, going a little bit slower here and there, and then they just decide to go for things. There was a couple of these rounds where it looks like they have no business on winning them, and then suddenly they pull out something like this. I think this is the one. Yeah, the bomb is just being stuck, and they just win a 2v. What is it? A 2v4, a 3v4 out of thin air. Yeah. And there were many of these examples of rounds where they look to be out of control, and then something suddenly happens, and bam, they're back in the driving seat, right? And I think the other round that we're going to highlight is the one after this, actually, where it's a similar situation where you feel like the time is already ticking way too much, and then out of a sudden they pull this round out of the hat, where it makes no sense, right? They get an entry taken against them, completely, flashed. There's a lot of utility going on, and then we're back into a 3v4, basically like identical scenario. Only the big difference is here that NXT is playing very heavy market, so great utility usage, being able to flash over enemies, and then fighting together, isolating these enemies before moving on to the next target. And that's something that you don't really see that often done so successfully at this level of play.
Yeah, I think what is so impressive to me as well is the amount of times that they were down members on NXT after the spike was planted, and they were still confident enough to retake it and make sure they were able to stick it on all of these rounds. You can see all of them come down to a matter of seconds at the most, and it's just being confident. I've got my teammates got my back, I'm going to stick the spike, or I'm going to push forward and help them get a trade, or any of that. They were playing everything by ear and playing it so perfectly. That's what was impressive to me. We've got one more round from that half to look at in round 11 as well. Pretty much the same thing. We're basically just gushing over a Pino Orchestra at this point.
No, but again, I remember this one as well. So the one where they end up sticking the bomb in a similar. Oh no, this is the one where they get an entry on mid very aggressively, and then instead of fighting here, Drog just completely falls back, allowing the rest of his team to rotate, and then Viti with a share of 2k just saves the day, right? Yep. So we're going from a round where it feels like even though they have the numbers advantage, they are at a disadvantage, and then in the blink of an eye, they manage to turn it around. And that seems to have been a very consistent pattern all throughout the defensive side.
Yeah, I think you wanted to take a look at one more round as well in round 18. I'm going to be honest, I was actually AFK for this one. I had to go do something, so you were the only one to watch this one. I can't actually give you any valuable information, so why don't you walk it through?
I mean, I think this is a very clear example of the other side of things, right? On the attack, them being able to isolate fights and not immediately responding to it. So they get two very clean entries towards the B side of the map, to put a little bit of pressure towards A, leaving some players there, and then they take their time. Peanut just basically freezes. So we're like, okay guys, we're at the advantage. Right now we're going to slightly pressure one side of the map, put a little boom bot there, make sure we keep some players there, and then we're going towards the other side of the map. Funnily enough, NXT's already immediately responded by this, by just retaking space aggressively towards mid, but it doesn't really matter because Apina just decides, okay, we're at disadvantage, we have the numbers, we're just going to regroup and go for a strategically or well executed take on the B side, and it just works flawlessly for them, right? At this point, NXT realizes, oh wait, they're actually not towards, they actually expect them to be towards A because there's sound being completely cut towards B. And it's in that exact moment that Apina decides to strike, they get the site for free, and this is a virtually unwinnable round for NXT. Yeah. And it just shows the difference in understanding, okay, when to take space, when do we go aggressively, when do we go slow, and it was fantastic today.
It really was. As we close out this one, we can start talking about, once again, what this means for the whole, the league in general. Obviously, the regular season drawing to a close this weekend. And as we said before, Pino Kessery have now avoided moving down to Eclipse promo relegation tournament, but also have that chance now to get into playoffs. From what I understand, we can go through this once again because I'm still not 100% sure. But from what I understand, the main thing, Sweet and Sour need to win the next series against OnlyFins. That's the big part for them. They need that to happen, and then also, from what I understand, Hookahs need to beat Formulation Gaming for the head-to-head to go their favor in the tiebreaker. I'm not 100% sure on that part. I would need to check several times. But that is basically the gist of it. The next series today is still incredibly important for them, if not for every other team in the league, because NXT are still in with a chance, not only in with a chance, have a very good chance of making it to playoffs if none of this happens. So, right,
I think what you mentioned is interesting, right? We're talking about, we've talked a lot about Apina, but I think on the side of NXT, they are just as angsty about this next series as Apina is, right? Because Apina right now, they're like, okay, our main goal, not to get relegated. Yeah. But NXT, who was standing there, going on a three times 2-0 streak, right? To losing against Apina with a foot in the playoffs door, now they're sitting angsty, and their entire fate is controlled by SNS right now at this point.
I will actually just say this because, you know, obviously I've looked over all of these spreadsheets so many times, the viewers probably haven't. If NXT had won one map there, they would have guaranteed themselves the playoff spot. That would have been it. Pino Kessery would not have been able to take it from them. We've thrown ourselves into the most chaotic universe possible. This is Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness levels, you know, horrifying nightmare situations for everybody involved. So stay tuned. I've said it so many times before. Every time I've thrown it to a break, I've said stay tuned because it's going to be exciting. This is like nothing you've ever seen before. You really need to stay tuned for this one. Sweet and Sour versus OnlyFins up next in just a short while.
wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Got the best of me. 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 Got the best of me.
Welcome back to Polaris, everyone. The crazy is happening. Apino Orchestra have won their series, and now everything rides here on whether or not Sweet and Sour are going to be OnlyFins in this one. Not just for Apino Orchestra, but obviously for OnlyFins as well. For everybody involved, we've set the two teams that are getting relegated. That's the one thing that we can say for certain, is the two teams getting relegated now are Hookahs and Formulation Gaming. Or at least, when we say relegated, we mean pushed into the promo relegation tournament Eclipse. Now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's accurate, right? A
I,
lot of confusion going on here.
Yeah,
names, teams,
we've been
spreadsheets,
panicking a
guys. It's
lot.
been a mess,
I've been sent 3 different spreadsheets. So much is happening right now. I'm gonna make it very clear for you guys what's going on with what Pavlos gave me earlier. I'm gonna go back enough so that I can just bring it up on this one, because I didn't actually tell the producers I was going to do this, so they hate me right now. Anyway, I've taken the oh no, there we go. Hey, we're adapting on the fly. Okay, I've already taken the liberty of getting rid of that. That can't happen. Apino Orchestra have done that, so it's also just okay. Anything where Apino are losing. There's that. That can't happen. Cool. Here are the 2 things that can lose here. That can happen here. We've got Apino Orchestra winning, but NXT and all of it, whatever. There's all of this. Basically, Formulation are relegated. That's the big thing here. That's the big thing. But we hadn't put on this thing yet. Stuff to do with playoffs. So I'm going to talk to you about that one now, because we've got a little bit of time and we can do that. So, what is going to happen now is if Sweet and Sour win this next series, all back to normality. NXT are through to the playoffs, and Sweet and Sour have a very nice map differential. That's very good. That's awesome. That's great. But if OnlyFins manage to take this one away, and that is a definite possibility, let's keep that in mind here, then Formulation Gaming have to... if Formulation Gaming win, then NXT still get through. If they... No, is it the other way around? I can't remember. Oh no!
I think I know.
My easy... Okay, you do it, actually. You do it. You're smarter than me.
The way I remember it, right, is I think that for Apina, the most important thing is that SNS doesn't even matter, actually. Because if SNS win today, right, hear me out. If SNS win, there's still a possibility for a 4-way tie, right? So Apina, right now, they care mostly about Formulation games tomorrow. If Formulation tomorrow loses, Apina is sitting there with the hands up, resting in their chairs, chilling. If Formulation lose and SNS win today, Apina's through. That's how I believe it is, because it's going to be a 3-way tie between Apina, OnlyFins, and NXT, and Apina actually, because they won 2-0 today, they come out on top in that one.
Yes, that's the one permutation in which Apino Orchestra can win. But if Formulation Gaming do win, this was what I was trying to get onto before I got very confused, because Apino Orchestra lost to Formulation Gaming 2-1, then they can't get through. We should start talking about the game that is happening in a second, because while we are talking about all of this stuff, there are actually 2 teams that are gearing up to play who also care about whether or not they're going to win their game, and we're going on about a team that has already played today. But that's just how things are. It gets chaotic towards the end of the season. I apologize profusely to Sweet and Sour and OnlyFins for the amount of time that we're spending not on their game here. But this is what is going on here between these two teams. These are the two teams, the only two teams in this league that have taken or have gotten more than 11 rounds or more against Apex on any map. The two times that has happened, Sweet and Sour went 13-11 on Lotus against Apex and got them very close to overtime. Not quite. OnlyFins did get them to overtime, 14-12 on Sunset. So these are two teams that definitely have that capability to show up on their day.
I think OnlyFins has been a team that is such a big brand right now in Valorant, in European Valorant. That name has been around for so long, and this is their, another iteration of that team that's been able to do like significant damage throughout the whole season, right? There's a lot of players here that have, made their entrances recently, but also players who I have seen around in Valorant at higher levels as well, and who are now still competing and owning at this level, right?
Yeah.
It's wonderful to see.
It really is. And for OnlyFins here, obviously, after their last one, I think the thing is, how I want to frame this with this team is that they have been, I don't even know how to put it this way. Obviously, they won their last series 2-1. And they looked absolutely incredible on that one. Several players over 250 ACS. And the thing is, I think a lot of their series have gone to 2-1s, and they seem to be the team that I've seen with the most kind of stamina over the course of a series that have been able to just keep their head in the game. And for OnlyFins, I think that is kind of the situation that they're putting themselves in here. Sweet and Sour, I think, would like to close this one out quickly. If we go to a 3-mapper, things get very scary.
I think the last time I was actually on desk, we had a very long game going on between Sweet and Sour and Hookars back then, right? And I believe it was the longest game in Polaris history, or the longest series, I should say.
Yes.
And again, SNS has already shown that they are capable of playing these long series. I think the point that you mentioned about OnlyFins and maybe their recent performance that hasn't really been that great, other than the 2-1 win against Formulation Gaming. We're seeing something similar on the side of SNS, right? Like, they had an incredible start to the season. They know they were going to have to face some tougher opponents, but they dropped some maps here and there, some series even that we maybe didn't expect them to, drop or lose. And I'm kind of curious to see how both of these teams recover, in this later stage of the league, where everything is basically on the line.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing for these two teams. Obviously, they're both just locked in. The thing is, neither of these two teams can change their situations whatsoever. SNS is absolutely in playoffs. OnlyFins is safe. That's about as good as you can get for both of them. Neither of them can improve their situations. Neither of them can get any worse in their situation. So neither of them technically have anything to play for, which should make this as pure a game as you can get. It's just two teams going at it for this one. And for Sweet and Sour, obviously, we have seen them pull out some amazing performances. Their last game was against their most difficult opponent so far, and they put up a very good performance. I mean, as a team, it was good, but I think specifically for me, you look at a player like Tempo, who dropped almost 40 kills in a 2-map series against Apex. That's super impressive. This team has some standouts.
It's definitely, like you mentioned already, right? They finally went up against these raid bosses. This is something that some people highly anticipated, right? The two arguably strongest looking teams in the league finally facing off, and last week we got around to that. I think it kind of did show that there's still like a pretty significant difference, right, between Apex right now and the rest of this league. But definitely there's some individual players who don't shy away from performing against good teams. I think that's a very healthy sign for a team such as SNS.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look at two players who have actually put up pretty good numbers against Apex here, and those are Tempo and Fagan, the two sentinels for these two teams that just sit on that one. And obviously, I think that when you look at this one, when you really take a look at all of these stats here, and especially when you take a look at the games specifically against Apex, these two have very similar stats all around, and they're both kind of the clutch Sentinel player, as it were, a lot of the time alive at the end of the round and able to close things out in a amazing fashion. And that is what is going to be, I think, the most kind of how do I put it, exciting kind of matchup in this series that we're going to see, is that these two can bring out absolutely insane, chaotic rounds, and I want to see if we're going to get a flip-flop between them, or one of them is going to come out on top.
mean, for me, the most interesting difference between them is the fact that Tempo has played a lot more Killjoy in general, and Vegan tries to, steer away a little bit from that and prefer the Cypher. Obviously, this might also be like map dependent, right? I don't have numbers at hand right now, but there could be maps where an Ascent, for example, where right now actually we see the meta shift towards Cypher a little bit more, but historically Killjoy's been always the dominant agent on that map. So for me, that's kind of the biggest difference between these two players, but everything else, like you said already, very similar. The way that the impact that they have in their team, statistically, they put up very similar performances. So could be one of those determining factors, If one of them has an incredibly good game today, they might be winning it all for their team.
Yeah, I think also these are two teams that do have a lot of different maps. They have a lot of variance in kind of their map pools. It seems like Sweet and Sour like to play Lotus and Sunset quite addition to that one, but Lotus very much a staple for them. Only Finns don't shy away from Lotus as far as I've seen, but I don't think they would pick it independent of anything else. They just don't ban it. I think from what I can tell, they have changed their kind of basic picks over the course of the whole season. We've had that a lot, I think, from teams, is as the meta has changed and as they've learned kind of the opponents they're playing against, they've changed up their map pools quite massively. Lotus is going to be banned out straight away by Sweet and Sour.
Actually, that's a very interesting one, right? You talked about it before. It's been a map that they've actually leaned into fairly heavily throughout the rest of the season. So it's interesting to see them kind of remove it now so early on. And on the other side, we see an icebox ban from OnlyFans. I don't think that's anything new or spectacular.
Split again. All right. We're loving the amount of split we're seeing recently. Okay, two teams there that haven't really played a lot of split that have picked split. In fact, I think this is the first time this season that they have played split, Sweet and Sour. So their pick on that is definitely interesting.
It definitely comes a little bit out of the water, especially with OnlyFans having played it multiple times, doing decent overall. And then we kind of expected the Sunset pick a little bit here and there, right? It's another map that feels pretty comfortable for both teams. So we're seeing similar mind games to maybe what we saw in the first game, where they just want to play whatever feels comfortable for them, not really thinking about what the opposition is doing. And then we're seeing a bind and a breeze ban, and we're taking it to arguably the most standard, well-known map in Valorant, right?
From what I can tell as well here, OnlyFins have only played Ascent once. They got it picked against them by Formulation Gaming, and it was the one map they lost against Formulation Gaming as well. So I'm not sure they're going to be entirely happy with the float on that one. So I think this map veto does slightly favour Sweet and Sour as long as they're good on split, which we have no idea if that's the case. I would assume so if they picked it, but you have no clue. Maybe everybody's just been scrimming split recently, apparently. I don't know.
I think what you said about Ascent, it makes a lot of sense, right? But it's also one of those maps that everyone's played so much that it can go either way. It's really one of those more traditional maps. Most teams have a very good idea on how to play the map and how it's played in general. So it very often just comes down to a true skill test. It's just how good are your basics, how good are your fundamental, your defaults, your mid takes, etc., etc. And it's a nice way to really compare two teams in the amount of power that they have.
Yeah, I think so, and I do think these are two teams that very much do rely a lot of the time on just their kind of ability, right? Not in terms of we're going to pick a interesting comp and try and shake the other team. We're just going to do what we do best and play it the way we like to play it. OnlyFins still going to but going towards the Killjoy on this one, whereas we got the Cypher on the side of Sweet and Sour. Other than that, I mean, different comps entirely, but two kind of comps that we could, we see, I'm not going to say see quite a lot on split here, but these are two comps that work on split.
I mean, on the side of Sweet and Sour, we see something very traditional, right? The OnlyFins side of things, they switch it up massively, right? Moving from Astra Breach Cypher to a Killjoy, a KO, and a Viper, that is a massive change. So I'm kind of curious to see how they perform on this map with something that is very off-meta, right? We don't really see a KO often here. We don't really see a Killjoy often here. I'm very curious how OnlyFins decides to approach this map, right? We very often see Viper or Cypher who's really able to take a main space on the side of the attack. And right now they still have the ability to do that, but they have a Killjoy in the mix there, so it might throw SNS off their game, really. It's something you don't really prepare for, I guess.
I wonder how much of that was just a lack of preparation, not knowing that it was going to be picked against them in this series. Either way, we are yet to find out, and we will find out with Pavlos and Ryan.
This is boiling up to be quite the exciting one here, Ryan, because we talked about earlier today that this is all about who makes playoffs, who makes relegation, and these are the other two teams that are fighting for the final two spots here in Polaris regular season, and it's looking and lining up to be quite the nail-biting one, because we're already seeing teams switching things up.
For sure, like, it's a really interesting veto for OnlyFins to be banning out Icebox, which is their most picked map, and then coming in with a composition like this onto Split. Like, they're just trying to redefine themselves, which I guess with like 1 week left, one official left in the group stages, kind of a interesting curveball to potentially put themselves into playoffs with.
But this is it, folks. OnlyFins are got to get a win here if they want to have any chance of making it through. But even then, I think it's kind of looking bleak for them. But Sweet and Sour, they supposedly have the easiest job out of everyone today, right? Don't make it too difficult for yourselves. Win this game, you'll get through for sure. Lose it, you probably will get through, but we don't know for sure. So this is what makes things a little bit more interesting as we enter the first map of this series. Sweet and Sour on defense, OnlyFins on attack, as they've already gained ground onto this A site.
OnlyFins 1-1 in the season so far on this map. Tricky position to be in, and Sweet and Sour, the first time that we've seen it, first defensive pistol, they have 3 players flanking all the way around, and there's no trick to cover this, so Feekan has an inclination that he's getting pushed.
Snakebite did fall short, therefore they can't quite clear out this corner soon enough, which allows Feekan to end up on top and limp it with a crossfire. This is perfect for OnlyFins, a brilliant start for them. A Sweet and Sour struggle to find any other pick apart from Creamy getting one, and that's first blood for the Fins.
Really good adjustment from OnlyFins, like the way that they like, oh, we're getting pushed behind, having Limpe to go and help basically where Feekan stood to double peek it, but also Nixon actually pushing all the way into like CT and screens, flanking around. OnlyFins are like, oh, we're being pushed behind, let's go and like take space in front of us then, like flip the spawns, so to speak. So OnlyFins, we saw them a little bit last week, we casted their game, and
yeah,
for them up against who was it at the time? Formulation, yeah, like Formulation had a really good ascent, that was like their home ground. OnlyFins trying to find what their map is. Maybe with this comp it could be split. It's certainly very different to what's meta at the moment. And a solo initiator KO, the problem is you're just lacking so much information still. Like your KO knife could get some stuff, but are you going to use it to try and catch a cipher, for example, on a site, or see where people could be potentially stood?
And I think a big narrative for both of these teams is that OnlyFins is coming off of a high, beating Formulation Gaming and keeping their hopes alive in the tournament, while Sweet and Sour are coming off of a low, right? This is a 2-match lose streak that they've had. One against Apex, sure, but the other one against Apina Orchesterary, right? Something that I don't think many people expected, given the early streak of success Sweet and Sour found. So, yeah, it's a matter of having pace here. Sweet and Sour might be in their heads, or they might be able to get themselves out of it. We'll have to wait and see, but for this first one, it's OnlyFins slowly moving towards this A site and Sweet and Sour respecting it.
They don't have a smoke for a main. Like, you usually have the Viper wall cut across ramp on defense, almost gone diagonally the other way where the attacking wall is. So it really makes it difficult for Ticey to go for that fight from screens or even just sort of play on site. But he's taken ramp all on his own. And there might be a chance to catch Feekan, who's on his own, like holding him mid, but he only has a ghost.
Hey, we've seen quite a few Sheriff eco rounds go the way of the team ecoing, but it's Feekan's pistol to do quite a bit of tempo. If you would have gotten a pick there, it would have been nuts and probably turned this whole round in Sweet and Sour's favor, but that's a quick double by Yesmud. And Feekan will follow suit as well. Maybe some further damage to be found by Affen. Sheriff upgrade. 3 remaining, but yeah, this round is done and dusted. This is going to be OnlyFins getting themselves a second round and solidifying themselves an early lead on map number 1.
Yeah, who loses the round after pistol, right? Never happens.
Shouldn't happen, right?
I guess it is a real good test of like Sweet and Sour, like fresh new faces. We've never, like Apina, we've never really sort of seen them in these kind of like relegation, playoff, dogfight games that have a lot riding on it.
This is the tier 2 break.
Yeah, I mean, I think making top 4 in a league like this would be a huge accolade for Sweet and Sour. Luckily, they're not in a position where there's too much of a chance going wrong. but it's still a test. Like, OnlyFins are going to be gunning for this, especially knowing NXT had just lost. Their win would confirm their position instead of NXT. But the sweet and sour, like seed, I think seeding's important too, right? You don't want to be fourth because you know who you're playing first.
It's still a double elim bracket, so always a way to get back. But of course, you don't want your first game to be against Apex. You don't want to be on the brink of elimination straight out of the bat. Until we see that narrative. But vacation of mid from both of the sides and a bit of leniency towards B. Trailblazer will be spotting his presence, broken down by Limper, and now the cross will come through, but Sweet and Sour have got plenty of defenders here, 3 to be exact. Paranoia is good, I think it catches every single one of them, apart from Afrin, and Afrin is the one to push forwards. Only one taken from him, but it's Creamer to do so good work on the cross of OnlyFins. And suddenly Sweet and Sour have gathered this round for themselves, and Feekan is left to, you know, tell the tale by the end.
Really nice paranoia that came in from Athan. I don't think it connected onto anybody, but what it did do is it separated Limpe from the rest of the team. They were on site, they were by the big column, everybody else was in the choke, as if a molly was there to stop them going in. Like, just separated it up. And against, like, the lower buy, the bonus for OnlyFins, that is a death ball, Spectres, Stingers all running at you. They all run as 5 together into you, they're going to take you down. But separating them up and just making sure that it's just Limpe on their own means it's an easier task to just pick apart one by one.
Pretty neat stuff. Simple stuff, really. And also a good read by Sweet and Sour to have all of their chips, or most of their chips, into that basket. So that's Sweet and Sour's first inkling into their rounds, into their presence into this game. It's 1 and 2 as we enter the first buy round of the match.
No ultimates online just yet. You've got Limpe going fairly close with theirs. But speaking of, like, the setup, OnlyFins have been in these experiences a lot more. Like, maybe not fighting for playoffs. They might have even been in playoffs themselves a couple of occasions throughout Polaris' history. So this is not too much of a major thing for them. I feel like getting everything ready and in store and not getting relegated to Eclipse, that feels like the main goal. Playoffs is almost like a bonus, right?
That's true. But at the same time, Sweet and Sour built up expectations so high early on in the season. Even though they were the newcomers, they were the best performance after Apex, so... Only a top 4 finish? Well, it's, after having built such expectations, it's a bit of a rough one. But early pick goes to Sweet and Sour. Drop back from Famzam, not wanting to give any more room to OnlyFins.
Screen down.
This is also kind of like the sweethearts of Polaris. I think as Hazard puts them against the villains. Like, Sweet and Sour are just pure antagonists. They piss everybody off. That's just their whole, like, style of playing. Like, either just like their personalities or just the attitude, like the way that they play this game. We said about Apina getting underneath skin earlier on against NXT. That's Sweet and Sour's specialty. So it's whether OnlyFins are stoic enough to deal with that.
Very true. But yes,
30 seconds left.
Is the one that needs to be dealt with for now. Famzam back of sight, already being able to find 1 kill. Tycee has come in for reinforcements, but they're a little bit too far away. Yesmu keeps on giving. Limper up into the fight, paints to his feet, but drops back, and Feekan's now present. It's a 3v2. OnlyFins look good in this one. They know where Alphen is, and Feekan will clean up. Yesmu wants a triple in his name, and OnlyFins right back on track.
Yeah, perfect start. You only lose the bonus, immediately pick things back up. You're going to force Sweet and Sour onto a lower buy too, just as these ultimates are starting to become a thing for this next 4 buy. For both sides, mind, but Jesmu having that null command ready, showstopper, Limpe still not quite over the line with it. But like lockdown, see so much Cypher that we almost forget how good a lockdown can be, just to open up the B site or A site, or even in post plans to just buy a bit more time. Got to imagine that OnlyFins have something planned with this, but as of right now, Sweet and Sour actually have picked up a buy here, and the null command's coming in onto B.
And Affin's so close to this fight. What? Limper reads that on time. Famzam's on the case on the flank, but at least OnlyFins have guaranteed site control in B.
Safe plan too. Can't really do it out in the open because they don't have heaven control, and Limpe 30 HP. Hopefully not getting cleared. Yeah, he's trying to get his teammates to like pull attention away that he doesn't get cleared, but surely Sweet and Sour clear him.
They should. What if there's an underarm right-click paint shell at his feet? No, that's not what happens. Instead, Limp is given the opportunity to trade his life out. Optimal for OnlyFins.
Right now, Tempo just needs a moment. He's actually just going to push through the
Oh
poison
my
cloud and take the
God!
peak.
Oh, not quite the timing. We thought it was there, but Yesmu had his teammates back covered, and OnlyFins keep their streak going.
Right idea, just unfortunate, really. Just that poison cloud in CT. You see some lineups as well to make it a one-way, just buying so much time. And very good play from OnlyFins. They go up against maybe an eco or full buy. It's that kind of money where they could save, or they're like losing out on utility with Sweet and Sour. But here they went for the buy. They still have a buy again. They're just half armoring, just managing to get things going. And right now, nothing too crazy with how they want to approach this. Just the Sky plane further back. But it does mean that you don't have a guiding light. You don't have the flash to get information. Kind of forces Aethan onto a pretty aggressive angle to be the first contact. You lose him. You lose your smokes.
Limpid was able to get his showstopper the previous round. And will be using it right away. Damage onto Famzam, but not the pick. Instead, it's Creamy with first blood over to the safe site. Limpid's trying to cause pressure to alleviate what his opponents are looking at towards this ace site. But it seems that OnlyFins are pretty slow on their approach. The Sox is recovering so much ground, but Nixon's TP has allowed cross onto the safe site. Creamy is the only defender now for A. The only player that can hold this cavalry back. But is it still? They don't quite know how far forwards he's been placed. He's seen Nixon, and Nixon's going to play the patience game, waiting for Yesmu to help out in this endeavor. Creamy is able to find one, not quite the second. Yesmu stabilizes and keeps OnlyFins on top to get the spike plant. Limpe finds a chance to swing. That's one, but Tycee finds a return, tries to bring it back in Sweet and Sour's favor, but Feekin saves the day, and OnlyFins on 5.
Just get the plan 2 for an extra bit of money. Feekin's 1 all away from having the lockdown. Oh no, actually does have the lockdown 2 with that plan. Yeah, timeout for Sweet and Sour. This has been a rough start, only picking up the round against the bonus. And so much was done by Nixon. It was the paranoia that went up to heaven. He was TPing across site, catches Aethan. The only downside for OnlyFins was just that time was getting low and they still hadn't planted. And in fact, in that last fight, Tycee with that final kill that they got their nade online. So it was so important for Feekin to get that trade. And speaking of Feekin, what was it like out of the top 10 players with like ACS? Feekin's the highest that isn't a duelist. Victy's the only name I think that isn't a duelist when it comes to stats like that, because they have been absolutely farming, but I think as a team, every individual has started to shine a bit more. Like Snowy was really odd, like just couldn't really fit in, it felt like, at the start of the stage. Had some MVP maps and MVP series since then. Yesmu, I think, has really come into that initiator role really nicely. Limpe as a duelist is diffing people now.
That is true.
It feels like OnlyFins have got better this stage. You might sort of expect because they've been around for so long that they've almost got a bit stale. They're just like, no, they've improved massively over the course of this stage alone.
And it's a matter of keeping that improvement going and try to challenge teams like Apex as well. I think that's what you need to start looking at, because you can't have a one-team region. It's not sustainable.
It's a really strange setup for Sweet and Sour too. Like, you don't have the Omen on B. You have the Sky playing screens instead of like mid, B main, so you can flash closer. Even playing on ramp so you can like flash A main in a closer position. But no, this is the default, despite it being a lower buy for Sweet and Sour. This was the default that they have been like consistently running. And it just feels way too like static. There's no like pushing to try and get information. It's very sat back waiting for OnlyFins to kind of do whatever they want.
Yeah, maybe potentially waiting for them to move into closer positions and take use of the short-range weapons.
Yeah, they've just used the Trailblazer now to not only clear like A main, but to go back up on ramp to see if anybody's lurked up off this Viper wall.
That's a good fake lockdown. Do Sweet and Sour buy it?
The Viper's heading over, so not necessarily.
Good cam.
30 seconds left.
Spots out the feet of Limpet. Now they know. And the two players out on Heaven. But the flash is so
team
darn
flash.
good. That allows Tempo to get one before he drops. The cross from heaven, disallowed from OnlyFins as they deal with everyone that peeks past. But Ticey has been able to drop by close, but there's not much time remaining. It's 10 seconds to be exact, and from the shadows is utilized for Nixon to move over to this A side.
It does allow an opportunity maybe for Sweet and Sour to get some of those guns that are on the B side, but it seems that everybody's just moving over, knowing that time's not necessarily on their side. And you've still got this late lurk of Feekin. Yeah, exactly. And Feekin knows this. He's going to try and catch rotations if they came through mid, or just be that late push, because the spike is planted for Heaven.
Planted for Heaven. Potentially a late push from main. Oh, great distraction from Affin. Allows Creamy for an easy pick. Spike on smoke. Snowy moves in. That's a pick. Snakebite onto the spike. And it's a spray down to try and collect the final kill. Feekin gets it done on Heaven and picks up Affin as he exits the smoke as well. And OnlyFins do not want to give more than one round to Sweet and Sour.
I don't think Snowy's going to realize how clutch that snakebite was in the end. Because if that doesn't come in, I think that defuse gets stuck in the end. A little bit of a chaotic fight, but Feekin was in a great position from Heaven to keep an eye on it. And yeah, 6-1. Good round from Sweet and Sour. Like, you forced out the lockdown, you forced out the from the shadows. You made it a little bit more awkward for OnlyFins. But yeah, for Sweet and Sour now, you still buys aren't great, and you've not really got those big ultimates to work with other than that Viper's Pit, which is used towards mid.
Ooh. Early pick from Tempo.
I think every knife that's coming onto B has hit him. That's the only issue with this KO, is just these trips go down. It's good that he's like, oh, wait, I'm going to get, like, suppressed. I'm just going to make sure that you can't come in by spraying you down. He's not scared off and forced to give up the space, right?
I'm going to have to hear this from the analyst, but I think Sweet and Sour might have secured their spot in playoffs already, because if OnlyFins win this is Sweet and Sour and OnlyFins taking the final 2 spots into playoffs. Because they'll have a 4-3 score. Yes, okay, OnlyFins will have better seeding, but Sweet and Sour have got a better score than anyone in the bottom side. So I think this is guaranteed for Sweet and Sour. I'm not certain, though. I need the analyst desk to guarantee
it's very tricky. Because
it's really tricky.
Because round differential, if it gets to that, is done for everybody, but map differential is done based off of the series of everybody that's tied. So it's almost like head-to-heads only.
That's true.
So it is a bit like how well you've done against the other teams that are making playoffs. So it is a little bit more complicated, and usually playoffs aren't decided on permutations like this. But that just goes to show how close it is, where like map differential against each other is the important aspect.
It's been crazy close, but again, OnlyFins winning this basically guarantees their movement upwards, because NXT lost their match. The only 2 teams with a 4-3 score. Sweet and Sour will try and stop that from happening. Contain their second seed. Still a lot of damage being done here by Feekin. Coming alive. We thought Sweet and Sour had the numbers in that one, but Limper and Feekin take that round personally.
He just held the ground perfectly, but you got to say for Sweet and Sour, they just couldn't peak together. They were just like hokey-cokey in and out, trying to peak it, not really enough that they just end up giving 1v1s over and over to Feekin. They're 11-2. The 11 kills is impressive, but it's the 2 deaths in 9 rounds, right? Because nobody could seemingly shut this guy down when he's just playing around the map. He's not playing super safe. He's lurking and pushing mid. He's behind you. He's everywhere. He's playing dangerous, and he's only died twice.
Well, Crimmy's been spotted to the back of the site. There at least is Affin on a higher angle, tries to close up the gap with the Stinger, but he's been overwhelmed by everything that OnlyFins have to their disposal. They do not have the spike, which maybe allows Tyson and Famsam to come in on time, but I think they are just slightly too late. That they are. So the cross is successful. A site taken over. Position telegraphed completely from the Sweet and Sour side. They get one, maybe an upgraded weapon to be collected. But the fact that there's just lead being thrown at them, left, right, and center, there's nothing they can do. I don't think anyone expected a 7-round difference this early into the game.
No, we've just got the dominant maps, apparently. I thought, like, today, you know, like, sometimes when you see Apex, like, you're scheduled in, it's like, all right, that might be a quick series, you know? Just because Apex has been demolishing teams like 13-0, 13-4. Seemingly at most, it's been a bit closer now. But I thought that these series literally been playoff relegation dogfights. I didn't expect one team to just be complete. Like, what, Finnish teams are just insane in these kind of crazy clutch games, apparently? Is this a Finnish holiday? Is just everybody, like...
Maybe. Because it seems to be working out well for the Finnish players today.
They've just, both teams have
as
been
well
in a
had a
sauna for, like, the last week.
again.
So, like, just all the toxins are just out of them, and they're just playing out of their minds.
Apparently so, but we might have jinxed them a little bit, because Fekin does lose his life early on in this round. And I think this is one of the first rounds Sweet and Sour have gained an early numbers advantage. But can they pull it back in their favor? They're grouping up all their players, seemingly thinking that a B Heaven crunch is in the making, but instead...
Yeah.
It's not really the case.
Not even like paranoia into vents to clear it. It is very particular, right? Like, OnlyFins are just chipping away at this, and they actually get that player on screens. It's the Cypher, so all of this utility that would have stopped them has gone down.
It's a weird read from Sweet and Sour. It doesn't pay off because they lose the play on A.
You have no
they try to crunch the players of OnlyFins right now, and they might be able to do so. Snowy dead. Limper gets one. Oh, Showstopper, a bit too preemptive. And all of a sudden, Sweet and Sour have the numbers.
Maybe thought he was going to get peaked one at a time. Good post-plan positions, but it just means that OnlyFins can't play together. Separate fights, Nixon might find everybody.
He might. But the timing of the smoke disappearing is the most important thing. Guiding Light coming out as well. The paranoia is good, and Famsam is able to read the position. Yesmu is the only one remaining. At least a spike. It's not even planted for him. It's not even planted for Yesmu. So that's a round for Sweet and Sour. He's decided at that moment that there's nothing else he can do. Hand it over to your opponents. They made an oopsie, and they've got to pay for it with a round loss.
Yeah, it's strange. A little bit of miscommunication, because it felt like Yesmu was comfortable, like just rotating all the way around, going for Heaven. Even I thought it was planted for him, because surely he doesn't go up to Heaven if it's not planted for him, and then you go, oh no, wait, actually, Kraven's just right behind the corner. So, something that like OnlyFins don't want to be running too far ahead of things if they can help it. Especially when they find such a nice way to enter into the site, and then it kind of just gets displaced again from Sweet and Sour. They can make this 8-4. Sweet and Sour can pick up the next 2 rounds. It's doable to bring this back, because certainly in Polaris, this map has been attacking-sided.
Yeah, it has been, hasn't it?
And the last 2 maps have only added to that. They've made it worse.
But they have been weird games, though, at the same time. This time around, OnlyFins putting a lot of pressure towards Garage here. Creamy, decent angle, but the Finns are working off of an early picks advantage. Great timing on the Seekers. Spotting out so many players nearby. Guiding Light through. Creamy barely gets away with his life.
Awkward places to hold for Sweet and Sour now. Crossfiring, giving up on that control of 4 flashes come in, but somehow Sweet and Sour just spraying and praying, getting the right fights. It's now suddenly a 1 versus 1 between the Vipers.
Famsam has done so much this round. I believe already a triple kill. Snowy knows where he is and gets a triple for himself. No one is winning this Viper 1v1. It's OnlyFins on top yet again.
Just in the blink of an eye, like Sweet and Sour had people stacked in the right places, but what, like 2 players by new box, 1 player in danger, just like not holding backside at all, just trying to hold things down in that choke as the flash comes in. I've got to say, his single initiated KO, like the molly that came in from Yesmu was great to clear that position that Creamy was trying to play from. But it was a little bit like headless chickens holding on the B site, narrowly going the way of OnlyFins.
Comes on, spots out movement in mid. Doesn't quite call for reinforcements, instead drops back. Had such an incredible previous round, and to lose it, it's going to hurt you mentally. Creamy, good Guiding Light, because he got paranoid and he needed his teammate to move in on time. So 4 versus 4. And there's 2 rifles that remain in hands of very capable players here for Sweet and Sour. Smoke on one end, Affan kept behind, but it's checked. Still good for 1 with a stinger. Showstopper doing work, Sweet and Sour. This is the chance if they've ever had any, but a lockdown coming out from Fekin. might be an opportunity for OnlyFins. He's low, and 2 players looking directly at his position. There's nothing it can do. End of the half with a 9-3 score. A strong start for the Finns, but at least there's a good round by the end for Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, managed to fight it back towards the end of the half. And now for Sweet and Sour, it's seen if you can sort of replicate that a little bit more. The good comp for attack, it's pretty much what everybody's been going to nowadays. And I think that OnlyFins now, with the KO, no Sky, it lacks so much information. And especially with no Cypher, you can't play around the map with utility. You kind of have to isolate yourself on one side, which for OnlyFins and for Feekin, it's going to be on A. So there's no information to get on B other than just pushing it with your face and trying to take B main on your own.
Yeah.
The question is, if Sweet and Sour go for B execute, do they clear Limpay?
They've got to. This pistol can mean so much for Sweet and Sour if they want to net themselves to come back on the first map. So far, Paranoia is timely. Pressure from Heaven. And it's
Great
Tempo with first blood that quickly gets traded by Yesmu. But what's the read here by Sweet and Sour? Because Ticey has gone in deep.
Yeah, Limpay just taking a lot of attention. Forces Sweet and Sour to rotate to the other side, but right into all of this Killjoy utility. Feekin is going to go walking now to see if they can get more to work with. Now, turret should give them all of the information. Sweet and Sour know that they're there, and that smoke should be everything. Let's see what Feekin can do with this setup.
So far, smoked off. Comes in on time. Ticey blocking off one of the rotates. Feekin, the answer is nothing. And 2 versus 4. OnlyFins on the back foot, looking to do hero's work to draw it all back for their team. Not an easy one. You might as well write it off already.
Smoked himself off so he can actually get onto Heaven and maybe peek out on one of the sides too.
Limper trying to move in first. To the back of sight. Great Paranoia. That's going to delay them a little bit. Nixon, does he find an opening? Sweet and Sour are going to play the patience game here. They know they're far behind. They can't afford any mistakes. Oh, that could have been a pick by Limper, but it just isn't. And for that reason, Sweet and Sour will capitalize on the number superiority and end up on top for the pistol to try and close off this lead.
Yeah, picking up the pistol's massive to stop OnlyFins from really having it lean in their direction way too much. But also just the way that the pistol went. Like, you try and go B early, you don't really suffer much damage, you don't lose too many players, able to reset and clear the Killjoy setup with ease. Like, it's not as good as a Cypher setup, something like what Benji might do for Team Heretics, where he's able to just sort of play off of it on his own utility. Sweet and Sour cleared the turret, waited out the nano swarms, and then just peeked out and dealt with Feekin very easily.
That's a very deep mid-smoke from Nixon. I guess alluding to the idea of an early mid-crunch, which Sweet and Sour are respecting.
Although they're going to push B main a little bit more. Nade's been used, and Sweet and Sour have shown some presence. Or, sorry, OnlyFins have shown some presence over there.
Yeah, it's a pistol round at the end of the day, right? So you don't expect too much of them. And Limper, the only player with such a gun that can do quite a bit of damage, especially on a bonus, isn't at the best of health.
Interesting retake wall too from the Viper, just to cut off the sight line. If it does get planted B, you cut off the spike from the rest of the team. It's just Limpay over here with the only weapon that they have. And Ticey was looking in the wrong corner to clear him, and Limpay punishes.
Ooh, if he would have gotten the second one there, I would have said that OnlyFins may stand the chance. But the fact that they've got Tempo moving up so close to enemy ground, and with all of their players other than Ticey remaining, it's looking like a difficult ordeal.
Yeah, I think he took a lot of damage, runs back for healing, but pretty much sees everybody rotate across. Let's see how well they can use this Viper wall. Like I said, it's going to separate Sweet and Sour away from the plant a little bit. Forces them to play on the left-hand side. The KO flash is going to come out. The retake's going to come in, and there's a gap.
Oh, there is a gap, and the flash didn't really deter Tempo from shooting his gun. Not an issue, not a problem. And Sweet and Sour, 2 rounds consecutive, close out the lead just a little shorter.
Pretty much keep all of the guns, especially the bigger rifles that you've bought up. Bringing a Phantom into the bonus is huge for this. Ticey trying to decide what gunner they want to buy up, see if they can make it a couple more rifles and make this a very winnable bonus. For OnlyFins, your full buy just isn't great either. Lots of half armor. And I feel like this setup is... Sweet and Sour seem to have a plan on how they want to exploit it. Looking to go very aggressively into mid now, at least. Pretty much every player is over there. KO Knife is used on A main. I don't think he gets the side first. Snowy peeks out and goes down instantly.
Brilliant pick. And now they can continue with the tempo, but OnlyFins need this win right now if they want to conceal themselves an easy step up. This is their buy round. This is where they should have had superiority, but instead, they've lost an early player. They don't really have enough presence towards the safe side to fend off this attack.
All coming in from A main. Nanoswarm is going to slow them down at least a little. And alarm bot means that they have information of whether somebody's going ramp 2. So Sweet and Sour now just holding off for a second, and they catch Limpe just walking up.
They've got to know that Yesmu's nearby. That's a good spray. Can he find the second? It's good. The triple, not quite though, as Creamy squares things up, but is low on health. 45 seconds, and a decision by Sweet and Sour has been made. Pivot towards this B site, try to get there before their opponents can.
They have so much time to work with that they can just like manipulate the map, and it's an open B site. No, all of the Killjoy stuff is towards A, so B shouldn't have any problems
30
here.
seconds left.
And for OnlyFins, it's a risk to split up your players. And Sweet and Sour know it. Oh, Mixun's going directly for the fight, and that's not what they expected. But this leaves Feekin in a 1v2, knowing where Ticey is, but no info on Creamy.
Has the
If
turret.
he just goes for the stick.
He could do. He also has the alarm bot too. Like, he picked that up earlier, so he has that utility to work with. Clearing the site might be able to put some stuff to get more information, but at this point, Sweet and Sour could have rotated and gone up heaven. He's going to push and clear both of them. It gets half damage done onto both, so close round. Happy bonus though for Sweet and Sour. You're going to be pleased with that.
Oh, it's brilliant for Sweet and Sour. They wanted to net themselves a comeback. This is exactly how you do it. Win the pistol, win the follow-up, and win the bonus. That's 3 in a row. And there's only 3 left between themselves and their opponents. And when it was quite a daunting difference with 9-3, a 6-9 is looking a lot more fathomable. And I do not blame a timeout at all. It's alarm bells for the Finns.
So much for them to do now. Had such a long streak of rounds. Being able to pick up the pistol, the rounds after the bonus. And at that point, Sweet and Sour couldn't really get anything going. But if this is a comeback for Sweet and Sour, if they can actually roll their way up to a map win here, they go to their choice of Sunset, suddenly things are looking very strong for them. And being able to like go into playoffs off a win off your own back instead of worrying about what other people are doing, that's the kind of confidence you need. And I think if Sweet and Sour win, they'd be second place, right? So they'd be on the other side of the bracket, away from Apex at least to begin with.
To be fair, they'll be playing them in the second match anyway if Apex win, if they both win their opening matches. But it's at least you don't. At least you guarantee yourself a top 3 spot. You know.
Exactly. You never know if you've just found the right form. The Sweet and Sour have been giant killers. It feels like to an extent, underdogs and being able to win out consistently. But at just this rate, Sweet and Sour have done it so consistently, like beating these top teams, that you almost expect them to beat OnlyFins, which...
That's true.
Is that valid, really?
I mean, it's up to them to prove us that they can pull off a comeback like this already. OnlyFins yet to have a grasp of this defense, and this time they take a gamble towards his left-hand side. 4-player stack, 1 in mid, and I believe Feekin's position has been telegraphed already. Ticey wary of an angle as such. If Sweet and Sour move into the B site, it would be the perfect case scenario for OnlyFins.
Yeah, with all these stingers, lower by, OnlyFins Eco could definitely just wreck house if they can help it. So Sweet and Sour just prodding mid to see who's on what side. It's probably expecting a stack somewhere. But it's just making sure that you pick the right choice, otherwise you might be in a world of danger. Snowy in a great position to be in with the stinger, but can't quite get the kill or the damage.
Snowy's position expected. Do they expect Yasmu? Close by, not quite the cigar. And that's quickly the take of the B side. Sweet and Sour win off every single one of their fights. And no answer really for the Finnish side, not for now. Got work to do on this defense here, Ryan. How on earth do they find their way back in?
It's so tricky now. Money's starting to build up incredibly nicely for Sweet and Sours. They even gave the plant over to Ticey, so they're 1-0 all the way from a showstopper. So they're farming ultimates, they're rotating them out nicely. And OnlyFins, so far, like the choice of the KO and the Killjoy, not that it's necessarily only down to that, but it just feels like that stall isn't there. And OnlyFins are playing without so much information. They're just hoping to try and gamble the right sites and win the duels when they come in.
Deacon will be denying his orb to not account for an ultimate pickup for the Sweet and Sour side, but I think it's safe to say that not only economically Sweet and Sour are doing a lot better, but I think on the ultimate juggling front as well, because they've got Athens 1 and Ticey is just 1 away from the showstopper, and the same you could say about the Neural Theft, right? So they're doing a lot stronger to keep this tempo flowing.
Attack hopping now too. Just saw it come out for Limpe. He's going to be playing towards A main. And Killjoy actually moving over towards B.
Oh, this is going to be fun. The question is for who is going to be fun? Who's the one that is going to find most impact with it?
It's also whether Sweet and Sour give the up over to somebody else, because at some point Ticey needs to execute onto the site, especially with all of the Killjoy stuff to dodge, get those nano swarms used, clear out utility. Can't do that if you're attacking with an up.
That's true. Dagger towards A spots tempo, so that's some information OnlyFins are working off. Other than that, they're in the dark.
Having the knives hit tempo consistently, it's like he wants to be spotted. Because now you've instantly got 3 players over there.
And left mid clear. Trailblazer, you've got to shoot it if you limp it. You can't run the risk of being hit by it. You're not a jet, you can't just get out of there. Same with, you're not a chamber either. Goes in for round 2. They heard the op. Are they crazy to peek this? Oh, it's just going to be a slow peek from Ticey, the battle of the ops. And it's Ticey to pre-fire that corner and put Sweet and Sour on top. They're going to take this tempo to move in. Yesmu trying to block off the rest of the rotations, but still, it's Sweet and Sour. They've garnered full control over the A side.
30 seconds left.
Great play from Ticey. Also just peeking from the other side as well. Managed to get across the gap. Wasn't expecting the Rays to push him in that direction. But a 4 versus 3, still doable. But Sweet and Sour's post plant with the operator set up watching ramp, it's so good. The trip towards screens as well. OnlyFins are going to struggle to get in on the site. Never mind get all the kills to get the defuse.
The entire round was based off Ticey's pick. And nothing else. OnlyFins are shaking. They're trembling. An early lead that they fear they may have fumbled. They need to go for this retake. They need to go for it. They need to try. It's a 2v2. Spike, smoke, secured. Defusal on its way. Feekin dead, but Ticey's gun isn't optimal for this. You've got to be accurate, and it's not on time. Just like that, OnlyFins get themselves a win with the skin of their teeth. And it's Ticey to live on one end, and I believe it was Yasmu on the other.
Did the Sweet and Sour, they just seemed to switch off for a second. It felt like everything was in place to hold on to it. And then just suddenly OnlyFins managed to find their way in. And kind of like you said, being able to like smoke off the spike, knowing that you're up against the operator, means that it's an easy defuse stick. I thought it was worth saving at that point, but Nixon, yeah, he jumps in with a paranoia, plays in from elbow, and I think he gets 2.
That's brilliant. We nearly counted OnlyFins out there, but just by the end, retake achieved. And it gives them confidence. It gives them a footing on this defense. It's their first round of this half.
No command used just off a little bit of pressure from Sweet and Sour. That 1 round loss might not matter if you can just bounce back instantly, keep this attacking run going. And it's strange too, because OnlyFins have been a little bit more aggressive to A main, pushed up, broke the camera from tempo. And now they're really not sure about anything on the map. No command got used on B, has heard nothing, but there's no info on mid. These players are just sort of stuck on ramp, trying to fight for the space. Spike is towards B. It's all just a ruse.
But the two players defending B haven't budged either. The sad thing is, Snowy and Feekin both don't have Vandals. They've only got Bulldogs. Rotations are quick. They've got a read. Only
seconds left.
They know. And they'll have 4 players to defend this B site. And this is exactly when Sweet and Sour are going to start to move in. Tempo only makes his mark known over in heaven just now as he moves in together with his teammate. But the rest on main are struggling. Sweet and Sour trying to flood the site as quickly as possible, trying to overwhelm the defenses, but Snowy isn't budging on the read. Olympic can't do too much. Snowy has to die, and from the shadows doesn't come in on time. Nixon is no more relevant in this fight as he's on a 1 versus 2 on this post one. Fake TP, thinking that he might have crossed the side, but instead he's nearby.
Oh, no.
Out with the smoke! Rough timing for Nixon, but it's brilliant for Sweet and Sour as they maintain their streak to close up this gap.
Oh, it's crazy. Everything was set, like the poison cloud that was set up in B main allowed them to lurk out as soon as the KO comes in to try and flash and peek B main. The smoke goes up and Jesmu just gets sprayed right through it. It felt like so much of that round, despite OnlyFins getting a read and having people in the right way, that everything that OnlyFins did felt right into the trap of Sweet and Sour. They were using utility in ways that would get them punished. They lost a lot of information towards mid. Like, OnlyFins are just clawing to get any, like, map control, it feels. They're just similar to the Sweet and Sour being super passive. OnlyFins just don't have that flexibility to do anything around the map. They're just sort of stuck. Now they're trying to fight for mid, but it's only because they're on an eco. They have to be a bit risky here. Get good information, but it might not matter. Sweet and Sour are just going to go towards A.
They've paced themselves pretty good this round because they've gained a little bit of access towards the safe side without using much. I do say that, but they end up dropping back. Tempo turns his attention towards heaven, where there's 2 players lying in wait, and it's actually strong defense on defense. It's the question of it being red. Not quite sure if they did spot Limper. If they did, they already know there's 2 nearby on the A side, a Killjoy and a Raze. How many more? Beacon. Spotted by the Trailblazer, back in hand. They realize there's a lot of presence here, so they're definitely calling the fallback button. But instead, Tempo, the fact that he's so deep and getting picks, does put pressure on Sweet and Sour to maybe stick around. Instead, they know there's 30 seconds to spare, so the spike is already traversing towards this B side, but somehow only Finns come out on top with numbers.
Hunt's going to go down nicely because of that from the shadows, but everything else is just a rush to see who gets there in time. A lot of information, at least for mid, and you have heaven control. And even now, OnlyFins are approaching so slowly because they don't know if there's a late lurk. Also to pick up some of these guns that were left.
Famzam. He's got a good angle on this, and he's got a crossfire with Ticey. But Ticey misses his shot, and there's a shot onto Famzam that does connect, leaving Affin all to himself. 1 versus 2, and rifles collected by the OnlyFins side. It's a hero landing from Yesmu. A punch to the face to Affin, and OnlyFins right back on track to try and close out this map. There's only 2 rounds to spare before they can do just that.
3 seconds left. OnlyFins haven't won many rounds on their defense, but the ones that they've won have been almost comical, and I think both of them have been on lower buys, at least with not having the advantages. So now Sweet and Sour have some timeouts still to work with. They're not in a complete panic overall, and the money is good enough at least for now, but if OnlyFins win this, they end up on match point for map 1. There's not going to be much for Sweet and Sour to work with this time. Killjoy's back over towards A with the Viper utility. Now KO and Omen on B.
Sweet and Sour determined to hit this A site successfully and keep control over it. Ticey unchallenged. So the cross does come through. I think what's interesting in this round is going to be Tempo. His lurk in mid could be everything for Sweet and Sour. It's all down to the timing.
I think he'll pretty much go as soon as his Viper's pit drops. Actually, no, this is a bait. He's faked it. No, he's faked it. He's rotated away. He's cancelled the ultimate.
So smart!
And he clears Tempo.
Creamy knows how far forward the OnlyFins players are. At least they've got that information going for them. But it's the Finns working off of numbers advantage due to the smart play of Snowy. Knowledge of the far cross of Famzam. And Snowy will play lurk duty again, dropping back while the rest of them try to clear up the site, but they're unable to do so because Affen has got it all locked and covered. No one shall pass because Affen is playing Gandalf today.
Even though it was really well played from OnlyFins taking mid control with the ult fake from Snowy, it's just time was so low. A paranoia came out on the retake as well from Nixon. And there was no follow-up. It was like OnlyFins were really struggling to get on the site. Suddenly, Afen explodes with a lovely 4K. OnlyFins not really having that much utility to go for this retake, and it really bites them.
How on earth did that happen? How did Affen just get 4 kills out of nowhere?
And the retake there was just so awkward, it felt, from OnlyFins to actually get through. Icy finds a perfect timing, and the utility from Sweet and Sour to clear some of these positions with like snake bites, mollies. It's all been good, and it really puts that pressure onto OnlyFins. You'd almost think the Sweet and Sour were in the lead with how they're playing. Because they've just been so dominant on their attacking side.
I mean, same with OnlyFins, right? It was a 9-3 half for them. Well, I don't think to the extent that Sweet and Sour have been playing. Oh, that is perfect from Snowy. Picture perfect as he triples up. And OnlyFins have got full control. That there is no way. There is no way. They do lack the weapons, though.
Yeah, that's the
2 versus 3.
And they can't pick up the weapons either with the position, so it is just making this booking the sheriff work. Nathan might make this a lot easier by just pushing into these weapons and making it difficult. He has to run away.
It's a formation handed over, and chunking down out 8 Affen down in health. Creamy wins out the fight into Yezmu, so the cross here could be impactful. Creamy on the right-hand side. Creamy with 1, and Affen takes the time to swing out from the other side. Sweet and Sour have just reduced the difference of the scores by 1 round as they put themselves on double digits as well.
Really good at backfight for Sweet and Sour, but you got to respect the fact that they push CT. Like, they're in a player disadvantage. Even though they have the weapons, they push to just get some information. Maybe get a pick, get everything that they need to back out, play the post plant in a much better spot. They play off of each other marvelously. Not too many ultimates are going to be online to make the honors even here for Sweet and Sour. And OnlyFins, they have a lockdown. It just might be a difficult position to use it.
Limper. This time, it's his turn to get first blood.
That's been a lot better, at least. OnlyFins know that they're sort of lacking information in places, so they're being proactive. Maybe we should push B main a bit more alongside mid. We're catching Sweet and Sour early like this. It's been a bit of a struggle from them if they're in a player disadvantage to find that spot.
It has. But it always feels like it's the final seconds that matter to this game. Not the beginning.
The only other thing too is like Feekin has the lockdown, but look at where they're playing. If a fast execute comes in, it's not like they can play for the retake, right? They're just in the site. And that might be the case here. Like, you have such a big ultimate to help you with a retake and you have a player advantage, yet the player that you need is in such a scary spot.
It's a good potential crossfire here with Feekin covering an off angle, doubles up before he has to drop, and he's still alive with Limper lurking from behind. 1 collected, so 1v3. Don't want to expend any risk. It's going to have to be the showstopper kill to put OnlyFins on match point.
Didn't expect it to be this close when you have a 9-3 half. But here now, look at the money for Sweet and Sour. Like, it's good for most players. It might be like some buys needed for others. Actually, Sweet and Sour using this as a potential opportunity to just talk to the players, come up with some strategies, not only for this next round, but the round following, if you want to bring it to overtime.
Ah, this is getting tense. This really is getting tense. OnlyFins have already gotten the same amount of rounds that Sweet and Sour have gotten on their defense. All they need is just 1 more. 1 more. And the economy is decent for Sweet and Sour. It's not that bad. The problem is when they lose, when they lose this round, they lose the game, right? But as if they lose a lot of guns, it's not like they can expend into another extra buy. So OnlyFins not only looking to get a win here, but even if they lose, make this expensive, I guess.
Really interesting with how this has been so far today. Like OnlyFins, for them, it's just been finding a dominant map for them to consistently rely on for the group stages, to find somewhere that they can keep going and keep winning against these teams in and around them for playoffs. And they permabanned the one that they had before with Icebox for this series. Split might be that, otherwise it might be 1 foot through the door for Sweet and Sour.
I mean, I can imagine players from Apina Orchestra watching at this match as well, hoping that Sweet and Sour win this match, give them another chance of making the final spot in playoffs, have an equal score with a 3-4 team tie. Again, depending on how well Formulation Gaming do tomorrow as well. There's a lot standing on this game. Anything can make the difference, but Sweet and Sour taking the attack here. Nick Soon was a little bit late to react to that due to the flash, but Yezmo is there with a double kill. Lockdown dropped instantly, wanting to force Sweet and Sour into this corner, so it allows OnlyFins so much space.
Already still Beacon in on site. No command is going to shut down some more of this utility. And Beacon, the spike hasn't been planted. This has been a punish beforehand. And now they're opening the site. 13-10. OnlyFins making their new split comp work and giving themselves a grand old chance to be making playoffs over NXT on their map here.
I mean, safe to say that they caught everybody off guard by that one. Not only Sweet and Sour, but everybody watching, the sweethearts of Polaris, have done it with the first map win here. Ryan, I mean, I didn't expect it. How did you see this coming out, especially seeing how we saw a completely different composition at the start of this map?
Yeah, I mean, I think on attack, it was just being able to keep that consistency. Attacking on split seems to be the way to go at the moment, and I think the Killjoy helped a lot there. Defense, a lot of gaps that Sweet and Sour could have maybe exploited a bit more, but when you're 9-3 down, making it as close as it ended up being is still a testament, but it's just maybe not enough to give you a good seed for playoffs.
Well, a Sunset is up next, everybody. Sunset will be where potentially OnlyFins could close it out in a 2-0, or we will be going to a full third map Ascent. We'll have to wait and see if that is the case, but ladies and gents, do stick around for what's coming after this, because if it's going to be anything like this map, it's going to be awesome.
Welcome on back to Polaris. We are keeping with the trend of keeping things interesting here as OnlyFins continue their, well, chances of getting into the playoffs on this one. Obviously, Sweet and Sour already locked into that spot, but OnlyFins can still make it on through to that. And this is the start of things for them. And today has just been, you know, a roller coaster so far. That was definitely a roller coaster of a game, and now we've got a roller coaster of a storyline to back it up.
I think we started off with a complete opposite of this map, right? It was a map that felt very in control, very orchestrated. Both teams actually playing structured, you know, everything according to plan, and this map was the opposite. We had so many rounds that looked like they were going one way, and then someone gets a 3K or someone makes a small error, and it just completely 180s the round. And I'm all for it, you know? I'm all for it. I'm all for the excitement.
Yeah, I think a lot of what went on this game, we kind of mentioned it a couple of times back and forth, but it was very much individual performances in specific rounds that were the difference makers in this game. You know, there was no one player that had 5 highlights in the whole game. You know, there was no player that got an insane amount of kills compared to the rest of the people in the survey. It was just round on round who was going to play better on that exact, like, couple of minutes.
It felt like it really came down to these like micro decisions from team to go for rotation, go for an aggressive push, take some space or leave some space. It's something that we haven't really had a lot during the first game, where it felt more, everything just felt like one team was in control entirety of the whole round, and this just felt like, okay, control. OnlyFins was having a good run, and then suddenly, bam, SNS gets in control, and we had so many rounds where we were both sitting there during the game watching, and we're like, okay, so this is going this way, and then boom, Affin gets a 3K, boom, Snowy gets a 3K. It was amazing.
I felt like if I looked away from the monitor for more than a second or two, something crazy would happen, because the first one happened when Affin got the 4K, and then the second one happened the round after that, and then it was just like, okay, I have to watch the rest of this game intently, make sure nothing's being missed out here. Now, we took a look at 2 players before we started this series, and I want to take another quick look at their stats on this one, so we can just talk about their impact in that game here. Faken and Tempo, once again. You can see the difference that these 2 players had on this map, and for you know, let's keep in mind that these 2 did not have one one half with more rounds than the other. This was a very even game by the end of things, and therefore I think that's a massive difference that you're looking at there.
I mean, we talked about it beforehand, right? Two players who statistically looked very close to each other, and whoever was going to arguably come out on top of this duel was going to make a big difference for the team. In this case, Feeken, amazing performance, over 240 ACS, I believe. Interestingly enough, we see that both of these players had similar cast scores, right? Which indicate that Feeken actually had individual rounds in which he single-handedly carried them, right? That's something that Tempo maybe didn't do as much as he would have liked to, and maybe if he had, we would have an even closer series on this side.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look at some of the rounds here to start things off before we get on to talking about next map. Let's start with round 8, where I think we got a good idea of kind of what was going on here. At this point, only Finns were absolutely dominating. Their attacking half was almost infallible, even though there was a lot of chaos going on. There was order to it,
Yeah, this was one of those rounds where it's a 5v3 at this point, right? Realistically, SNS needs to very bigly mess up in order for it to get close, and then suddenly Feeken just gets a 3k out of thin air, right? Together with Limpa cleansing up entirely, and this is exactly what we were talking about in the pre-show, right? It looks like it's heading towards the direction of SNS, and then suddenly one of the guys on OnlyFins pops up, and they just, take the round.
Yeah, and the next round we want to take a look at here is 16. There was a site take from SNS. We were thinking on this one, something might happen here. SNS is starting to come back, and we wanted to take a look at this round because this was the flip side of things. So things started going a little wrong for OnlyFins, and then suddenly we started to get just a little bit back from them, but this one was all over the place.
I mean, we're looking at realistically, we're splitting B here on the side of SNS. Everything up until this point goes according to plan, right? Sure, they're running into 4 players, but they have better guns, they have better utility. They do incredibly well to get on the side for free, and they just finish it properly. And that's kind of the other side of the spectrum that on the first half, we didn't really see that much from the side of SNS. They were making these sloppy mistakes, they were allowing OnlyFins to come back into these rounds, and during rounds like this, they showed that they have the capabilities of playing out rounds properly. Let's also not forget that this was the map pick of OnlyFins, so it's not the end of the world for SNS. They still have the next map to go to, but it did show that at least when they really focus on things and they really focus on playing together and doing things properly, they have the capabilities to do so.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look at one round before we do get to that next map, which I think you're interesting to talk about here. The round after that, in fact, where OnlyFins finally started to bring back some semblance of, it was back and forth for the whole rest of the game from this point, but OnlyFins really started to get back into things. And I think you could see that with just the retake, the way they were doing it here.
It's the contrast, right? So everything up until this point looks very good from SNS, right? We have a round that realistically should go their direction. They have the bomb down, they have the post plant, and then all of a sudden they just mess up. They give up too much space and allow OnlyFins in this case to retake a bomb site in a 3v4 with a 3v4 disadvantage. And it's just these kind of like back and forth that were so crucial in this match and that actually made OnlyFins come out on top.
Yeah, it's a 13-10 to get things started. We're going to be heading to Sunset next. This is the pick of Sweet and Sour, and for them, this is one that they're relatively comfortable on, I think. This is both teams have played Sunset quite a bit, but for OnlyFins usually it does go to overtime or to something very close, and it's been back and forth for them. They've won games, they've lost games, but overall they've made it a bit of a chore on this map, so I do get where Sweet and Sour are coming from by picking this.
Logically, it makes a lot more sense, right? Both of these teams, actually, the last time they played the Mirror Comp, Double Initiator, Sova Breach, so it's something that SNS has a better grasp on what to pick. I think there was also a slight error in the in the match veto before, because this initial map was actually picked by OnlyFans, even though it showed during the map veto that it was selected by SNS. It was actually picked by OnlyFans, so now we're moving to Sunset, which was picked by SNS, with 2 compositions that they kind of expect, or at least, they kind of have a better idea on what to expect. And I think that they'll be able to make it more close. We're not going to see like any weird KO flashes or Killjoy Molly stuff you don't really often see on Split, so it should be a more standard game for them. And I'm kind of curious to see how they perform in a more normal setting.
Yeah, I do think, you know, obviously we take a look at all of these maps, and when they're all different, you know, compositions like we just saw there, you can't really get into the nitty-gritty of kind of this player versus this player. You have to really take a look at kind of how what they've picked has impacted their play. This time around, last time they played it, and the few times they played it before, mirror comp is going to be the most likely thing that's going to happen. You've got your Omen, you've got your 2 initiators in Breach and Sova, and then you've got a Cypher and a Raze on this one, which is pretty standard, and it will basically just mean that whoever shows up, shows up. And as things stand, I have no clue who that's going to be.
I think it's the same as the last Sunset map, right? I'm very curious to see how these particular fights on A are going to go down, right? We have 2 compositions that have a strong amount of utility, right? Being able to force enemies off of angles with Breach, Sova drone, arrows, stuff like that. I think these early initial engagements are going to be critical for both of these teams to come out of the win here.
Yeah, I do hope we do see something exciting here, and honestly, if anything was going to go to a third map, I would definitely bet on this one being that. Sweet and Sour have looked really good over the course of the season. That seemed a little off-kilter for them. Obviously, they haven't played Split before, so you got to take it with a pinch of salt, but they still made it close.
Yeah, I think for them, this is one of those things that you don't really expect. I mean, you open yourself up to it with this particular veto, right? But it also means that after a game like that, you're probably not going to be like too involved or too upset with the exact results.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to be surprised by anything. Oh, I'm surprised. Color me surprised. Nope, I'm completely wrong. Kill me with hammers. It is 2 completely different. Yeah, that's different initiators.
Yeah, on the side of OnlyFins, we still see this traditional comp, right, that they've been running with before, Sova Breach, but on the side of Sweet and Sour, we see the exact same comp that we just saw become victorious on the Sunset, right? KO Gecko makes a massive difference. It's the composition very famously used by Sentinels, Carmine Corp, teams that are exceptionally good on this map. And I'm curious to see how this small change is going to affect the game plan of Sweet and Sour, sorry.
I think a trend that we have seen over the course of Polaris, and I don't want to discourage change. Change is good. Change is a good thing in life, and you know, you should embrace it. However, generally when teams change their comps, things go wrong. So I'm really hoping for Sweet and Sour. They have practiced this one nicely and are able to get something out of this. Tubbo, I hope your voice isn't completely shot, because we might be going to 3 maps. I'm going to throw it to the casters now. Ryan, Pavlos, take it away, guys.
That we will, and of course, it couldn't be better moment to bring out different agent composition to try and make their gameplay even better than it was before. Because this is squeaky bum time for OnlyFins, right? They want to make playoffs, and the way to do that is by beating Sweet and Sour right here, right now.
There's an interesting point as well that Milan made on the desk with like the vetoes being the other way around, right? Because like OnlyFins had Icebox banned out by Sweet and Sour, so it is a really tough series for them to actually come out and win. Because the whole thing for them was just, they need a home. OnlyFins need, not only for an org, but they also need like a map to call their own, to just dumpster people on. That's, you know, look at stuff like Sentinels, the way that they were playing like Split, like Paper X's Sunset. Every team needs that kind of map. So OnlyFins don't have that anymore because Icebox was taken out. So they've done really well on Split.
Yeah.
See if they can make Sunset work. They did against Formulation in that full best of 3, went to OT, and Sweet and Sour, last time they played was against Apex, and they kind of got destroyed 13-4.
Well, it's time to rock and roll. Sweet and Sour on the attack, OnlyFins on the defense, and it looks like a very quick, imminent B hit with 3 defenders fairly nearby. Limper might have an angle to work with over the smoke. Dizzy not quite spotting him as he's able to sidestep it, looking for a pick. Takes him a while, but there's Yesmu to assist as well. Nixon stopping the wingman from planting. Is still alive somehow, and the shot up from Snowy allows Tyson to chop as well. OnlyFins are winning exactly where they want to be winning, and Yesmu with a double puts OnlyFins on top.
Yeah, OnlyFins, risky to put all of that Cypher utility over on A. That B site is typically where the Cypher wants to call it home. But it was the breach setup, everybody was in a good position. Jesmu was on top of like the market box where Tens likes to play. And then the recon coming in from Snowy just clears up the site. Sweet and Sour changed up their comp. It's a good idea. It's the comp that we've seen absolutely rock people's worlds even in the last series. But it does mean that there's an adjustment period. Despite how good it can be in scrims, despite how well it has been performing for Sweet and Sour, this isn't official. And it's potentially a playoff qualifying official. So it's you know, squeaky bum time, like you said, but also like making sure that this comp works in officials. We've seen plenty of teams take a comp that's been battering people in practice, but as soon as they take it to an official, it might not work.
Yeah, it could be also a matter of wanting it more, plain and simple, because Sweet and Sour, they've already locked in their spot in playoffs, but only Finns, they know that this is where they need to perform. So, sometimes it's just if you want it more than the other, but it was just the pistol round. And we're actually surprisingly seeing only 2 pistols for OnlyFins, while the rest have bought ups to some extent. So Sweet and Sour not completely out of it if they can take 2 out of the equation instantly. Lurking mid by Affen, but it might be watched by Snowy. That's exactly what happens.
Gets a good upgrade too. This has been such a low buy for the buy-up for OnlyFins. Could have backfired, but still got everybody alive.
Yesmu's aggressive with it. Spray down a little bit rough around the edges, but the picture is still fairly clear. Spike does go down, allowing Sweet and Sour an extra orb, some extra cash. But surely you can't have too many expectations on tempo here.
Wrapping all the way around. It is being checked, it is being watched loosely by Limpe, almost looked away. Yeah. But you get the plan, you get a couple of kills, like for Sweet and Sour, that's still more than fine. But I guess most importantly for OnlyFins, you have bought up a Phantom, take that into the bonus, similar to last time.
Right. Ryan, I've got a question for you here. You know, both of these teams have switched up their comps. What are they trying to achieve with these changes? What are they trying to do? What is their game plan now with these comps?
Ooh, who should we start with?
Go for Sweet and Sour.
Sweet and Sour, I think we've seen a lot of, like, meta adjustments, not only on Sunset, but, like, on stuff like Icebox, like Gen.G playing the Gecko KO. Just the double flash is really strong. The plan is pretty good and open, like, playing for post-plan positions. Very, like, Heretics inspired, but also Sentinel, as well. I've also been playing Sassy on the Gecko. Just good at lineups, like the Dizzy Flasher we just seen in mid. If anybody's pushed up, it'll pretty much catch them. But I think for, like, OnlyFins, it's, like, the more de facto old comp that teams used to run before Gecko became really popular. Like, so run this map just to reach.
Because Limper is out in mid with the Phantom. Somehow gets 2 without being traded. This is the bonus of OnlyFins. And somehow it still works out. Snowy does good work with the Sheriff, and Sweet and Sour's buy is looking rough. Tempo all by himself, but Limper's got it all red. And OnlyFins 3 in a row, even when Sweet and Sour have got their buy in their hands.
Yeah, one of the downsides for Sweet and Sour's comp is just the effective range. A Reek on that you could do on one corner of the map and it'll hit the other one. Gecko Flash will only go so far, so Snowy has so much control for top mid. Fighting in that space, didn't have the right weaponry, but the right utility to go for those duels and just farm people up. Snowy's one away from having the... I'm blank. The Hunter's Fury.
Yeah,
I was like, it's literally my main. That's the worst part of it. It's not like, oh, I don't know anything about, like, I couldn't name some of the utility from Neon.
Sting is out from every single one of the players, and Snowy might be wary of this push, but not quite. Tyson just presses W and swings path. Oh dear, is this the round that Sweet and Sour really win? Is this really what happens right now?
Stingers are really good in this meta, even buying up after the pistol if you lose it.
And a couple of rifles have been upgraded too.
I think no matter what, it's the paranoia's come through, and it has separated at least Ticey from the rest of the team, but it's just strength in numbers.
That is ridiculous. That is simply ridiculous. OnlyFins call it off, don't lose it player. Sweet and Sour have a flawless round, and of course it's a stinger round to put them on the board.
Good lord. I think one of the things that Sweet and Sour can at least get right is just, you don't have the range, like I said, but you do have so much, like, tempo. Like, you you got a Breachstone, Cypher, you know, you've got the camera set up, it's like, as soon as my camera spots somebody, I'm gonna, like, stun them. But if you just outpace that, if you just run straight past it, satchel past it, you just get past or get under that utility is the better way to put it. So you can, Sweet and Sour had the right idea with this comp. You're not as good from range, but if you can push very quickly into them, doesn't matter what range you're fighting at. So many teams as well have moved away from the breach in favor of KO. Even like Sova's lost out a lot of the popularity. It pretty much is like what teams would play at the start of the stage with what OnlyFins are running versus what teams are playing now because it's maybe the flavor of the week.
I mean, it's what won the most recent global event, right? You've got to take a look at it. Hunter Shuri enabled fairly early, and I don't think it gets a single tag. Nicely spotted deep in market. So B control and market control. It's with Sweet and Sour.
K09
Limpe
gets
with first blood.
There's one player who doesn't get his Limpe who uses a showstopper and gets shut down straight away anyway. This is OnlyFins going again for a really nice retake, despite I think being in a player disadvantage.
The good thing that Sweet and Sour have got going for them is this thrash, and it's instantly enabled. It might have just caught off one player, so it does put them in a 2v2 for this post spawn. Mosh pit onto the spike, a really important one, because it delays the players trying to get on the defusal. Tempo sidestep the shot dart, right back onto the spike. Tempo denies it, Famzam doubles up, and Sweet and Sour in an instant double the round score.
Really well played from Famzam. You could definitely see some geckos like they tried to go for the thrash play. It gets maybe a pick, it gets broken early, and you start to panic, but uses the thrash, uses the mosh to delay, and then just gets on the right angle to take those fights. Like that B main hold should be too strong. It's like Pearl B site all over again. Literally, it's like that kind of like state of what the map is in. So Sweet and Sour, if they find themselves in that advantage, despite having less players than OnlyFins, they should be winning out those moments. I think this is the one that goes into market or Boba.
Oh, this is aggressive from OnlyFins. Hello? Yasmin and Snowy come out on top. It's a spray through the smoke that actually makes most of the difference.
Corner. He almost got killed because he thought he was around the corner. He was still getting sprayed down. Fully flashed, had no idea.
And it's still quite confusing because the cross towards this B site starts to come in from Sweet and Sour, and there's already quite a lot of defenders here to assist. Flash out from Nixu, and it's well timed, but it didn't really matter because the kills came in right before it as well. So Affen, 1 on 3, he's got it from the shadows, doesn't really need it. He'll get to the A site quicker than anybody else, but a 1v3 is what's required of him.
They're being really slow because, first of all, they just want to play this retake together. Like, Beacon's 11 HP. They can't risk just kind of treating this as if it's an already won round. But also, Afen, because he was shown up by the neural theft, might be like, oh, I'm going A. As soon as that neural theft's over, he goes B. So that's just OnlyFins being very considerate that Sweet and Sour might be able to bail him out.
Is this butt visible from an angle? No, not quite.
The camera spots him, though.
And the smoke blocks his vision, forced the drop. And OnlyFins are right back in the lead without a problem. Diffuse going to Nixon to try and get that rolling thunder just a little bit quicker. And right back with a 2-round differential.
Money's still good though for Sweet and Sour. 6k on tempo. The showstopper too. Like what's been working for them has just been faster paced stuff.
Yeah.
Like whether it's on the sort of top mid push that they had, the B execute. Just stuff that, like, they're not posturing for mid in the same way that NXT did in the last series. They're pushing past that and taking something else. Just hoping that OnlyFins, with all of this chaos, are just going to panic and overextend themselves.
Rolling thunder. Straight out from Ticey. Stun, barely avoided. Olympic can't quite square up a trade. But Yesmu is the linchpin of this round, loses all the other defenders, but is blind due to the dizzy and can't save his team from it. Sweet and Sour, like you said, aggressive an approach, they seem at most impactful.
Yeah, just good showstopper. I just like the Sweet and Sour approach of, like, we don't care if we're being super telegraphed that we're going A. Try and stop us. Like, what do you have? You don't have, like, you have a breach stun, but there's so much pressure on that going right. And like you said, like, the stun came through on the defensive side and it just missed everybody. Because Sweet and Sour have played up against this comp enough times to sort of know, okay, this is where they're going to stun. If I stand towards this wall, I might be able to miss it. And just the timing of utility as well. Like the flashes, the knife that came in, the dizzy, the clears, safe. The position that's been pinged on the map literally right now. Does that last? Because everybody else on Sweet and Sour is on site. They can see that there's one player tucked into that corner. Easy to deal with.
So this was actually turning out to be a closer match than the previous one. It felt like whoever was on the attack on Split was the one with a clearer advantage that the other team couldn't deal with. But we're kind of going toe for toe here on this one here, Ryan.
Yeah, both like initiators as well. The Flash initiators 0 and 4, 0 and 5.
Yeah.
Just all utility. Can't really get those fights in early. Which I think is something that Onlyfins did well on Split. It's just that the whole team was like fighting and winning duels. Here it feels like Onlyfins, when you have like the breach in a cipher, it's a lot of like setup plays. KO Knife's so good on attack too because it's so like almost impossible to break. And Jesmu giving up his position, still going to fight it. Camera's broken, so that's a little bit of support. Thumbs going to actually get sprayed because he was pinged by the camera just before he broke it.
He got dinged to down to 26 points of health, injuring his confidence in this one. And with the player down due to Yesmu's good crosshair placement, seemed to be pretty solid for Onlyfins. A lot of pings onto that B site. I wonder where they're going to try and hit.
Frantic pings as well. Aldra on mid as well to show that there's no late lurk, so Onlyfins have a lot of information. The 3 people stacked up here already.
Wingmine task the plants. Beacon gets a trade and Snowy's there as a guarantee. And it's just looking pretty good from Onlyfins because they've already stacked up all their 3 players together as Affan tries to aggress. Good flash, but not quite across the corner to try and spray already. Affan tries to lure them out, tries to do a push and pull, but desperately aggresses inwards to try and find another, but it's Creamy on a 1v2 as he's just killed off Limper. And he looks to go all the way around. Looks to be sneaky with it. And no one is looking in his direction, no one's turning around, but that's because of the smoke just dropping. Both find at the moment to look in Creamy's direction, and Onlyfins get themselves another win and go again to and fro with Sweet and Sour.
Jesmu played that round so well, just like he was joined at the hit from Snowy, like the trades that came in from that kill, and then in that 2 versus 1, him and Nuxon just running across the site like Tweedledee and Tweedledum, just next to each other the whole time, no gaps, not sticking the defuse, they're just making sure that if one of them goes down, the other one's in a position to trade him. Like, really good team play.
And sometimes it's those basics that make the difference, but for this one, fundamentals nicely installed here for Onlyfins. Can they keep it going? I think that's what everybody's looking at. Can they grasp a lead here, put Sweet and Sour in trouble like they did on that previous match? For now, Tice is going to aggress. They're trying to bring up aggression, which is what's worked for them the most, but hasn't been able to find a kill. Feekin instead was out into the open and finally gets picked off. But Yesmu is looking to turn it right back up. Tice, there's no way he expects a position like this, but he's not going to peek it. He doesn't care. He's just going to hold. The timing is rough, and Ticey takes charge of it.
Yeah, and this is Sweet and Sour using the pace. Put so much pressure onto Fegan that they just open up the site, and then that's where Tempo goes in for the lurk. Nixon, look at the money for the rest of Onlyfins. It is tight, so he's just going to have to try and save this gun. And Sweet and Sour, even though their money's not great either, they're going to go hunting for this. It's just the message that it sends. Like, Sweet and Sour, they look best when they are just so in your face and everything's happening quickly. If they're around slower, that's where Onlyfins start to come alive.
That kill actually gave Nixon his Rolling Thunder, but Affan's kill onto Nixon gets rid of the gun. So we're probably going to be looking at an eco here for the Finnish side.
Not too much to work with now. But like that round there, like Feekin gets hit by the knife, forced to run back. But he's still like, I respect the fact that like Feekin holds his ground, but first of all, he's on his own. Everybody else is like playing mid or market or A site. And B, you're the one sort of playing the utility on B to help with retakes. So you go down, those trips go down, all of that information and map control's lost. And that's when Tempo could just go crazy with these lurks. Here he is again, just playing in mid. Up against the eco, so it's risky, but he won't care. Sweet and Sour just want to show that they don't really give a toss.
Missed the no command. Tempo on the back end, Yesmu caught. And so is Limpet with a spray across the smoke. Snowy's position wasn't telegraphed, so he's only good for 1. But this round is pretty much short-lived. There's not much Feekin can do. We'll try and find some extra damage, deny some weapons. But yeah, this round is pretty much being written. And Sweet and Sour will be finding the lead off of this ride. Something that they needed, and I think something that they haven't seen. Not the lead, or at least equalizing. It's something that they haven't seen since the start of the previous map, since it's been a 0-0.
pretty much. Feekin just trying to die to the spike. No point trying to get more kills because you already have your ultimate.
Foolish.
If anything, it's just to keep the money awkward. But going into round 11 and 12, money should be perfectly fine for the rest of Sweet and Sour's attacking side. I think the only thing is that, like, the whole setup, you have the null command on B, you have the Cypher pushing mid on attack. Like, that's good for, like, against a full buy, right? But up against an eco, it just felt like, if you use this round, for example, now, where only things do have a buy, might have gone a lot, like, been a lot more useful there. Like, against the eco, they just absolutely destroy for it. But I do like the Sweet and Sour not really being like, oh, we're going to save our ultimates for these rounds. They're just like, we have our ultimates, we have set rounds with them, we're going to use them. Doesn't matter if we're playing up against an eco or not, we just want to get those rounds.
Yeah, and the moment that Sweet and Sour get themselves a couple rounds in a row, Onlyfins start to wonder what they can do about it. Because they themselves now have ultimates to work with, and they've got other ultimates coming up. So it's also a juggling act. There are 2 rounds left in this half. You want to be able to expend them and spread them out in a way which gives you an advantage on both rounds, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. Problem is that with Hunter's Fury and stuff, there's maybe some set plays that you can have, but feels very situational.
Yeah, reactional maybe?
Yeah, like it's, maybe you have a plan of like, if you play towards like top site, they Sweet Sour go for like a B execute, they go through market, then having like a setup for Hunter's Fury to go across, where it's being pinged right now from the attackers, for example. Like, that's a good idea. But it's not like you always see a Sova make a particular play with an ult. Where something like a Rolling Thunder, you just kind of send it, mostly, right? Or maybe with a Thrash, you have certain pathing that you want to do.
That's fair. Mid push now from Sweet and Sour, as this cam illustrates, and the presence of players, but no, instead they move into Garage and head towards this B site. Thrash to be enabled instantly. Yasmu backs off. Ticey gets stunned up. Feekin doubles up, and Onlyfins are right back in the fight. Feekin wants another. He gets one before he drops, but Famzam left this all by himself. Gets himself his Dizzy back, or was that his Thrash? But Wingman going the other way, alerts him to the presence of his opponents. Limper holding this angle with the op, doesn't give him a chance, and Onlyfins guarantee at least they'll be equal at half-time.
I was going to say, like, before all of the action kicked off, like, Onlyfins have been really passive towards mid. Like, sometimes, like I said in the last series, as a defender, you're not going to fight for it much because there's not too much that you can do with it. But they are, like, kind of being pushed back into market. It looks really uncomfortable. It almost feels like Sweet and Sour go for that play, and it falls right into the hands of Feekin. Like, really nice 2K that they're able to pick up, both getting the Razors pushing in on site with the Thrash, but also that late lurk from Tempo.
That's fair. Because they only pushed through mid once, right?
Yeah, but it was around that Sweet and Sour were able to pick up.
So for now...
Like, look at all of the pings now. Just that the only thing that's happened is that KO knife into market, which is hit Jesmu, and they're just like, oh my god, mid, care mid, care mid.
It's the question marks that get created around the map, and what that means. Like, Onlyfins right now think it's a B crunch, which is why you can already see the players rotating over.
Yeah, even throwing in the wingman. Like, you expect the wingman to be going in to try and plant on the B site, right? But it was just a fake.
They've got enough time to put Snowy out of position here. It does have the Hunter's Fury, so it could be relevant even when out of the fight. You can see Limper dropping back, Showstopper available also, and that's Dagger spots out 2 players, but that's an approximate direction. You don't quite know exactly the position. Affin, really interesting position with the Paranoia. Could be very impactful on the crunch here. Showstopper out, but it's Limper's paint. That puts Ticey to bed, and he Showstoppers as well. It's literally a quilt that puts them to sleep. And 7-5 for Onlyfins. They close out the half the best way they could for the past 2 rounds.
Yeah, nice retake. All of those ultimates come together. Hard to really know where the Hunter's Fury was sort of aimed for, but just the general positions that attackers might play in the postbine. Like Limpe again, a couple more kills. A bit quieter from him than we've typically seen, like especially in the last couple of series that we've casted. Like Limpe has been the difference maker. But it's nice to see Snowy performing well. Like having individual moments, the newest player of this team. I think took a while to really settle in and find his role and what he can bring to the table. And then Feekin, who has just been doing this for God knows how long, too long, and he's still one of the top performing Sentinel players across Tier 2, not even just the EMEA.
That's true. That's true. Definitely bright future. I think that you can say that for many of the players on the server right now.
Especially on this
EMEA
map.
Valorant, but crunching out towards B, and Snowy just kicks off with a double.
Spike down B.
He might be in trouble though. That's a good flash. But the paranoia. Oh no! Okay. Well, we panicked for a little bit, but Onlyfin's got it all under lock and key. Not an issue in the world. 8-5. They win the pistol. They can start streaking up with a lead.
Yeah, nice 2K from Snowy to start out. I think they were just full contact walking into B main. And even like the flash that came in from Jesmu just as that fight went a little bit more crazy. It's a full day. Sorry if you hear the haunted house sound effects in the background. It's just like balcony door creaking open.
Do you smell their
It's very windy today in Bristol. But it does sound like I live in some sort of like witch's house.
Tempo. Up close to the action, but not with the weapon that they would have liked. Oh, sweet and sour. They realize that Onlyfins have reacted to this and heading towards the safe side. They might get there on time to get the reaction off of them. But the contestant does come through mid, and when it's Bulldogs against Classics, well, it's quite easy to figure out who's going to win those trades.
Both pistols picked up for Onlyfins too. Haven't seen them win a bonus, but effectively made it so close that it works out nicely for them even if they lose the round. And it's a similar case here. Like, you don't have like the rifles, phantoms, like you're still taking stingers and such in. But like on attack, you're not going to mind too much.
No. Not too much at all. Again, for everybody that has just tuned in, Onlyfins are fighting to make playoffs here, and this is their only chance to do it, winning this series. So far, they're 1-0, and they're playing against a team that had one of the best starts to a season that we've seen from any team in a while, that we didn't expect to do it. And so it's looking pretty great for them so far, being a map ahead and 9-5 score, and they're realistically only 4 rounds away from solidifying themselves the final spot into playoffs.
It's really like Onlyfins have found their form at the perfect time. Like, whatever that was stopping them in those early series, they fixed those issues. The trip, however, wasn't broken with the shock dart because it was a little bit deeper than they expected, but it doesn't really amount to too much other than bits of damage to Limpe.
No, Temper would have wanted that kill, but instead he gets the kill into Jesmu. So it's still 4v5. Onlyfins look to close up the gap because they've got stingers of plenty. But it's a quick in and out for Limpet as he looks to drop back, cover a different angle. Crossfire house, but the paint shells do put him out of the corner. Sweet and Sour did a lot of work early, but the shock dart damage and spray from the Spectre is all that is needed. Good flash though. In retaliation, Creamy just peeks out and looks to rip heads off their bodies. And Sweet and Sour, they get themselves a buy and they get themselves a win.
2 kills, Plant, you're going to be happy with that. Just seeing if you can get these ultimates online too. And just seeing how like Sweet and Sour might want to play like these B retakes is also useful. The problem is, like, I could set this as a challenge for Milan. Just like get a whiteboard, draw up what the default is for Sentinels on this map on defense. And I can almost guarantee you that's probably what Sweet and Sour are going to do as well.
We'll get Twiggy to draw it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Try to describe it, that would be
yeah.
a different challenge.
But I guess that's the thing of like Onlyfins, they're playing somewhere that's a little bit older, like again, telegraphed utility. But they kind of know roughly what Sweet and Sour are going to be doing. Like the Gecko's going to be over towards A, the Race is going to be their helping. The KO Knife is always going to come in from A main from distance like this. Another unbreakable lineup. Attackers just know how to avoid it, and they know to expect that Dizzy a short second later.
Oh, Bamsa might be caught out here. And that's exactly what happens. Limp opens things up. And Ticey is also in trouble. Uses the blast back to get out of harm's way. And does so. So it's just a picks advantage here for the finish early on.
shadows traveling?
Now it's a question of Onlyfins, are they cutting noise and then re-hitting A? Seems that they're going to rotate, and this is a good call for Sweet and Sour to just actually push up. You got this trip. Again, you expect that trip from most ciphers. And they actually do catch Feekin in the back of the head because he was out in the open.
That timing. was actually perfect for Sweet and Sour. They definitely know the game plan now. Preemptive smoke, tripwires to be broken. Shock dart does do the job early.
Paranoia.
Can Affan do it though? Paranoia is good to delay them a little bit. Deep in, Yesmu pushes.
30 seconds
They drop
left.
back a little bit. Tempo, if he sprays this.
Oh,
Oh
the
dear me, it's not looking
got
great for
another.
OnlyFins. Snowy's walked where his teammate walked a second earlier. Meets the same fate as him as well. And Sweet and Sour not going to let go of this game that easy.
Yeah, that's why you play Cypher on this map. And just keeping the setups, like varying them up. It's a common one that you see, but just with all of that chaos, maybe OnlyFins, they've broken. I think they used the nade to actually sort of break those main, like, B main trips. Like, surely we've cleared both of them. And it's the fact that he gets one, gets a kill, it instantly hits the other player in that position before they can even realize what's going on. Like, Tempo versus Beacon is definitely, like, going to Ascent, seeing what those guys could do on the Sentinel role there if we ever get there. It's exciting, but, like, OnlyFins now, still, you've, like, on a lower buy, you won the pistol, you didn't win the bonus or the follow-up.
It's very aggressive from OnlyFins this time around. It seems like they're trying to get a play out of the book of Sweet and Sour.
Lurk as well towards market.
But it's read by Affan.
Yeah, it's so much damage done now, Lurk, 46 HP.
Is it really enough? These things aren't looking great. You know what? I've expended at least OnlyFins force their opponents to use quite a crucial ult. You can actually see Sweet and Sour vacating the area, sort of letting them to plant, daring them to move in.
I mean, they know that they're up against the lower buy here from the Stinger fight. And most importantly, because Tempo got the kill on Feekin, there's no trip to watch the flank. He has to go passive now because he's low HP. The rest of the team needs to do the work.
That's some of the best you can hope for is just for a kill here. Might find an upgrade. Limpy on the back end, but Creamy can read that any day of the week. And all Yesmu can do is wait for this spike to be defused. And Sweet and Sour with a leash on OnlyFins. Just keep yanking at it. And it's just closer and closer the longer we go. Honestly, there's no telling who's going to win this match.
Not at this point. And I mean, all of the series that we've seen OnlyFins play on this map, they beat Formulation 16-14, I think it was, and then lost to Apex. Apex on this map, 14-12. A team that has yet to drop a map against the other teams in group stages. OnlyFins almost did. So there's still, like, good moments for them on this map. This comp seems to work, and this was like a rough map to begin with for OnlyFins. They got destroyed by Medisball 13-4. Vong especially just had a crazy game against them. Everything that he did, it was just working. So it's been an adjustment, to say the least, on the newest map in the pool for OnlyFins. For Sweet and Sour, because they're the new fresh faces, it doesn't feel like we've had to see them evolve it as much. But evolved it has.
It really has. It's like we said early on today, is that Sweet and Sour had such a great start that they built up the expectations. Coming into the tournament without any games played already, Sweet and Sour weren't considered as the top two at all. I think you'd probably put Metasport up there, maybe put Formulation to be a contender due to their Beacon successes, or the Open Qualies. But no, instead, Sweet and Sour were the ones to take charge early. And for that reason, we've always had them on the pedestal. We've always considered them some of the best. So Ticey looking to aggress here. Spots out one. Snowy is able to trade his life out before the paint finds him in the head. And we're down to square as we enter the 1 minute 25 second mark.
Yeah, Famzam's thrown out both the wingman and the Dizzy in positions that he can't pick it up, so a lot of information lost. With Tempo having that full setup on Cypher just on the A site, means that if you want to get information proactively on mid, you have to just go get it yourselves like Creamy is. But it's so much information. OnlyFins have basically been shut down to a corner of the map. And Sweet and Sour know exactly what corner of the map that is.
And what's scary for OnlyFins right now is that Sweet and Sour have got good utility to defend this. Mosh pit just expended, but there's a thrash. And the smokes keep on coming, keep on circulating. Creamy does push up quite far forwards. That's a lot of information to gather that no one's around this A side. So Sweet and Sour are comfortable to keep their defenses heavy here.
but he's not overextending, because if he goes down, it's a huge swing.
30 seconds left.
And even then, like, you've got all of that Cypher utility on A if they somehow do manage to sneak past Preemie for whatever reason.
So here comes the smoke and Thrash in response. Limpet stuck on site, but they broke down the Thrash, so not an issue. Famsam tries to sweeten together with Affen, but not able to do so. And OnlyFins got full control over the site. They need to be careful, they haven't cleared out Tempo yet, and without clearing that corner, Sweet and Sour are shooting in their backs. Yezmu doubling up to allow Tempo to be all to himself, not quite able to seal the deal. OnlyFins thank their lucky stars and Yezmu for delivering a triple that round, because otherwise I don't see OnlyFins winning that one.
Down to the wire, and the thing that's worked well for OnlyFins all series is just how well they play off of each other. Like, they didn't have a flashy execute, they didn't have like loads of utility in cute positions like you might see from an Eng masterclass of Carmine Core. It was just everybody was grouped in a way that nobody was overextended for OnlyFins, where they couldn't be traded. Even when they were coming out of the choke, like Feekan's peeking, just waiting for a second to make sure that when he goes out, somebody is with him. And it's just these bodies from OnlyFins that are winning out duels and how they're able to come out with that 1v1 clutch in the end.
This presence though is scaring me here, Ryan. But it's a pretty good setup here for Sweet and Sour as well, because Ticey's on the angle, flashed out, Tempo in the corner, and it's not anticipated here by the opposing side.
Yeah, great bait. Ticey's just trying to take all of the attention and put them in the corner.
Repositioned.
You got to expect he's still here with the op, because this is such a difficult position to clear out, and the Aldron's already been used from Snowy.
But you've got to be scared about a Rolling Thunder as well, together with Hunter's Fury. So Ticey respects it. And Neural Theft. And that's exactly what gets dropped.
Sweet and Sour took a lot of space on B main, but have to give it up just in case. Rolling Thunder's going to come across right up to top mid. And Feekan's going to try and give chase, but they just can't get on the angle. Sweet and Sour just managed to get away.
It's really important, but at the same time, OnlyFins get an opportunity to push up really far up, so Sweet and Sour are going to have to clear every single one of these corners without knowing where OnlyFins are. For them, everything is a question mark, even though OnlyFins aren't covering that area. You can see the pings notifying where the possible defending players are, but the Hunter Shuri can't find a tag, can't find damage. And the longer this round goes, more favorable it looking like for OnlyFins. One-sided smoke, and it might be favoring Feekan if he just stays a little longer without swinging just yet. Ticey's got two to deal with, so we can't really be comfortable with him missing the shot. He had to hit that for Sweet and Sour to come out on top, but OnlyFins can just thank Feekan for this position. Not much health remaining on Affen. Had to draw out the classic, but doesn't matter, no, because a round goes to the finish side, and they're just inching closer to this match and series winning point.
Yeah, Feekan's utility got so much there. The trip was broken. It didn't actually hit anybody that was sort of going towards A-Link. But that camera, I think it tagged like 3 people, and it wasn't broken once because of that one way. So Feekan had so much information, was able to play off of that information nicely, and was just good security for the whole time that OnlyFins were on that A site.
And Sweet and Sour can get in their heads right now. The thing is, for Sweet and Sour, that they don't feel like they have that much pressure on them, given that they've already solidified a playoff spot. How important is it for them, the second place? Because OnlyFins aren't going to let go. Not for a second, not for a moment, not for a millisecond. Sweet and Sour, though, they're like, if we lose this, so be it. We still make playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, pro players are always going to be like, we take every series seriously and we always want to win.
For sure.
But it's like, you can't help how you subconsciously feel. Like, if you don't have that danger, I suppose, that this series effectively doesn't mean anything, you, whether you notice it or not, are going to take your foot off the pedal just a little bit. But the other thing as well is just making sure that some of these maps don't look so bad that they can just be exploited. You don't want to go into playoffs and have one map. Sorry, at Madrid as well, where there's just, like Lotus, for example, for teams like Loud and Paper X, where it's just, we already have like a permaban. We don't like playing this map either, so we just have to play it and just hope that we can do a little bit better by changing up comps. Like, going into a playoffs tournament like that with just a crap map is a nightmare. So that's the only thing the Sweet and Sour want to avoid, is that they don't look like ass on any of these maps in particular.
There's no better way to say it. You can't sugarcoat it.
But I don't think for this North split they've looked like terrible. But it's like, you still want to do well to make sure that, like, oh yeah, It's not like we go up against Apex, they're just going to pick Sunset against us because we look that bad.
Right here.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour look strong from the start, but the progression curve doesn't match that of others like Apina, Orchestra, or OnlyFins. I think that's something that could be said.
Deploying drone.
But is their early lead good enough to get them to the finals? Perhaps they've already locked in playoffs, but is it good enough to not allow OnlyFins to get that? That is a question, because if OnlyFins can beat them here, they might be able to beat them in playoffs, and Sweet and Sour do not want that at all, I am sure. Dark cover coming out. Spike dropped. Oh, but look at OnlyFins. They're stacking up. They want to go aggressive here. And Sweet and Sour moving all of their players in tandem, putting them hand in hand. But Limpers over aggression is punished. Stinger pick might be an easy pickup. Snorri, he's stuck in place here. One-way smoke, and it's perfectly timed because Snorri can double up. Yes, he got blinded eventually, but Famza does drop as soon as he gets any sort of grasp on the situation. Dicey moves into the site, but Creamy is left to himself. OnlyFins, little by little, they just chip at Sweet and Sour. And little by little, they get themselves closer and closer to closing out their series and getting themselves a spot into playoffs.
Who knew that the OnlyFins would get their #1 fan watch party in them and have like a 100% win rate potentially if they pick this up?
That's true.
So might be the lucky charm to go into playoffs with, potentially.
But it's not over yet, is it, Ryan? Because there's 4 ultimates on the Sweet and Sour side.
Yeah. There's so much. 4 chances for Sweet and Sour to pull this back. There's only a couple of rounds ago that OnlyFins used the Rolling Thunder, the Neural Theft, and the Hunter's Fury all together.
There is a camera in mid that hasn't quite been open just yet. Snowy's able to avoid the push.
I don't think they
this
checked
wrap
it.
is perfect.
They
The
missed
camera
it.
hasn't been popped just yet, or maybe it has because the turnaround is good. Creamy doubles up and flashed up. Nixon doubles up as well. That is ridiculous. Somehow OnlyFins still have a footing in this game.
Neurofest is going to show where these attackers are. Of course, it's Snowy to screw up the recon just a little, but it's not going to matter too much. The Sweet and Sour giving them a lot of respect, to be honest. There's still a camera to be placed down. Thrash is going to come in.
Oh dear.
Last player standing.
Camera beacon being picked up as well.
I don't know if they saw him. They must have done.
They probably did. Yeah, and Tampa's looking in the direction. Sweet and Sour stay strong. Not sure how many ultimates that was. I think it was 2 or 3. But yeah, that is Sweet and Sour with a 9th. Not too far off of OnlyFins.
Brute forcing their way in. And this is like a tricky part of it now. You're on match and series point. You just want to make sure that you pace yourselves both with the weapons that you have. You don't want to lose too many bodies unnecessarily if you're winning rounds. But also you don't want to throw all of these ultimates out. Because with 3 chances left, OnlyFins could definitely build up to having another Rolling Thunder, another Hunter's Fury. But the money is starting to run out for OnlyFins here. Last full buy before they'd have to eco.
Yeah, and Slimper actually amping up the pressure here. 2 players lying in wait, but Limper just rips them apart straight away.
That's so hard to do with a Vandal too. Aethan at least brings him down before he can get away with stuff for 7 HP.
He makes so simple work of this defense. That Sweet and Sour are caught out, pants down, head in their arms. They've got no idea what just happened and where it just came from. They only know that they've lost this match, getting a 3rd loss in the tournament, but also giving OnlyFins the spot in the playoffs.
It's also the fact that NXT lost earlier today. Maybe that was a bit of a second win for OnlyFins of we have a chance of making playoffs if we win our series because NXT just lost. And I just gave up against Sweet and Sour that had already qualified, maybe just leaning back a little bit more than we'd expect them to. It's just provided a great opportunity for OnlyFins to just sneak and take that opportunity away from NXT. So we have our top 4 at least sorted. We have our relegated teams to Eclipse too, but it's still all about seeding and stuff, and OnlyFins doing a great job to make it in top 4 and beat another team that they're hoping to beat in playoffs.
It's nuts. Even though Peanut Orchestra at the start of the day did everything right, they try to look at this match and help and hope that they can still have a chance in the playoffs, but they had to witness their own demise as only Finns guaranteed their own spot instead, and no one else can make it. We've got our top four. We'll be throwing to a break before we come back to have a post-match analysis and an interview as well. Stay tuned for that because we know it's going to be full of explanations and action.
It's gonna be hard, but you you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a bit and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it hit you down. Just keep getting up.
Only Finns, more like only wins. Okay. The team is going to be heading to playoffs with that victory there and has completely crushed the hopes of both NXT and Apina Orkesteri. A brilliant game from them and much required, as you know, this was the only way that they were going to be getting to playoffs based off of head-to-head. So this was absolutely necessary. They absolutely did it. Today has been an unreal day.
It's been a roller coaster, right, from the beginning to the end, and it just shows the resilience, I guess, or like, I don't know, the ability to perform whenever it's most needed from the side of only Finns. So yeah, really impressed by that. Overall, super close map again. Could have gone both ways, so I do want to credit SNS for still putting up a strong performance on both maps. Actually, I don't think going for a 2-0 here justifies just how close it was between these two teams.
Yeah, no, I think map by map you're looking at what we kind of saw as relatively scrappy games, but that is not because the two teams were playing badly, that's because every single player were at each other's throats here. And, you know, there's so much quality on both teams that we really couldn't pick out a player to be like, this is the MVP from all of this. Obviously, by stats, there are MVPs here, but everybody really contributed to this one. And it was just down to who was winning duels. Every single time that two players met, you didn't know what was going to happen. And that's a sign of two good teams. It's a sign of two teams that we can really look forward to in playoffs.
I think if I had to appoint an MVP, it would definitely be Jesmu, right? Like top fragment on both maps still, but it really does value the rest of his team. I think Feekin, Snowy, everyone here on this side of OnlyFins had a great map, or had great moments today, basically, right? So it doesn't really do justice to the entirety of their team.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was a brilliant series all the way round there, and we will soon have a winner's interview to get the feelings on that one, but never mind, we have an interview. I said soon, I meant it.
Very soon.
We will be talking to Nick soon here, so are you there, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Brilliant. First of all, congratulations on the win, congratulations on making playoffs. Do you think the situation that you were in, you know, where you really had to win that game, was a big kind of contributing factor in you being able to take down a team like Sweet and Sour?
Yeah, I think it was so intense to watch the Apina game, to be honest. So I went to store in the middle of the second map, and I didn't want to watch my phone at all. And they took it home, and then the game was in, like, the playoff spot was in our own hands. So it was. It made the game more exciting.
Sure. Go on, man. You can ask.
I'll
let you.
Sorry, it's my first time on the interview. I'm very sorry. I had a question about Split, basically, right? So it's something that, one, you played a very unique comp, and two, you picked a map that we weren't really sure, like, the reason for picking it. Was it more so like an anti-strat, or was it just something that felt very good for you guys in Prax or whatever?
Like Brady said in his interview, we have gotten spanked this whole week in Prax, like maybe 5 rounds, like per map in average. So we just picked something from the past. We played actually this comp when Polvi was with us, and we had the base for it, and then we just went for it. It felt like, even though the Prax weren't that good, it felt like the playing felt good anyways, and we had fun at least this whole week.
Right. Alright, well, I'm going to have one question about the playoffs. Obviously, you're going to be facing Sweet and Sour again at some point during the, well, I mean, there's technically a possibility that you don't, but more likely than not, you're going to be facing Sweet and Sour at some point in that. Do you think it's going to go the same way? You're allowed to trash talk here, go on.
No, of course. Like, probably, I think we are fourth in the leaderboard now, and I think we are gonna face Apex first, so we are gonna beat them, then the next game, and then the grand final. So.
Okay. Alright, I like that. Confidence for the beating Apex here. Nobody's done it so far, but you guys have been pretty close. You guys have been very close to getting a map off them, so I do hope that would be the case. That would make for a very, very interesting playoffs. Thank you so much for talking to us. Congratulations once again on getting to playoffs. Really good performance there.
Thank you, thank you. Have a good one.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, lovely. Well, there you go. I mean, I didn't expect things to be over that quickly. I thought we were going to have very, back and forth games going on, but that was a quick day where the most insane thing happened at every point that it could possibly have.
I mean, I said it already, right? I feel like it was almost justified for these teams to go to a third map. I think, looking at how OnlyFins played today, they definitely deserve to be in playoffs, right? They showed some really cool stuff. Their retakes again. This map, second map, felt a lot more in control in that sense. It felt more orchestrated, much less random stuff. I do think that they still have some small little things to fine-tune here and there before they can, really take on teams such as Apex and really start comfortably winning against teams like SNS. But they are making steps in the right direction. I definitely feel that way.
Yeah, for sure, and I think, that's been the case over the course of the whole season for every single team, so I'm excited to see how this continues into playoffs. Obviously, before we finish things off for today, we will take a look at that second map. As you said, felt more in control for them, so let's start things off with round 8 to get things going here.
I think this was one of the first rounds where we really showed, or where we really saw like how orchestrated both of these teams can be in the right circumstances, right? We're looking at a little bit more of a slower round. We have the initial pick towards mid, and then this kind of like mind game begins, right? We're starting to take a little bit more mid control with the Sova drone here. At the same time, we see SNS regrouping towards B, and OnlyFins basically decides, okay, that's completely fine. We have the numbers advantage. We're just gonna let them get onto site for free, and we're gonna give it our best in the retake, right? So SNS dumps a bunch of utility into site, and then the moment that OnlyFins actually gets onto site, we see this exchange, and it just turned, because of the man advantage and because they have the utility advantage, they actually take it.
Yeah. We can take a look at some more here. Round 12, I think, is where things really started to get in OnlyFins' favor. Obviously, it was kind of back and forth going through this one, but towards the end of this half, we saw some really nice plays here.
It's the same stuff, right? They were really feeling more in control. Super clean retake. They saved the Sova ult for it, and they just util dump so much into this site. We have a 5v5 going on that turns into a 5v3 in seconds, and they basically win this whole retake in the blink of an eye. 10 seconds, maybe even less, and it's completely obliterated SNS.
Yeah, one final thing that I think you were actually kind of screaming at me almost to request in the replay package here was round 18, and I think this was really, the nail in the coffin almost for OnlyFins here. I mean, this was the thing, is that they just warmed up so much over the course of the whole series. Obviously, to start off in that first map, we were like, it's a bit scrappy. Both teams are making slight misplays. They're both playing very well, but not quite getting things done here, and this obviously all starts off with the trade on that showstopper.
Yeah, we immediately hop into a much more faster round from the side of OnlyFins, right? They take, from the side of SNS, they take initiative, going aggressively towards mid, but OnlyFins, they decide to just not budge. They don't change anything about their plan. They regroup, put a little bit of mid pressure, and something I particularly liked on the side of SNS is this aggressive push right towards mid. So OnlyFins, they're completely isolated towards B now. They have no other possibility to go anywhere else on the map but here. And this is where it turns chaotic, right? They probably understand they're going to run into a stack. Their utility towards B main is constantly being refreshed by the defenders, and the only way to kind of go through it is to just brute force your way at some point. So they take their time, set themselves up properly, and they just send it, right? Afun does a great job at going for this initial delay at the beginning, keeping his smokes up, but at some point, OnlyFins basically they need to make their move. We see the 3 people towards the B side, the defenders that are completely ready to set up. Famzan playing from market. I think he's going to be able to actually he ults raise here, and immediately, instead of going back passively, the rest of OnlyFins, they swarm the site and they're ready to protect their teammate. And that's something that I think we didn't really see that much on the first map, is this cohesiveness, this preemptiveness decision making, and it really won them the round in this case.
Yeah, I think, you make a good point there that, as you say, while I think the scoreline was pretty much exactly the same, I think, map to map there, it was just unfortunate for Sweet and Sour that as they started warming up and started playing more cohesively, OnlyFins did the exact same thing and just kept one step ahead of them that whole time. And so the series does go 2-0 to them. It's an impressive one, and it gets them the spot that they need. Obviously, Sweet and Sour aren't going to be beating themselves up too much about this. They are still in the playoffs. They still have that spot there, but they'd probably like to win that one. And I'm sure everybody from other teams in the well, that didn't quite make it into playoffs would have quite liked it if Sweet and Sour did win. But OnlyFins definitely very happy about that one. I mean, any final thoughts on that series, on the whole day as a whole?
I mean, I just think that it shows the very fine line between chaos and things that look like proper team play, right?
Yeah.
OnlyFins here is a few small adjustments off from being able to look like a cohesive team that does things properly together, and I think the same can apply for virtually all the teams within this league, right? So. Yeah. Now that we're kind of like ending off the season and we're going towards this next split after we have the playoffs, I think most of the teams here, they can be very proud of what they've achieved, and they need to understand that with some very small alterations, they can have like a big impact.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, let's take one last look at the standings before we head into tomorrow's action, see what things are looking like. Things are set in stone now. That is basically it. We've got the 4 teams that are making it into playoffs. We've got the 2 teams that are getting relegated. So we really are just playing for position here, for pride tomorrow, and you can see how things stack up there. Our top 4 teams, Apex, Metasport, OnlyFins, and Sweet and Sour. And as far as I'm aware, that can't change whatsoever, because Metasport are the only team playing in that top 4 for that one, and well, it doesn't matter if they win or lose in terms of coming second or anywhere else. Everyone else down there, Apino, Kesteri, and NXT will retain their places in Polaris here, and Formulation Gaming and Hookahs are going to be down to Eclipse, where they're going to have to fight for their spot. But obviously, we're going to see those teams playing tomorrow as well, so you can see how they start preparing for that one. The work begins now for those 2 teams to keep to kind of keep their skills warm and be able to beat the teams coming in from Beacons and from Premier to be able to get back into the league here. Either way, that has been the today's action, and I mean, here is what things have looked like so far. It's what we've got to look forward to. Metasport versus Apex obviously is just going to be an incredibly exciting game. The top 2 teams now in the league. We're going to have one final play before we finish things off, and then Hookahs and Formulation Gaming, the bottom 2 teams, we're going to see how that goes and see what they can pull out against each other, because obviously, you know, everyone's been playing against quite difficult opponents on this one, and now we're actually finally seeing, you know, teams that are in a situation where they're not playing for anything specifically, they're just playing for pride to be able to beat the team that was closest to them in the standings.
And we've seen today what the effect of that can be, right? If you play with, you know, with just feeling, just on fun, anything can happen. So we might even see some cheeky upsets tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's been a great day. It's been an exciting day. We've got one more day left to go here of the regular season, and then we will be through to the playoffs. So thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a bit and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it hit you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a bit and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it hit you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up.